Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry embraced the ancient magic power of legendary house. Here is short summary. Hogwarts was never meant to have just 4 houses. When Harry establishes a legendary 5th house, he unlocks ancient magic that reshapes the wizarding world and his own destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry, who had been quite reckless since Sirius's death, spotted a large black dog across the 4-lane street. Before he could even stop himself, before he could even remind himself of the painfully obvious fact that Sirius wasn't coming back in his black dog animagus form or otherwise, he sprang into traffic, calling his godfather's name. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Harry didn't hear the honking horns and calls of, "Hey, watch what you're doing." As his waking eyes watched the poor dog fly through the air, having bounded into traffic to answer Harry's call and getting struck for his happy obedience to answer any friendly call, no matter what name was called to the poor thing, Harry's tormented, anguished mind's eye saw Sirius falling through the veil of night, never to return to him again. The image of Sirius faded from Harry's view as he was jolted back to the reality of just how sick he had been to think that Sirius would be strolling around London, when he thought he had finally come to accept that he was dead. The very real normal dog lay in a heap on the road amidst the honking horns of the unsympathetic, who just wanted it removed from the roadway so they could get where they were going, and the throngs of pedestrians who stood by wondering why the dog had suddenly bounded into moving traffic. Part of Harry wished the dog had just vanished like Sirius had done, because he couldn't face the whimpering noises and shivering of its battered body. He knew it was his fault. Sirius was his fault. Cedric was his fault. It was all his fault. Harry just stood there, legs feeling like they would buckle from under him until he was jolted back into the horrible moment when a lady addressed him directly. "It just ran out and there was nothing I could do," sobbed the lady who had struck the rather shabby-looking dog. She felt so bad as she took in Harry's equally shabby appearance, still wearing Dudley's old clothes for some reason, that she figured Harry must be from a poor family and this dog must be his only friend in the whole world. The poor lady's Imagine ran away with her, figuring that Harry would be beaten for taking his dog out without a leash. She pressed some money into Harry's hands and drove off in a very large, expensive car. The animal shelter van pulled up just as Harry was kneeling on the pavement stroking the dying dog's fur. "I'm sorry, boy. I'm so stupid. How could I have done this?" Harry felt even more guilty when the black lab licked his hand and looked at him with his large amber eyes. "You're not going to die," Harry decided. The animal control officer appraised Harry's appearance and, again jumping to the conclusion that Harry was extremely poor, assured him that the dog would be put to sleep humanely. Harry always thought put to sleep was a very deceptive way to tell someone that the dog would be killed. He would be no less dead just for the difference of a few words. "No," said Harry with a voice laced with so much conviction it hurt. "This dog will not die. Please just give us a ride to a vet's office." "But son, these injuries are probably beyond repair, leastways without big bucks." He looked sympathetic, but resolute on the destruction of the dog. "You know, if you want, you can bring your parents into the shelter and buy another dog for cheaper than fixing up this one." "I want this dog," bellowed Harry, surprising even himself. Other than Hedwig his owl, Harry had never had a pet. He'd never been allowed. "I've got money. Please take me to a vet. He's dying." Harry wished more than anything that he could get a hold of Professor Grubbly Planks, who had mended Hedwig when she had been injured. Even Madame Pomfrey, who looked after humans, would do. "I just need a ride to the vet's," Harry pleaded again, but the man already had a syringe filled to kill the dog. Harry had been through hell this year, and the more he thought about it, life was hell. Suddenly, whether this dog lived or died seemed to Harry to be the deciding factor in whether or not he should keep fighting to have a decent life and defeat Voldemort, or just give up and wait for the inevitable to happen, the duel to death with Voldemort as the prophecy had foretold. Harry felt if he could undo the wrong he had done today and save this life, he would keep trying to save his own. Okay, that's chapter 1. I promise it will heat up more around chapter 3. I thank you for the reviews, very honest. I have fixed some of the errors mentioned in the reviews, so I'd like to thank everyone, and in the next chapters, I will be more specific about some of the wonderful people who have pointed out flaws and encouraged me at the same time. I'm glad you like it, and like I said, soon, the Weasleys and the whole gang will be in the story and things will take off. Heedless of the consequences of leaving his duties to follow his Uncle Vernon, Harry stuck his wand out and instantly a violently purple three-decker bus sped onto the curb, moving regular automobiles and parking meters magically out of its way. Harry had inadvertently summoned this bus before, an emergency transport for the stranded Witcher wizard. He was relieved when Stan Shunpike stepped off the bus and addressed him. "What's happened then, Harry?" motioned Stan, pointing at the dog. "Stan, you've got to help me. This dog's gonna die and it's all my fault." Stan, who wasn't much older than Harry, called to the driver, "Hey Ern, come help me lift this dog." The dog beeped pitifully when laid in one of the bedsteads on the bus. "Where to, Harry? Best animal healers are in Diagon Alley." Harry couldn't explain to Stan that in order to be protected from Voldemort, he couldn't leave the Muggle world. "Professor Dumbledore says I have to stay with my aunt and uncle," Harry trailed off. "But Harry, I thought you wanted to save the dog." "Bad business, Muggle car traffic. We can go as fast as we like and we don't hit nothing, do we, Ern?" "Nothing living anyway," returned Ern in agreement. "Listen, trust me, I've just got to get an animal doctor, a vet. I don't live around here. I don't know where it is." "Nothing to worry about, lad," said Ern, and true to his word he pulled up to a vet's office. Muggle destinations not being in high popular demand by night bus's regular passengers, Ern and Stan were not properly dressed to help Harry lift Max, as Harry had already named him, into the vet's office. Harry was struggling so hard under the dog's weight with his hind legs trailing on the floor, that the receptionist came out to help him. "Good luck," called Stan as the night bus sped away, apparently unnoticed by the receptionist. Harry was ushered past other waiting customers due to seriousness of the dog's injuries. After asking what seemed like a million questions about vaccination history and age etc., she sympathetically asked how he intended to pay, stating that the terms were cash or credit card. "Cash," Harry pleaded with her to get the doctor. Harry heard the doorknob turn and a pleasant young woman in a white coat stepped in. "I'm Stephanie, and this is..." She indicated Max. "Max," Harry simply stated, impressed that she began to thoroughly examine Max right away. Harry relaxed somewhat, noticing Stephanie's concern. "A couple of X-rays and we'll know what we're dealing with." 20 minutes later, the news that the dog's ribs were broken and he needed pins inserted into his hip to repair the severe break came. Max faced a long, expensive recovery. Harry left a large deposit on Max's care and gave the go-ahead for the surgery, not knowing how he would come up with the rest of the money. He left the office, saying, "It'll be okay, boy," not knowing if he was telling the truth or not. He wondered what the dog's real name was, if he even had one. By the time Harry reached Uncle Vernon's office building, he was exhausted and hungry. Now, however, there was a change of plans. He would not follow Uncle Vernon into the fancy bistro to dine on expensive meals as he had planned. Now he had to be thrifty to save his money for a nobler cause. He sat in front of the fancy restaurant and munched a hamburger and a glass of water from a takeout place around the corner. As a child with no knowledge of having been a wizard, Harry had been bowed to in this very spot. A small elderly wizard could not refrain from showing his respect, though Harry had not understood the magnificent gesture. Uncle Vernon had slapped the back of his head as he stared after the old man. Harry didn't know why he was going through the motions of following Uncle Vernon. He could easily have just written false entries into the journal Aunt Petunia had given him, but he thought it best to at least have some idea of where he went just in case he was questioned on his entries, which he knew he would be. Uncle Vernon was taking 2 people to lunch at the Pomme de Terre. Too anxious to stay more than the 2 hours, he had already sat there waiting for the trio to leave. Harry stood up to leave himself. It was so hot that the well-dressed people from nearby air-conditioned offices had perspiration marks on their clothing. Everyone was fanning themselves with magazines. Harry was sunburnt and uncomfortable, but he knew he could not return home, if you could call it that, before Uncle Vernon. A little wistfully, Harry returned his new jeans and jerseys and trainers for a refund to help pay for the vet bill. He stood in front of the corner store by Uncle Vernon's office waiting to see his car leave the lot so he could head back to Little Whinging. He sacrificed a quarter to make a phone call to the vet and was surprised to hear a child's voice answer the phone. Harry had heard the Dursleys complain about human doctors taking Wednesdays off and was surprised to find that Stephanie was still in her office well past 5 o'clock. Of course, thought Harry, the Dursleys complained if they had to wait for anything, especially if it was for Dudley. Aunt Petunia had made Uncle Vernon take Dudley to an expensive private clinic when the hospital near them had treated someone with a heart attack before Dudley who had sprouted a tail. "I knew you'd be calling," beamed Stephanie when she came on the line. "He came through surgery swimmingly." Hearing the audible sigh of relief from Harry, she added, "He must be very special to you." Sensing that somehow he could trust her, Harry spilled the whole story of mistakenly calling to the dog, leaving out of course the part about Sirius. Now Harry paused tentatively waiting to hear the reply, and fearing that she would suggest that Harry should find Max's owners. "You know, Harry," she said kindly, "I don't think this dog had an owner, given his frail condition, but you owe it to his owners to place a found ad in the local paper. It's free," she added. Harry would feel terrible giving Max to someone who abused him, but he reasoned that if he had been missing for a long time, he may have come to look so rough naturally. Either way, for some reason he could not even explain to himself, he would find it hard to part with this dog. Why hadn't he seen this coming? The next words from Stephanie's mouth were, "Well, if he's not owned, maybe your parents will let you keep him," followed by a lot of dead air space. "I live with my aunt and uncle," Harry answered and left it at that. Harry hadn't said that. His parents were dead, but somehow Stephanie knew. "Oh, sorry. Well, maybe they would indulge you a pet." Harry automatically thought of what asking people who got upset by sparrow droppings on their lawn would say if asked if he could have a dog. Somehow Harry thought even Dudley would be denied this request. No, the Dursleys thought all animals were messy and unhygienic. "We do have an adoption program through our clinic, although Max is rather larger and older than most people feel is ideal for city homes, but I could make some arrangements." She could almost hear Harry's inner turmoil. "Can I think on it?" Harry asked. "Well, Max isn't going anywhere now in any case," she assured him. "Can I visit him tomorrow?" "Sure. We open at 7. The conversation was over, the day was over, and yet for Harry, it had just begun. "Come into the garden, Harry. I want to show you some patio stones I want moved around." Aunt Petunia motioned out the patio doors. Dudley smirked at Harry across the table, never having been asked to do any chore of any kind in all of Harry's memory. "Out with it. Where have you been and what have you seen?" Aunt Petunia had never left the dirty dishes on the table before for any reason, not even for a few moments. Now she stood among her roses making fake and exaggerated motions to Harry, as though instructing him on how she wanted the stones moved. Harry thought she looked quite mad. Harry pulled out his journal, into which he had managed to scrawl some juicy, but not too juicy tidbits on the whereabouts and goings-on of one Vernon Dursley. He made sure to exaggerate the physical characteristics of Uncle Vernon's lunch guests. Like his divination homework, Harry had gotten quite good at making things up in a pinch. On the train ride back to Privet Drive, Harry made sure he had accounted for all his lost time at the vet's. Aunt Petunia approved somewhat of the black outfit Harry had chosen, which set Harry up for his next task, extracting more money from Aunt Petunia to continue his espionage. Harry had let on that this outfit had cost him most of his money, and Aunt Petunia, used to shopping for Dudley at only the finest and most expensive clothing stores, believed him, but still refused to give him any more money except for food and train fare. The next morning, feeling desperate, Harry decided that, needing to save the train fare toward his vet bill, constituted an emergency and thus another call for the night bus. He could pay the fare for that with his wizarding money and save the scarce Muggle money for the vet. Stan and Ern didn't seem surprised to see Harry, and in fact, seemed even more interested in him than even before, if that were possible. "We're right glad that Sirius Black didn't get you a few years back when we first found ya, lad. Must be glad he's gone eh?" Ern turned right around to look at Harry, while the bus apparently drove itself. Yeah," Harry said stoutly, not able to reply in any other way, since most people still did not know yet that Sirius Black had been an innocent man. Ern's comment made Harry realize that he would be hearing relieved, even overjoyed people, talking about Sirius's death like it was the best thing that had happened in the fight against Dark Wizards since he had survived a strike from Voldemort as an infant. Ern's comment had stung him into silence as he knew he would be hearing non-stop well-meaning chatter about this death. "Why so glum, Harry? I thought you said he was gonna make it, that Max dog. That's what you called, I am in it." Stan looked at him sympathetically. "Yeah, I am just thinking. I'd like to keep him, but I can't." Harry was only half lying. Most of his sudden sadness was caused by the fact that Harry really hadn't thought about the fact that he would have to hide his grief over his godfather's death and maybe even have to participate in the inevitable character assassinations that would surely be rampant at Hogwarts. Sirius had been wrongly labeled a known Voldemort supporter, so to take suspicions off himself, he would have to pretend to be even glad of the death. Harry had been ordered by the Order of the Phoenix not to try to enlighten people that Sirius had been wrongly convicted and had even escaped from Azkaban prison to prove his innocence and claim his godson. "Yeah, glad he's gone." Harry had gotten used to lying more and more each day, but this one barely choked out of him. He felt like he'd been punched in the throat. His mouth was dry. This lie felt so bad it had caused a physical reaction, so when he walked into the vet's office shortly after, looking ashen-faced and sick, Stephanie called to the boy named Tyler to bring him a glass of water and she gestured for him to sit down. "Are you all right?" She looked very concerned. Harry thought quickly. It wouldn't be at all out of reason to use the unseasonably hot weather as an excuse for feeling poorly, so he did. At only 7 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had reached the unbearable point already. The heat was unprecedented and could not be explained by scientists or meteorologists. It was the topic of conversation on every street as people scrambled to get somewhere air-conditioned. The weather excuse satisfied Stephanie, but her son Tyler, who was 11 years old, scrutinized his face so keenly that Harry could have sworn he felt some thought invasion. Tyler quickly turned away, squeezing Harry's shoulder as if he felt sorry for him. Harry would usually have been angry with anyone who had stared at him like this. It wasn't like he wasn't used to people staring at his scar every day of his life, but this boy hadn't even glanced at it. For some reason Harry did not feel angry. He couldn't explain it, but he felt better physically and mentally than he had in weeks, after Tyler had touched his shoulder. Harry was led to the back room where Max and his fellow patients were lounging on soft beds. Harry was surprised to see rabbits and hedgehogs and other small wild animals. Stephanie explained that the owner of the clinic let her do charity work for some of the smaller wild animals who had survived car injuries or the like. This fox was left clinging to life after being hunted down by a pack of hounds for sport, she said disgustedly. Harry, who never did approve of sport hunting, almost forgot himself and told Stephanie and Tyler about the fact that Quidditch used to be played with a live bird, instead of a golden ball. Now that he thought about it, he realized he would never have played Quidditch at all if this was still the case. The more Harry talked to Stephanie and Tyler, the more he liked them, but being friends with Harry Potter could put your life at risk. He already worried for his two best friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. He felt he could risk distant conversation. He was starved for someone to talk to. Just don't get too close, he thought. Max thumped his tail enthusiastically when Harry finally got to the enclosure. This was a huge facility. Tyler opened the door and before Harry entered, Tyler did something very strange. He placed his forehead on Max's huge shaggy head and Harry could have sworn he heard him whisper something to the dog. Harry was left alone with Max, who sat with his head in Harry's lap. Somehow it was very comfortable. Harry didn't have to say anything to Max and Max didn't have to say anything to Harry. They just sat watching the comings and goings of people and animals and in particular, Tyler. Stephanie had said that Tyler had made extra money after school and on weekends cleaning out cages and feeding the animals. He would also exercise the more healed animals, readying them for home life. It seemed to Harry as he watched, that there was more to Tyler than met the eye. Tyler would look around, forgetting about Harry, to make sure no one was around, then, at the cages of the more sick or grievously wounded animals like the fox, he would reach in and seem to caress without actually touching the animal. Harry thought it extremely odd behavior, but sometimes kids are weirder, Harry supposed. He had never been allowed to be a kid, and Dudley had never been a good example of a normal kid either. Max was doing remarkably well. To make a good showing, Harry gave all his train and meal money towards the bill. It was a considerable sum as he was supposed to be dining at La Maison de Flambe. I didn't want to eat at a burning house. Anyway, Harry translated the French name of the restaurant to himself, chuckling a bit. How gullible people were for fancy facades. Oh great, now I'm doing it, facade, he said to himself. I should look into French lessons. Harry felt it was amazing how the morning with Max had passed without a single negative thought. The past few weeks had brought nothing but them. He felt as though someone had put a cheering charm on him, only without the giddiness usually felt with one. We close for lunch, Harry. It was Stephanie who had ushered him out. See you tomorrow, Max, Harry promised. In this extreme heat, Harry didn't feel hungry, which was a good thing since his money was all gone. He wondered how people could eat hot food on a day like this anyway and went across the street from La Maison de Flambe to get a drink from the fountain. Along came Uncle Vernon, giving his keys to the parking attendant and opening the door for a leggy. Now this was an eye-opener as he offered her his arm. It turned out, however, that Harry's initial interest was premature. Uncle Vernon had then reached into the back seat for a cane, which he handed to the leggy. Harry was relieved that this was no more than a gentlemanly act, for it would have required a lot more work on his part if he had seen any more evidence. Still, he was intrigued and now wished he could enter the restaurant. What little he could make out from Uncle Vernon's table through the darkened windows of the restaurant was a few telephone calls made by Uncle Vernon and his lunch guest. There were no cocktails or dessert, and Uncle Vernon's car was seen leaving the restaurant shortly thereafter. Aunt Petunia had given Harry a list of Uncle Vernon's reservations and appointments, and Harry made the rest up to keep her curious and he on the job. The more Harry eluded the fact that he was close to a breakthrough, the more generous she became. Harry began his third day much the same as he had on the previous one, only this time he was careful to sneak some sandwiches and bananas for lunch. Dudley, who had been told that Harry had to attend summer school, and was dumb enough to believe this, even though the distance to Hogwarts would never allow for frequent day trips, teased him incessantly about it. "Mom, Harry's stealing food," he shouted into the sitting room, where Aunt Petunia was dusting portraits lovingly, as though remembering happier times when all they had to worry about was what to do with that boy. "What do you mean by this?" admonished Aunt Petunia, catching herself only when she noticed Dudley's squinted-up eyebrows when she said, "I have already given you plenty of money for." "Mommy, you're giving money to him." None of the Dursleys had ever given Harry anything, not even on his birthday. Dudley looked robbed and beaten. He ate Harry's sandwiches and fruit while Aunt Petunia consoled him with what she assured him was far more money than Harry had received, all the while looking at Harry like she couldn't wait to thrash him. Once Dudley was convinced that the money Harry had received was for school books only, and that, after all, the faster he passed his grades, the faster they would be rid of him, she beckoned Harry out into the garden, once again making over-exaggerated gardening instructions to him. Harry was ashamed of just how good a liar he was becoming. He studied his feet as he reminded Aunt Petunia of just how many pretty secretaries were in Uncle Vernon's office building. He concocted a story about having to purchase sandwiches and pay someone to deliver them into the office and come out with a report on what Uncle Vernon was up to during work hours, where of course Harry would be recognized immediately. He didn't look up when she asked what he had learned. He thought fast on his feet and made up a story about a secretary just taking dictation in his office, to which Aunt Petunia voiced that she couldn't imagine what he would have to dictate. "I didn't have enough money to buy sandwiches and pay someone to deliver them today, so I thought I'd make them, you know, to save you money," he added slyly. "Stupid boy, restaurant sandwiches do not come crumpled up in plastic bags. Do you want me to get caught?" "You," said Harry. "Uncle Vernon would kill me if he knew what I was doing." Aunt Petunia had concealed that she thought Harry's plan had been brilliant. "Today, I want you to buy some chocolates for Vernon and have them sent from an admirer, a secret admirer. If Vernon is perplexed about the gift, or he tells me about it, I'll know he's being true. If not, I'll know he has secrets. She bought it, Harry thought to himself as Stan and Ern let him off in front of Fine Chocolatier, after having asked why he needed so much emergency transport. Harry knew he'd have to send the expensive chocolates that Aunt Petunia had ordered him to, because Uncle Vernon would most likely be telling her about it tonight. The chocolatier seemed on the verge of tears. Someone had shut off his air conditioner in all this heat, and his finely sculpted chocolate masterpieces now resembled Hermione's pet cat Crookshank's litter droppings. The proprietor had turned the air conditioning back on hours ago, but hadn't saved a single item. An irate bride and her furious mother stared at the bald little fat man, also on the verge of tears. Her wedding desserts had been ruined. What were once beautifully written chocolate place cards with the guest's name on them were now puddles. The white icing lettering on the chocolate, in its melted state, looked like very old crumbling tombstones. The bride left, promising a lawsuit. Harry stepped up and asked to buy something. Everything is ruined utterly. I have to start over. The man had a thick French accent. Can I buy these cheap? Harry indicated, pointed to the turds of chocolate with toasted coconut on them. You can have them. Help yourself, the man said dejectedly, starting to gather up the contents of the store and place everything into a large vat. Feeling happy for the free candy, Harry helped the man gather up the ruined delicacies. In exchange, the man took the bag of white icing at Harry's request and wrote, "To Vernon with love," on the lumps of candy. He wrapped it in a gold box and put ribbon on. It was perfect. If you want to come back, there will be fresh merchandise by 4. Oh, no thanks. It's just a gag for a friend. Then, deciding to get a chuckle out of this for himself and knowing that the Dursleys didn't speak a word of French, he had the man write, "Little cat droppings," in French on the box. So now, the box of Mon Petit Chats Fouilles were on their way to Uncle Vernon's office building, delivered by none other than the chocolatier himself, who said he could use a good laugh just now. The best part was, it didn't cost Harry a dime. When Harry entered the back room of the vet's office, he was surprised to see the fox's cage empty. Harry couldn't believe when Stephanie told him that the fox was recovered and had been set free. He remembered having seen huge fresh stitches in the animal only yesterday. "You can tell me if he died, you know. Death doesn't bother me," he stammered, thinking she was trying to protect him. He hated it when people treated him like he was fragile, like he couldn't defend himself, like he hadn't already proven himself a man, and just then he realized it. He was a man. Today was his 16th birthday. It wasn't unusual for Harry's birthdays to escape him. After all, he wasn't a silly girl who needed a sweet 16 party. Still, it was another milestone marked by nothing but misery. Harry didn't want to be selfish, but he doubted any present would make him feel better anyway. Harry, are you all right?" Stephanie called through his little conversation with himself. She didn't seem angry that Harry had alluded that she was lying about the fox. She had stuck to the story so vehemently that Harry almost believed that the fox had healed. Harry now noticed that most of the other wild animals had gone as well. Those other animals, the little flying squirrel and the little deer that was in that pen over there. Where are they then? Well, she said sadly, we couldn't release them back into their own territories because they came from the new road construction site. Their trees have all been cleared and by law we can't keep them here when they're healed, so they're awaiting relocation at a wildlife rehabilitation center. Just this little garter snake here now. So more cages for them. Harry could relate, as he signed a petition started by Tyler, which already had 4,000 names on it. Harry was stunned. The valley that was being torn apart was one of his refuges from number 4 Privet Drive. The only nearby quiet and truly peaceful place he could go to get away from the Dursleys for an evening. Harry wanted to add more than just his name to this petition. He wanted to add a curse for the recipient, a rich developer. He hadn't known that work had already started on the expressway. He would have thought, naively as it may be, that being the only green space left in Little Whinging, it would have protected status. Entering Max's cage, Harry said, "I'm 16 today, boy." Max wagged his tail enthusiastically and in so doing left his injuries open to view, only there was nothing to see. Presuming that Max must be lying on his injured side, Harry glanced at his other leg. Not only were the stitches gone, the wound was gone and had regrown hair back onto it. Before Harry could express his amazement, Tyler came in, and with more authority in his voice than an 11-year-old should have, he told Harry that Max needed to begin exercise today. Tyler told Harry to come back in an hour and Max would be back. Caught somewhat off guard and taken aback by the boy's order, he replied, "I can walk my own dog, thank you." In his irritation, Harry had not even asked about Max's miraculous recovery, but looking at Tyler for an answer, he felt his irritation ebbing. When Tyler put his hand on Harry's shoulder, Harry decided he had been a little too defensive. After all, Tyler was experienced with animals. Harry knew that he had developed a quick temper, even when talking with friends if they appeared to be patronizing or controlling somehow. "Can I walk with you?" Harry asked Tyler, sounding somehow younger than he was for some reason. "I'm afraid not," Tyler answered in a less authoritarian voice. His hand was still on Harry's shoulder and for some reason, he felt content not to ask why. Harry was embarrassed when he was awoken an hour later from the most contented sleep he'd had in ages. He woke up to Tyler's gentle whisper of, "Wake up, sleepyhead. How do you feel now?" Harry would normally have been furious at someone who, in his opinion, had spoken to him like a child or a person with a disturbed mind, or even like one of his pet patients. For someone who was only supposed to be cleaning out cages, Tyler seemed to have many more duties than Stephanie had let on. He seemed to enjoy his work, not worried about missing out on playing with his friends. Tyler seemed so content, and Harry was sure he had never felt as settled as this boy 5 years his junior. "I'm okay," Harry answered, and for some reason, he was. He felt he could have stayed there all day. "Weather's getting nasty out there," said Tyler. "I have things to do, and Max should rest. I'll leave you for a while." He said his goodbyes to Max. Things were happening much quicker than Harry could develop a plan for. Max had gone from dying to a full recovery in only 3 days. On the plus side, the vet bill would be more manageable due to the short recovery period, but there was no way Harry could take Max home. Despite this, Harry left without telling Stephanie to start the adoption process to get Max a decent home. Harry had given all his money to the vet clinic, and since Dudley had eaten his sandwiches, he stood under a torn canopy of a nearby building to shield himself from the torrential rainstorm. They had needed rain desperately. Steam rose in billows from the black top and the wind whipped the dry and creaking branches of the trees that lined the street of shops. It was just then that Stephanie pulled up with Tyler, getting her dark curly hair wet as she leaned out the window calling, "It's my half day when time allows. Do you need a ride?" "No, it's okay," Harry waved them on. He really had nowhere to go until Uncle Vernon went home. Tyler got out of the car and ran up to Harry. Apparently, they couldn't hear his reply over the driving rain. Soaking wet, Tyler looked his age, and it struck Harry how much he looked like Stephanie, large hazel eyes and dark hair. Harry had always been told he had his mother's eyes and his father's stature. He felt a pang of jealousy, or was it pain, when he saw the two of them laughing at each other's rain-soaked appearance, happy with each other's company. "Will you have supper with us tonight, Harry? Dad's back from his trip and my grandmother is making marble cake with vanilla frosting." Harry's stomach rumbled and he found himself accepting the invitation despite the future consequences. Harry got into their car, glad to be out of the driving rain. Tyler's father, Howard, and Stephanie embraced warmly while Tyler piped in, "Did you bring me anything, Dad?" "That depends," replied Howard with a mock stern look. "Did you drive Grandma nuts and shirk your chores, or were you a good boy?" "Oh, Dad," Tyler beamed as his dad handed him something in a taped-up bag saying, "Best gift I could find while running through the terminal." "Admit it, Howard," laughed Stephanie. "You've never gift-wrapped anything properly in your life." "Well, you can't wrap these," he returned, producing the most beautiful bunch of flowers Stephanie said she ever seen. "And these are for Mom," he said to Tyler's grandmother. "Your favorite licorice candy." "Such a thoughtful boy," replied Tyler's grandmother, Helen. "And who do we have here?" Harry snapped out his analyzing this warm scene to reply somewhat inadequately, "Oh, pleased to meet you. I'm Harry Potter." There was no awed and stunned silence, just a normal, "How do you do," as he was introduced to the rest of Tyler's family. Harry now realized that these were the first Muggles he ever met on his own, instead of being introduced by the Dursleys when they absolutely had to admit he even existed, as a criminal who attended St. Brust's secure center for incurably criminal boys. They had never met the Dursleys. To them, Harry Potter was just a nice normal boy. "Howard dear," prodded Helen, "perhaps you could get out some of your old college shirts and pants. They would be about Harry's size, perhaps a tad too big," she added, taking in his too lean frame. "We can't have Harry catching cold, can we?" Harry had been far too nervous to realize that he had been shivering. Tyler offered his bedroom for Harry to change in, and the clothes fit much better than any of Dudley's old things had ever done. When the meal, which was vegetarian, was over and Harry found he actually liked tofu, he nearly fell out of his chair when the dessert arrived. Stephanie had hurried into the kitchen right after the meal after declining Harry's offer to help clear. She came out lighting candles on the marble cake in Helen's hands. 16 candles to be exact. "Your birthday was on the records at the clinic in the owner's file," she explained as everyone sang happy birthday. Harry swelled with pride as he blew out the candles on his cake. He'd had birthday cakes before, but not complete with candles and someone to sing happy birthday to him. "Of course we knew you probably already had a lovely cake with your aunt and uncle, but it just makes for a nice addition to Howard's welcome home dinner. We were going to give this to you on Friday, Max's release date, but as you're here." She handed him a beautifully wrapped present. Harry was stunned to find a beautiful leather collar and retractable leash, engraved with "Max Potter" on it. Stephanie told him that Max could stay at their house until Harry could talk to his guardians. "Thanks," was all Harry could say. They didn't know the Dursleys. They wouldn't allow an animal to reside permanently in their house in a month of Sundays. Even their tolerance of the occasional turtle or other object of Dudley's attention, or lack thereof, had only lasted until Dudley got tired of them, neglected them into an early death, or were set free by Harry, who had routinely rescued them from Dudley's tantrums. Harry was alarmed when he realized it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The weather had gotten even worse with the rain battering the roof. Harry hadn't noticed, so peaceful was this home. The power had gone out hours ago and the family room glowed with candles and the warm fire in the fireplace. I've got to go." Harry leapt up, panicking. "Oh dear, why don't you call home and ask if you can spend the night? It's a terrible mess out." "I can't." Harry was so emphatic that they did not try to dissuade him. He gratefully accepted a ride, hoping that Howard would not want to meet his aunt and uncle. He would just direct Howard to let him off at a house down the street, pretending to live there, then just walk the rest of the way. Harry was just hiding his gift in his pants pocket when he realized that he had left his clothes at Tyler's house. How could he explain the missing journal and the different clothing? Howard saw Harry to the door, somehow picking up on his apprehensions and feeling he could be of some help. Howard was rather shocked that Harry had to ring the doorbell at his own home. Harry began babbling at once. "Train late, bad weather, needed ride." He lied. Howard picked up on Harry's apprehensions at once. The only reason Aunt Petunia, who had answered the door waiting to pounce, let Howard speak at all was because, like Uncle Vernon, Howard was a businessman and wore an expensive suit. Aunt Petunia was now clearly the scared one. Scared that Harry had done something wrong to embarrass them, like getting caught skulking around the business district following people. She feared Howard might be an undercover policeman. Harry wasn't told what business Howard was in. Lads had a bit of bad luck. Train cancelled due to the storm, soaking wet to the bone. Howard was concocting a story to rival one of Harry's best. "I missed my train from the airport as well. Had plenty of extra clothes in my suitcase, so I lent him these. Wife had to pick me up. She's waiting in the car," he finished quickly. "Well, thank you for seeing him home. We were so worried." Howard shot Harry a look that indicated that he knew this woman was clearly lying. He looked like he wanted to say something, but with a pleading look from Harry, he said his goodbyes like a mere acquaintance and left, wishing Harry good luck. Closing the door and dropping her concerned demeanor, Aunt Petunia rounded on Harry. She bought the cancelled train story, because indeed the trains had been cancelled or delayed. Uncle Vernon sat sulking in the study while Aunt Petunia hissed in Harry's ear, "Do you know what Uncle Vernon gave me today?" She sounded like a shrew. "These." She held up the chocolate box Harry had sent to Uncle Vernon today. He must have removed the tags and re-gifted them to me. The nerve. I thought for sure he would have wondered who sent them, but he must receive gifts like this all the time, not to have been puzzled as to whom they'd come from. It had escaped Aunt Petunia that the box read, "My little cat's poop," Harry thought, feeling much relieved. "What's this?" snapped Aunt Petunia, catching sight of the gift box Harry had sticking out of his pocket. Just once it would be nice not to be searched. Just be normal, like the family he'd just visited. Just some more chocolates, he lied quickly. I thought we'd send them tomorrow to see what happens. But Harry's lie luck had come to an end. Aunt Petunia snapped open the box exclaiming, "Have you been spending my money on this punk rock nonsense gadgets like the ones you see on television?" She spat in disgust at the dog collar. "Why, yes," Harry stammered, figuring her ready-made story was better than telling her about Max and about where all her money had really gone. "Vernon," she called into the study, turning back to Harry and demanding, "What do you mean by all of this?" Apparently this attire was considered as bad as being a wizard. What would take place next had Harry's head reeling. As soon as Uncle Vernon had entered the hall, Petunia put on her best performance ever. "Harry has stolen money to buy this rock and roll garbage and has been following you around trying to catch you in an affair and break up our beautiful marriage." She looked about to faint. Uncle Vernon's purple face looked like he was going to pop a major artery. Dudley appeared smirking, leaning on the stair rail. She continued, "Dudders was in town for a few days with his friends. He saw Harry skulking around spending large quantities of money, so naturally he came to me right away." She eyed Harry as though warning him not to tell Uncle Vernon that it was all her idea. Harry glared at Dudley, wondering how much he actually knew. To his complete amazement and horror, Dudley proudly took out a journal. Day 1. Dudley began importantly. Harry realized with a horrible sinking feeling that Aunt Petunia had set him up. She now looked like the perfect victim. A. Her money had been stolen. B. Harry had told her that Uncle Vernon had been seen keying a leggy. "I did not start anything," he shouted defensively. "I didn't want this. You made me follow him." He jabbed at Aunt Petunia's collar in an uncharacteristic display of his welled-up turmoil, knowing that he was defeated before he began. Somehow, Petunia had been found out, and she needed to make Harry her scapegoat. Dudley, who had until his trip to London, been oblivious to the secret between Aunt Petunia and Harry, continued. Harry knew he had been too busy to see Dudley in the crowded business district, with all his friends, but he knew now, looking at the self-important little git, that Dudley, as dull as he normally was, had unraveled his own mother's intentions and now protected her, throwing Harry into Uncle Vernon's rage. Uncle Vernon looked like a victim now too. Falsely accused and robbed of money, that would have been better spent on Dudley, and Dudley looked the hero who had saved the day for having cleared up Harry's lies about Vernon's supposed affairs to Aunt Petunia. Dudley couldn't have really been paying too much attention to Harry in London, for when he continued to read his journal aloud with much relish, he had said that Harry had gone into a tattoo parlor and purchased his collar, leash and tag. Harry could tell Dudley had only just written this entry because the ink was a different color than the rest. "You see why I've been drinking, Vernon dear. This boy has been poisoning my mind with his lies." Aunt Petunia whimpered, relying on the fact that Vernon had always hated Harry and would automatically believe that it had been Harry who had suggested in the first place that he had been having an affair just to get himself some money and free time in London. "You see why I've been entertaining clients away, Petunia dear." This was sickening to Harry. "It's too embarrassing to bring them here with this boy here," Vernon replied, cuffing Harry in the head. Harry's ears were ringing as every last one of them found a way to make it all Harry's fault. "You see why I've had to ask for more allowance money. I've been spending it all following him around, even though I had to go into places I was ashamed to go into, just to help you." Dudley lied, looking sweetly at his parents, who promised him a large reward as he set off for the kitchen. Aunt Petunia had managed to turn everything into Harry's fault and in so doing had patched up her marriage and set things back to where she liked them. They were right, he was wrong. Dudley was an angel, and he was the devil. The ringing in Harry's ears reflected the weather outside. Uncle Vernon's shouting was almost drowned out by the rain pelting the windows and setting the shutters flapping in wind. Harry was more than angry. There were no words to express how he felt. The weather seemed to be expressing his feelings for him, for just as he had been about to lose control completely and do something drastic, the power went out and the kitchen window broke. Once again being blamed for things he wouldn't have the slightest clue how to do, another window in the kitchen blew in, showering glass throughout. "You will pay for that, boy," raged Uncle Vernon, raising his beefy hands and reaching for Harry. But Harry could take no more. It seemed he would have to leave or be rescued every summer, and this was to be no exception, although this time he vowed he would never darken the Dursleys' doorstep again. Harry reached for his wand, but to his horror it was not there. His back pocket, where he had always kept it, despite Mad-Eye Moody's dire warnings of losing a beep should it go off, was at Tyler Golden's house, as was the rest of his clothing he had been wearing that day. Harry felt completely threatened by the now advancing Dursleys. He dodged past Dudley's doubled-up fists, receiving a hard blow to the small of the back as he ran. Harry had no time to gather his things. He opened Hedwig's cage and threw her out the window, not having time to send an urgent call for help. The Dursleys, not knowing Harry had no wand, were busy trying to light candles as wind howled in through the shattered window. Harry managed to slip past them in the dark. They hated Harry but wouldn't let him leave. Whatever threat they had on them to keep Harry physically safe, had apparently still held meaning for the Dursleys. They had split up in the dark, each taking a door or window. Dudley spotted Harry on the stairs by the flashing lights of an emergency vehicle illuminating the otherwise dark house. Lightning flickered flashes of eerie blue as the thunder shook the remaining intact window. This was it. Harry ran into the kitchen and leapt through the broken window frame, tearing Howard's old college sweatshirt and making a gash on his palm as he used his right hand for leverage out the window. Harry didn't notice the injury as he ran blindly through the deluge of rain. If the wind hadn't been at his back, he wouldn't have been able to move against its fury. He got onto his broom, apprehension seizing him. He had never flown in weather like this before. The Quidditch match of a few years ago had been a spring walk on a sunny beach compared to this. He couldn't summon the night bus without his wand. This was it. He had to go get his wand the only way he could. Harry's firebolt would only rise 5 feet in the air. The storm had made the night sky so inky, no Muggle would be able to see him anyway, nor did he care whether they could or not. He was fed up and was feeling more insane than anyone had ever accused him of being. No more. There, do as we say, Harry, and be a good little wizard. No more reasoning things out. Harry had told himself and many others that he'd had it, but now he felt at the point of no return. Harry was going to do what Harry wanted to do. He would be a puppet no more, he decided as he passed places of his tormented childhood on his way to retrieve his belongings. None but one of these places held a special memory for Harry, and as he was passing by it, he lingered for a moment to appreciate it, for he knew his days in Little Whinging were behind him, and he also knew that this place, which had always held a tranquil spot to collect himself and to make his days with the Dursleys more bearable, was going to be gone forever soon. A lightning bolt illuminated a line of bulldozers perched before a beautiful valley. The one place in the Muggle world where Harry had felt at peace. The Red Hill Valley and King's Forest marshlands were about to be destroyed for a road to be built. Tyler had asked Harry to sign his petition to halt the destruction, which he'd done, but it had been useless. Even though people were opposed to the destruction of the last bit of green space in Little Whinging, the politicians were bought and paid for and the construction company was about to have their way. Harry could see Uncle Vernon in his mind. All he could see for real was the flashes of lightning, letting him glance at his special place for the last time. He heard Uncle Vernon's voice, ruddy environmentalists trying to stop progress. "I'll get to work 20 minutes faster. Most regular people won't be willing to dish out for the toll." Reluctantly, Harry took one last look at this place of threatened beauty and set off again for London. Harry was making slow progress to retrieve his wand from the Golden's house. He hoped no one had touched it. When he arrived at the door and was about to knock, the thought occurred to him that he should just use the Accio charm and be done with it, but he decided he would like to see Tyler's family one last time. He wouldn't be able to say goodbye to them or anything, but he could have one more glimpse of a happy home. He somehow felt he may never see the Weasleys again either, who had always seemed to Harry to be the epitome of a normal, loving family, except for their bout of trouble with Percy. Harry pounded on the door. He did not want to be rude, but it was the only way he could be heard above the raging storm. He almost fell into the house when Stephanie answered carrying a hurricane lamp. "Harry, you're hurt." Harry hadn't given any thought to his injury. "I'm fine," he reassured her, but now he looked at his hand in proper light. It was no wonder he felt lightheaded, beyond flying in such foul conditions. Seeing the concern she had for him, compared to the Dursleys' complete lack of any care or concern for him during his entire life, made Harry know that it was a good thing he hadn't had his wand before he'd run off. He shuddered slightly, realizing only now, that if he'd had his wand, he may not have had the control to refrain from punishing the Dursleys for their hateful contempt of him since infancy. He had denied breaking the windows back in Privet Drive in angry uncontrolled flares of magic, thinking, at least hoping, it had been the storms. If he was this out of control again, he knew it would only be a matter of time before someone else was hurt. He hated the Dursleys, but he had to hope in his heart that he would never purposely cause them pain. He had to know he was better than that. "What are you doing back?" Stephanie had asked with alarm at a boy this age being out alone on so foul a night and injured. She was pleased to see him, but puzzled at his arrival in such bad weather. "I've just come to get my clothes." Harry only just caught himself. "Oh, Helen's just washed and dried them before the power went out again. They're in a bag in Tyler's room, but you can't leave tonight. The phones are down and we can't even call your relatives." Harry was beyond truth or lies. He just needed his wand and he needed it now. These storms are only to get worse all night according to the radio. "Tyler," she called, summoning Tyler to come with bandages and antiseptic. Harry knew he needed stitches. He'd had loads of them for being at the mercy of Dudley for most of his life. No, the scar on his forehead wasn't the only one he had. When people stared at the scar on his forehead, he had on more than one occasion contemplated offering them a look at his other scar from being hit by a pellet from Dudley's Christmas present, a pellet gun. It had hit Harry on the cheek, no, not the one on his face. He had spent that Christmas getting it removed from his right butt cheek. How embarrassing, not to mention painful. Muggle medicine was less than modest, Harry remembered. "Trees are down everywhere," Steph, Howard explained, entering the hall to see who had knocked on their door on a night like this. As Harry rocked on his heels, partially from impatience, partly from blood loss, Tyler's parents discussed what to do about their injured guest. Stephanie had made Harry sit down and had wrapped his hand in a towel for the moment. "There's no way we can get Harry to the hospital for stitches," Harry heard Tyler's father tell Stephanie, and he was slightly afraid they'd make up their mind to stitch his hand up themselves. Even though Stephanie was a doctor, Harry knew Madame Pomfrey could have closed it in a second without pain. Harry wasn't a sissy, but he wanted to avoid more pain. Little did he know that in a few hours' time, he would know nothing but pain. Tyler came with the first aid kit and looked at the two open flaps of skin with a large gash in between with little concern. "Come on upstairs, I'll at least bind it for you," Tyler told Harry as Howard and he helped him up the stairs. Harry had thought it strange that Stephanie, being a doctor, would not offer to do it herself. She called up to Tyler, "Remember son, he's not the same as an injured animal, you know it won't work the same." Harry didn't know what in the world Stephanie had meant by this, he was just anxious to get his hands on his wand and leave without upsetting these people further. Tyler took long gauze bandages and antibiotic cleaner and bound Harry's hand tightly enough to stem the flow of blood, but not cut it off completely. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and Harry's sense of urgency to leave suddenly left. He still wanted to know where his wand was and he still had every intention of leaving, even if it cost him his life to Voldemort, but the thought of Voldemort catching him now he'd left the Dursleys for good, did not seem so inevitable. His hand was warm and comfortable. The feeling had returned to his fingertips. Harry woke up a couple of hours later shivering. The temperature had dropped to almost winter conditions. He was startled to hear Stephanie talking to Tyler. "You have to be careful, Tyler, it doesn't work as well with people." He thought he'd been dreaming. Stephanie handed Harry a hot bowl of soup, heated by the family camp stove. Harry ate the soup left-handed, secretly flexing his right fingers to see if they still worked. The hand felt stingy and tender, but nothing to when he had first arrived. Tyler's grandmother came in with Harry's clothes, wallet and wand in a neat stack. "My late husband used to whittle wood. Been at it long, Harry," she added sweetly, mistaking the wand for a wood project of some kind. No, Harry neither lied nor told them it was a wand. "Look, I really appreciate all of this, but I have to get going." Despite their protests, he was not in their charge. He got up to get dressed. How he had gotten into pajamas, he couldn't remember, but as the ladies left the room, he pulled on his shirt, wanting to ask Tyler something, because he, like Harry, had a secret, and Harry knew it. Had there been nothing else going on, Harry would have liked to have let time develop a bond with Tyler and find out more about him. Suddenly, Harry's ears were ringing again and Tyler reached out in a comforting gesture. No, Harry leapt back, he wasn't certain why. He didn't have time for blissful slumber now if Tyler had somehow been inducing this on him. He was embarrassed by his emphatic reaction and hoped he hadn't hurt Tyler's feelings or worse yet looked like a freak, thinking Tyler had some healing touch or something. "I've gotta go, maybe I'll see you again." Harry stepped out into the pelting rain, which was now coming down in sheets, not knowing where to go, knowing Voldemort would be looking to fulfill the prophecy of the duel to the death with him. He now felt he could never have friends or family. They would be slaughtered like Sirius and his parents in Voldemort's search to destroy him. Only one of them could live. Harry retrieved his firebolt he'd hidden a respectable distance from the house, so no one would see it, and flew off with a renewed fury and loss. The Goldens had not gotten hurt yet, but for their own safety, Harry would do the right thing and break off all contact. Harry, thinking of the dejected look on Tyler's face when he had learned that his petition to save the same valley he had loved, moved him to a foolish but noble gesture. Although still restricted by the Underage Wizardry Act, Harry no longer cared about expulsion from Hogwarts, or fines or speeches from Hermione, who would never approve. She would have told him to send a letter by owl post to Professor Dumbledore or a member of the Order of the Phoenix before leaving Privet Drive to look for trouble. Despite hearing everyone's warnings in his head, Harry took off back toward the valley. He hadn't known where he would go after getting his wand back anyhow, and now, at least for the moment, he had a destination and a purpose. He had fought not to go back to the Dursleys to punish them for all their years of torture, and he had won that fight, at least for now, but if he was going to be expelled, which he was sure he would be, he felt it might as well be for a really big act of underage magic. Music had never filled the rooms of Privet Drive, but Harry had found an old discarded radio in the garage one summer and had claimed it for his own, hiding it for the past year under the loose floorboards with all the other secrets he had to keep there. A song played in his head as he flew recklessly, eyes squinting as the rain pounded his glasses, forgetting the simple impervious spell Hermione had taught him to keep the rain off them. The lyrics of the Beatles song played in his head. "There are places I remember, all my life, though some have changed, some forever not for better, some have gone, and some remain." Harry vowed that the Red Hill would remain, unchanged. Something had to be forever. Harry half leapt, half fell off his firebolt at the construction yard which stood at the south end of the valley. The bulldozers and dump trucks looked like giant skeletons of dinosaurs when they were lit up in the storm's fury. Harry pointed his wand yelling at the construction supply lot, and one by one the heavy equipment blew up, sending large pieces of metal flying everywhere. This would cost millions of dollars in damages, making it unlikely the highway would be started on schedule and giving Tyler's group more time to halt the proceedings. "Annihilatius incendium," he screamed over and over again. "Annihilatius incendium." Another backhoe had blown sky high, illuminating the whole lot. Harry was full of adrenaline, his heart was beating loudly in his chest. He felt as if he looked down he would actually see it beating, all the while the ringing in his ears continued unabated. Harry, who had forgotten Hermione's impervious charm for his glasses, thought he was hallucinating. A dark-robed figure darted behind one of the heavy machine's large claw-like buckets. Reckless, Harry immediately raised his wand, Annihilatius Isend. Harry was knocked off his feet and flew backwards and landed hard on the ground. "I would appreciate it if you would desist from this infernal racket, Mr. Potter." It was Albus Dumbledore. "You're very lucky the Muggle authorities can't reach this place with the storm." He looked at Harry, who couldn't make out any of Dumbledore's features through his glasses. Although Harry had thought he'd like nothing better than meeting Voldemort tonight and getting the fatal battle over with, a fear that this figure may be Voldemort in disguise gripped him, and here he was lying flat on his back like a turtle as it stood over him. Harry grabbed his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" But Dumbledore merely held his own wand trained on Harry and offered his free hand to him in a gesture to help him up. Harry rolled onto his stomach and got up unaided. "Who are you?" Dumbledore had never came to his side in summer before. "Harry, lower your wand. You haven't even received your NEWT's yet." This was unmistakably the same calm in any situation voice that Harry had known since he was 11. Harry had felt let down by Dumbledore last school year. He'd waited years to hear something that he felt he'd had a right to know his whole life. That not only had Voldemort been hunting him since birth, but that Dumbledore had known of the prophecy about Harry and Voldemort having to battle to the death one day all along. "If you're Dumbledore, let me go then." Harry blew up the remaining equipment while Dumbledore looked on benignly, just as he had when he had half destroyed his office in anger over Dumbledore's avoidance of him last year, even though Harry had understood now that it had been for his own good. Harry still did not wholly believe that this was not Voldemort in disguise. "If you were Dumbledore, you would never have let me do that. Now come on, let's go." Accio Crane. Harry summoned the last remaining pieces of heavy equipment and leapt into the driver's seat. He drove it straight at Dumbledore, leveling the pincers at him. Dumbledore turned to face the crane but did not move, draw his wand in defense or even blink. Harry could see him clearly now for some reason, and suddenly looking into those calm blue eyes, he was ashamed for his reckless behavior and for almost killing the only wizard who could help save his life. Only Dumbledore could make him this ashamed of himself. Harry felt a rush of exhaustion and relief as he jumped from the crane and sat on the muddy ground as though waiting to be arrested. He didn't say anything. There was no way Dumbledore could forgive this, he thought. "I always wanted to drive one of these," Dumbledore said, pointing his wand at the crane, which promptly drove itself over the cliff overlooking the valley. "Oh well, destructive nuisances anyway." Harry gaped at him, open-mouthed, not believing his eyes. For as long as he had known him, Harry had never seen Dumbledore make a mistake like this. Harry had been worried he'd be at the very least expelled for this huge amount of underage wizardry, causing so much destruction, if not sent to Azkaban prison. Now that the Dementors were not running the prison anymore, Harry felt life would be no different there than the Dursleys anyway. Harry, who was still awaiting Dumbledore's judgment about his latest crimes, listened with guilt as Dumbledore explained that although the valley should indeed be saved, this was not the way to have done it. As Harry started to feel extremely remorseful, Dumbledore explained to him that he understood how much Harry was going through, and somehow Harry knew everything regarding his latest offenses at least would be okay. There seemed to be no time for them to decide how to fix the destruction Harry had just caused, as they felt a calm overtake the whole valley. Not a good calm, the calm before a storm. Harry had been specifically told to stay at the Dursleys, but it had turned out he had inadvertently done the right thing. "Your aunt and uncle's house has been destroyed by a tornado. The safety you once had there is no longer valid. Magical reversal wizards are trying to assist with the damage as we speak, but members of the Order have it on good authority that Voldemort's hunt for you has now begun. That is why I am here. Had the tornadoes been a natural occurrence, the reversal squad would not of course have been sent, but Firenze has seen it in the stars that this night does not favor you for victory." Firenze was a centaur who taught divination at Hogwarts. Dumbledore would have sounded to Harry like one of those television fortune-tellers if the situation were not so grave and real. Harry now knew that his ears had been ringing with each tornado Voldemort had sent to destroy his only safe place from him in the Muggle world. Harry was no longer a resident prisoner of No. 4 Privet Drive. He realized that he now felt like a coward. Given the opportunity to return to Privet Drive at this very moment to be safe from the Dark Lord, he knew he would have jumped at the chance. Now he was being told to run, without a clear destination. Dumbledore didn't even seem to know where to send him for safety. The calm before the storm ended abruptly into a renewed sense of hell. 7 Death Eaters emerged from the woods and ignoring Harry turned on Dumbledore like a pack of rabid wolves. "Run, Harry." Even in these forceful instructions, Dumbledore remained calm, but Harry would not obey and leave Dumbledore in this fight unaided. Harry had no control over what happened next. Dumbledore aimed his wand at him and shouted, "Wingardium Egresso." Harry, who had mounted his broom to fight the Death Eaters side by side with the headmaster, felt his broom almost shoot out from under him. He had no control over the firebolt. Dumbledore had sent him away from the fight. His broom did not come into his own control until he reached London's business district. Harry stood in the rushing wind and rain with his wand stretched out in wet hands. Despite the cold, beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead as he waited for the inevitable attack from Voldemort or more Death Eaters, or maybe even Dementors. Harry's mind tortured him as stood waiting to pounce like a cat at the first person or thing to attack him. Harry saw Stephanie's car, once more on its way to the clinic. Her voice called above the storm. "Harry, get in." It sounded like an order, but there was more in her voice. "We have to get to the clinic. The tornadoes are headed this way and we could use all the help we can get." Harry wanted to help these people. Tyler pressed against the backseat window, imploring him to help, and Harry felt desperate. He couldn't go with them. Voldemort would kill them in his path to destroy Harry. I can't." Harry ran, dragging his broom down an alleyway, leaving the Goldens in their car, which had apparently stalled in the street in the large hailstones that now pelted the streets of London. Making sure Tyler's family would not see him fly, Harry made up his mind that though he would receive no praise for it, he was going to do something noble that no one would ever know about. He mounted his firebolt and took off for the clinic, abandoning his first instincts to summon the night bus and seek help in Diagon Alley or somewhere he could find other wizards to help him. He knew Dumbledore would fight off Death Eaters as long as Voldemort was not with them. With a tinge of panic, Harry knew Voldemort would no doubt be after him. In his extreme haste to save Max and the other vulnerable patients at the clinic, Harry hadn't noticed the people who were definitely wizards and witches trying to redirect funnel clouds, shield Muggle property from damage and just generally trying to do things they normally would never be seen doing because of the wizarding secrecy and concealment laws. Now, here they were, hitting funnel clouds with their wands like a Muggle baseball game on a grand scale. Suddenly it hit Harry fully that wizards were not allowed to interfere with Mother Nature. It all dawned on him. These storms had nothing to do with El Niños or global warming or the like that the weather people had been discussing on the Muggle news to explain the recent storms. The tornadoes and storms had been produced by Voldemort, not nature, and Voldemort would not care how many people he had to kill to get to Harry. It took a lot of powerful dark magic to make this phenomenon happen. Harry knew he had to leave populated areas. Voldemort would stop the storms only after Harry was caught or dead, but first, he had to save Max and the other animals. Alohomora. The doors of the clinic flew open. Fortify. Harry charged the walls with extra strength just as the window opposite him was beeped out, shattering on the sidewalk. Reparo fortify, he yelled as the glass flew back into place. Max looked up at Harry pitifully, and Harry had a sudden selfish urge to take him and try to live hidden among the Muggles, but he knew he was a marked target, and if he did not stand and fight, Voldemort would take over the world anyway. "Harry, you have to leave here. Voldemort's been here looking for you. He'll be back. He knows you're here. He knows about Max. He made me tell him." "Who said that?" asked Harry, wheeling around, but no one was there. "In here." Harry followed the voice to a long low aquarium. Tyler's garter snake had been speaking, and, being a parsleymouthe, Harry had understood easily. "If you stay, the bad dark man with red eyes will kill Tyler and everyone else, including and especially Max." Harry had turned to run when Tyler and his family arrived, knowing that Voldemort wanted him and would kill anyone in the way. They did not see Harry, and figured that the door had burst open with the wind. Tyler went to each animal and spoke to them softly. Harry had no time to find out how the snake had known about his plight. Catching sight of Harry, who had just flown from the back to the front doors, managing to look like he'd just arrived, they assured him that they had a basement, mistaking his reluctance to go there with them for fear of the storms. Thinking in his mind, "You all have to get out of here," he corrected himself. "No, I have to get out of here." Finding his voice, Harry explained, "I have to leave. You don't understand. Someone's after me. Harry, I'm not going to let your aunt and uncle hurt you. I knew I shouldn't have left you there. Calm down. You can petition the courts to let them have your aunt and uncle's guardianship of you revoked. We would, Howard began, thinking that Harry was afraid of his family. I'm sorry, Harry cried as he fled, leaving them to take the animals to the basement themselves. Harry mounted his broomstick around the corner, but could achieve no more than walking speed against the vicious winds. The wind was so strong, Harry's hair was slicked back and his mouth forced open, revealing his teeth like some G-force test an astronaut would take. A figure on a broomstick with the wind at his back approached quickly. Harry felt his breath beeped away. He could see two red slit eyes in the billowing cloak. Harry had never met Voldemort on a broomstick before. This was Voldemort's storm, and though Harry's clothes were practically blowing off him, Voldemort perched eerily unaffected by the wind as though it were windless day. The horrifying scene in front of him made Harry, who in normal situations was superior on a broom, fall off his firebolt and run blindly in the street, which was emptied now. Voldemort moved to put the Cruciatus curse on Harry immediately. Harry tried to block it, but failed, feeling it hit him in the back to fall onto the wet pavement in the middle of the street, his firebolt still in the air. Harry wished for death. He had no strength in him. He had used all his strength to fortify the walls of the clinic against the tornadoes. The offer of a painless death from Voldemort seemed to have expired since last they had met. Voldemort poised himself over Harry, reissuing his offer to end it now if he would denounce his parents, Dumbledore, and name all the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry had expected this. Voldemort had halted the curse to hear Harry's confessions. Harry laid on the pavement, muscles twitching, hardened to hear that Voldemort didn't already have this information. In his weakened state, all Harry could think to do was to fake the names of the Order and throw a curse back at Voldemort. His mind was fogged from having endured the longest Cruciatus curse in his life. He could remember only one spell. Annulatus Incendium, he rasped. Voldemort had not blown up like the machinery had done, but he did catch on fire. This gave Harry time to remount his broom and try to clear his head. Voldemort's cloak had erupted in flames, burning away completely, but not injuring Voldemort in the slightest. In fact, he looked like he'd had a mild barbecue accident. The oxygen level dropped with each funnel cloud. There were many touchdowns. Building windows were showering down on them. Voldemort put a protective spell on himself and watched Harry get pelted by large hailstones and shattered glass and flying debris. Then the worst thing that could have happened did. Tyler came running into view behind Voldemort. No, Tyler! Harry screamed silently, for the wind had taken his breath and his voice. Tyler looked at Voldemort and somehow retained the presence of mind to run, despite having seen Harry flying on a broom. Voldemort, who had expected this less than Harry, was slow to react. He aimed a curse at Tyler and missed as Tyler sped into a building and up the left stairwell. "He'll be fun to play with later," taunted Voldemort as he did a charm opposite of Alohomora, thus sealing Tyler in the building to play with later. Harry could not watch another innocent's death. "Please," Harry pleaded, for resistance hadn't saved Cedric. Harry had refused to grovel the last time he did battle with Voldemort. "Tell me, Harry, what I want to know. You, of course, will die, but maybe I'll just make beeps of your little friends, that Weasley boy and that pretty little thing, Hermione, isn't it? And of course, I couldn't forget my dearest fan, Ginny. Once you are gone, I will establish my own government." The horrified silence from Harry prompted further punishment from Voldemort. "Perhaps we'll just start with these muggles. You seem to have a certain fondness for them. Honestly, you should have stuck with the dog." Voldemort aimed his wand at the vet clinic a block behind them. "Names, Potter," he yelled as he launched a funnel cloud toward the clinic. Ginny's name more than the rest had engulfed Harry with dread, for he had seen her in the chamber near death, with Voldemort standing over her, making the Dark Lord's threat more powerful than ever on his already near-nil hopes that somehow, this was all just a bad dream. But something about thinking of Ginny gave him strength that he never knew he had, as he watched the funnel cloud race toward the vet clinic with his new friends inside. "Fortify," Harry managed to shout above the noise of the storm. The funnel cloud, which should have flattened the building, still managed to blow the roof off, depositing it on the building next door. "Reparo, fortify." Harry had not known he'd possessed this strength. He felt like he'd lifted the roof back himself as he slumped back down onto the pavement, exhausted from the magic he'd just performed. Harry hated to hear himself beg, but he did it nonetheless. "Please, just leave them alone. I'm here." Harry felt as though he had lifted the roof of the building without magic. He feared he had no magical reserves left. Apparently, the groveling did not satisfy Voldemort. This was not what Voldemort had expected. He wanted more before killing Harry. The exhausted boy on the ground before him showed him no sport, so Voldemort decided that there was no fear of Harry getting away, and wanted to torture him first. With a bow to Harry, the Dark Lord disapparated and Harry knew where he had gone. The building Tyler had taken refuge in had been evacuated earlier, leaving Tyler its only occupant. Harry felt he was ready to confess everything he knew to save this boy. He had parents. He'd be missed, but reality struck Harry and he knew that short of absolute escape, nothing would be able to save he and Tyler. He could tell Voldemort all he knew and still end up dead, leaving even the most powerful wizards and witches powerless to stop him. He didn't know why he had chosen today to start believing in divination, but he figured he would try to live to see another day. A day when the stars would be in favor for a victory for him. Harry forced himself to get up from the pavement and run into the building. Having no strength left in himself, Harry flew up the polished marble staircases and he could see from the 6th floor landing that Voldemort was on the 7th floor landing. He aimed his wand between the stairs at Voldemort's legs. Seeing that Voldemort had been just about to curse Tyler, Harry lost all nervousness about committing one of the unforgivable curses. Voldemort was not impervious to the Cruciatus curse, but it did not leave him reeling on the floor in agony. It did however give Harry time to scoop up the shocked Tyler onto his broom and take off down the hallway. Avada! Harry heard the killing curse as he turned another corner, looking back to see the polished marble shatter into dust as the curse hit it. Voldemort was done playing. He wanted Harry dead. Any information he could have extracted from him would been just gravy anyway. No traitor could prevail over him once Harry was dead anyway. Voldemort had enveloped them in a funnel cloud. The oxygen had been beeped out of the hallway. Harry had seen people perform the bubblehead charm and Hermione had learned it from Viktor Krum during their 4th year, and now he wished that he'd listened more closely as she'd tried to teach him, instead of listening to Ron's incessant whining about how much time Viktor and Hermione had been spending together. Just as Harry's head was getting too fuzzy to concentrate, Hermione's stern voice broke through the dullness. He followed her instructions, feeling a bubblehead dome close over his head and seeing one sprout over Tyler's as well. He had paid more attention to Hermione than he'd thought. As they gulped in the fresh air gratefully, Harry noticed, with a thrill of horror, that Voldemort seemed unaffected by the lack of air. Was he beyond living flesh and blood? Like the living dead, he wondered, unkillable. Tyler's garter snake, which had been in his pocket, had stuck out his head and Tyler watched with fascinated horror as Harry and Voldemort seemed to stop everything to listen to the snake, which he did not understand in the slightest. Dumbledore sends a message to Voldemort. The destroyed dwelling has been rebuilt. The bond that dwells there has been restored. The stars have foretold that neither will have victory this night. Tyler's snake disappeared into his pocket once more, as Voldemort in his wrath aimed at the chest pocket to kill. Harry rammed Voldemort with his large bubble head in the solar plexus, and Harry found to his great relief that indeed the Dark Lord still felt pain. However, he straightened up as soon as Harry had turned to check on Tyler. There was just no more power left in Harry. Voldemort's slit red eyes bent to stare one last time into his enemies as he picked Harry up by his collar and threw him out of the window to fall 8 stories to his death. Something in Dumbledore's message had gotten through to him. "You moved out of that house," Voldemort yelled in triumph, emphasizing every word, knowing that at 16 years old, Harry had no authority to move out of his home even if he'd wanted to. Still, the Dark Lord satisfied himself. The job was done, the boy was finished. Too weak to stop himself from falling, Harry fancied he had heard Dumbledore's voice. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry hit the ground no harder than if he'd fallen off a bicycle. He lay on his back, rain lashing his face, his glasses knocked crooked, looking up at Voldemort as the Dark Lord stared down at him. He could still see those cruel slit red eyes. Voldemort suddenly disapparated as Dumbledore bent over Harry. "Are you all right?" Yes," Harry stammered, still in a fog, coming out of it to say, "Tyler, You've got to get Tyler out of there." But Tyler was already looking out of the window horror-stricken, trying to see Harry through the fogged-up bubble head. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "I have to leave you now. Stay with Tyler. Professor Snape is coming for you." Dumbledore disapparated. Going after Voldemort, Harry surmised. He sat up, too weak to stand, thinking again, "Professor Snape is coming for you. Coming after me is more like it." Tyler came running out of the building like it was on fire, and for all Harry knew, it could very well have been. He felt like at least the fight was over for now, realizing, somewhat relieved, that at least this time, he hadn't felt the Dark Lord's emotions, despite even having been touched by Voldemort. This time, he had no idea what the Dark Lord felt, as he had in previous contacts, making him feel as though he'd gone mad. Still, he hadn't come out unscathed even this time. Harry felt his wand useless to his touch. He didn't have the strength to get up. He laid back down, feeling the rain drench him once more as more funnel clouds touched down around the streets nearby. Harry doubted now that he could raise his head even if a puddle deep enough to drown him developed under his head, which was a distinct possibility. "Harry, you're alive," an overjoyed but puzzled Tyler exclaimed. "What happened? Who was that? What's going on?" Tyler was hysterical. Harry forced himself up for his sake. They still needed to take shelter from the tornadoes. Harry did not need to hide the firebolt anymore. There was just no use now. Whatever memory charms had to be performed on Tyler later, Harry just couldn't help. He had to get them both safely out of there as the storms picked up Lee. Harry figured on taking Tyler back to clinic, depositing him in the basement and returning to wait for Professor Snape, but the weather had other plans. There was one funnel cloud that reminded Harry of Dobby's bludger of a few years back, which had been charmed to follow exclusively him. Harry had first thought it a coincidence, but when he dodged the funnel cloud several times by changing directions, the cloud would then level buildings indiscriminately and resume their course towards the firebolt. Harry couldn't sacrifice hundreds if not thousands of lives for two. He headed for an empty field. He could not use his wand. The funnel cloud wasn't as large as many of them had been, but if he didn't keep both hands tightly on his broom, he would be blown off with Tyler holding onto his waist, face buried in Harry's back. Harry looked down as lightning streaked across the sky. He glimpsed a black-cloaked figure raising a wand and suddenly the funnel cloud burst into one large flat wind gust and leveled off, just as it was about to overtake the firebolt and swallow them up for good. The cloaked figure on the ground looked up as the firebolt came crashing down to a stop beneath a large tree, which cracked at the base at the same time. Harry had just enough time to push Tyler out of the way as the tree snapped, branches falling on his chest and legs as he felt twigs searing across his face. Harry could only gasp short pitiful breaths, which gave him almost no air. He couldn't feel his legs. He tasted blood. Tyler was thoroughly overawed as a figure in a dark cloak approached. Fearing this person to be another enemy like the one he had just experienced in Voldemort, Tyler stood protectively, but frightened over Harry's trapped body, knowing that there was little he could really do if this person proved to have evil intentions. Through fogged vision and trickles of blood in his eyes, Harry could make out who it was that had come to them, Professor Snape. Snape knew immediately that Harry was seriously injured and assured him that he would get the fallen limbs off him right away. Tyler somehow sensed that the man meant no harm as far as he could tell and that Harry must know him from somewhere, but still he shouted, "No. You'll kill him." Tyler grabbed Snape, who had just aimed his wand at Harry and tried to fight him off valiantly. "Get off me, boy, or he will die," said an agitated Snape, throwing off Tyler as easily as swatting a fly. "I'm telling you," Tyler shouted, getting right back in Snape's face. "You can't remove both branches. You can loosen the one on his chest, but if you remove the one on his legs, you'll kill him. He'll bleed to death. The weight of that branch is the only thing holding the blood in." Harry was strangely aware of these proceedings. As much as he wanted to be free, he knew Tyler was telling the truth for some reason. Professor Snape, he half-sobbed, as the pain from the attempt to speak took hold. Listen to him, he knows." Harry knew that Tyler had been trying to make Snape obey him desperately, but even if Tyler could somehow mind talk to animals, it wouldn't work on humans, least of all Snape, who had been taught occlumency to shut one's mind off from being read or controlled. Harry couldn't believe that Snape seemed panicked. Harry dimly wondered if Tyler had been successful. Snape had never taken orders from a school-aged child before. Through his own blinding pain, Harry could see that Snape had been doing battle with someone. His potions master walked with a limp and had unhealed cuts and bruises on his face and hands, which were the only parts of him not covered with robes. Snape ran his hands through his greasy black hair nervously. Tyler knelt down next to Harry and put his hand on the only part of Harry's chest sticking out from under the log. He stood up with frustrated tears on his face. "I can't do anything for him, I can't do anything." Harry had drawn his last breath. He was passing out, hearing gurgling noises from his own mouth. Professor Snape, having made up his mind, blasted the log off Harry's chest, but left the log on his legs, deciding to believe Tyler for reasons he couldn't explain even to himself. Harry spluttered back into consciousness. He needed to cough, but he couldn't. His eyes were bulging. He could feel his lungs were filling with liquid, not air, and he could feel himself drown. Harry had never seen Snape like this before. So unsure of himself, so panicked. He wondered why Snape wasn't helping him. Then he thought, of course, he is just waiting for Voldemort to come and finish me off. But Snape did not have the posture of someone waiting to see him die. Snape seemed to be talking very fast, almost apologetically. "Harry, you know I am not a healer. I can't save you." He sounded like a student, explaining why he had failed a test to a teacher. Snape drew a flask from his cloak and poured some of the contents into Harry's mouth. Harry drew a full but painful breath. Harry was becoming delirious looking up at Snape and Tyler. He felt himself go back to his first year, writing down Snape's lessons, heard Snape quote the list of things potions classes could teach, and one stayed in his memory, and even put a stopper in death. But Harry knew that the stopper in death he had no doubt just been given, usually only worked for a little while until real help arrived. He panicked now. "Spare your strength now, Harry," Tyler ordered him, touching his shoulder, and Harry calmed somewhat, though he didn't know why. "Professor," Harry pleaded, "please get me out of here." The pain was so intense from the weight of the great log on his battered body, that Harry no longer cared if he bled to death from having it removed improperly. "Harry," Snape replied, trying, but failing to sound soothing. For one thing, it had to be a bad sign that he had called Harry by his first name. "If I try to remove that log, it will kill you. This boy knows what he's talking about. I have seen it in his mind." This had astounded Harry, but Tyler knew it all along, for Snape had not read Tyler's mind, rather Tyler had forced his mind on Snape's. Fearing that Voldemort would at any moment come out of the bushes to kill him, he said desperately, "But you can't leave me here." The pain was engulfing him now, and whatever Snape had given him to ease his breathing was wearing off. "You have to get help, please, Professor. Get Madame Pomfrey, even someone else, please." He choked now, going silent and ashen-faced, almost ready to face his inevitable death. Somehow feeling that Harry deserved an explanation, Snape revealed to him his worst fears. "I have been instructed not to leave you, under any circumstances. You do not understand, Harry. He knows you're dying." There, he'd said what Harry had known since had felt his ribs crushing in his chest. "Would I to bring you any closer to death, by attempting to move you, which this child believes I would, the Dark Lord will risk turning his back on his duel with Dumbledore to come here and finish you off. You cannot fight further. The Dark Lord knows this. Were it not for the headmaster, he would be here already. I cannot leave you to get help. Should Voldemort evade Dumbledore, I will be the only thing standing between you and a swift death blow. I could only give you a few more minutes of life before I too would be killed, but I have my orders." Harry couldn't believe that Snape had sworn allegiance to protect him at his own peril. He felt perhaps Snape was just hanging around to finish him off, and this was why he would not free him from the logs. If death was coming tonight, Harry wished it would come soon. He would rather be blasted into oblivion than laying here like a sitting duck. Harry lurched violently, falling into convulsions. He was dying now. Snape leaned over him, forcing his eyes open. He stared down at Harry, uttering something Harry could not hear, nor did he want to. His last breath drawn, He saw one last fleeting glimpse of Tyler and Snape, who had laid their hands roughly on him, and both seemed grimly resolved in what they were about to do. Snape invaded Harry's mind just as he had started to accept death and even feel at peace with it. So warm and pain-free Harry had been, that he was furious when he heard Snape calling him back, forcing his mind open just as he had done in occlumency lessons. Harry tried to ignore Snape's orders for him to fight. He just didn't want to. He wanted to sleep. Let the world take care of itself. He couldn't do it anymore. Destiny had chosen the wrong boy, he convinced himself, allowing himself at least a guilt-free death. He had not stepped forward to lead the fight against the Dark Lord. It had been thrust on him, an innocent infant, 15 years ago. The last time Harry had seen a clock, it had been 11:30. It must be past midnight now. At least I didn't die on my birthday. He faded further until into his head came a voice. Young sapling, an ancient voice called inside his head. It was the tree that lay across his legs, and it too was dying. I am old and worn. It is time for me to leave my place to my seeds and join my forefathers in the forever forest. Harry heard creaking and groaning, and suddenly he was moved to tears. Harry, who still appeared dead to Tyler and Snape, felt a single tear fall across his cheek from his eyes. Young sapling, you must listen to those who call you back. It is not time for you to stop sprouting leaves and go to your forefathers. Go back, young sapling. Harry's delirium had him seeing many things, including Snape and Tyler, inside his mind. In his dreamlike state, Harry felt Tyler struggle to restart his now silent heart. Leave me alone, you're hurting me. Tyler took his hands off Harry and the pain left again, leaving the peace of death rushing back into Harry. Don't feel bad, Tyler. You didn't fail. Tyler's face was buried in his hands. Harry, now pain-free, but guilt-ridden, heard the ancient voice speak again. If you do not go back, his gift will be lost. He will never use it again. Tyler has never been able to heal humankind before, but the animals of this forest speak his praises to their young. Tyler cannot wholly heal you, but if you will fight, he might be able to keep you green until a human healer comes. You don't know what it's like. I can't go back. I won't. Think you, young sapling, that I live in peace all the days of my life? Always there are humans polluting, plotting homes for themselves while usurping their fellow creatures from their homes without regards to see that they share some land with us. For as long as humans have inhabited this place, always the axe has stood above our heads while the humans decide our merits for their own purposes, and what is worse, that they face their own future peril with as little regard. No one can live a good life if they live it only for themselves. Harry Potter, and he was gone. Wait, I need to ask you something. But now Harry was alone in this place. Snape broke violently into Harry's brain. Potter, I have not spent what little I may have left of my life for you to die like this. I will not be blamed. You will not ignore me. Snape would not leave him in peace. Harry felt like Snape had the imperious curse on him. Blamed by Dumbledore for allowing me to get killed, or blamed by Voldemort for letting me die without it being at his hands, ruining his prophecy. Harry wondered if he'd just died, if it would make the prophecy null and void and Voldemort would gain no strength, not having technically done the job of killing Harry himself. Now Harry felt even more angry at being called back. Tyler had been stunned back into action by Snape's shouting. Once again, he laid his hands on Harry's chest. Harry felt like someone was stabbing him over and over again, the stabs coming with each and every painful heartbeat. His heart had been restarted. His voice didn't work as well as the mind speaking he had been doing, but he managed to get out what was on his mind. You, he choked in sobs, I hate you. I swear if I live, I'll kill you with my bare hands. Snape, who was now goading Harry into more conversation to keep him conscious, replied, Mr. Potter, I have no pleasure in nursing you. If it were up to me, I would leave you here to rot. Harry heard these words, but he thought Snape looked very relieved. A helicopter appeared in the sky, and Harry, who was just clinging to consciousness, became alarmed. The helicopter had landed in a space conveniently, maybe too conveniently made by the storm. 5 people emerged, carrying loads of equipment towards them. Snape, who had not expected this, threw his cloak off into the bushes, apparently trying to disguise himself. What happened? A man who appeared to be a flight doctor asked Snape, as if the tree on top of Harry wasn't explanation enough. My son has been trapped under this log for over an hour. He's not here. Tyler had begun as a mysterious coughing spell shut him up. Harry was very out of it now from blood loss and pain. He had assumed he had been dreaming again when Snape had claimed him for a son. He had tried to sound like a concerned parent, and if Harry hadn't known better, it sounded genuine. The doctor examined Harry, all the while unbeknownst to him, with Snape's wand directed at his back. He spoke in hushed tones to the paramedics, who were wiring Harry up to all sorts of machinery. They ripped his shirt open and put patches on his chest which were hooked to electronic wires to keep track of Harry's vital signs, which were failing fast. Harry had seen all this done on television, but Snape looked repulsed. From Snape's point of view, he watched the Muggles draw out a large long needle, attach it to a bag of some liquid. Snape wondered what potion this would be. None of the curative potions of any real strength were clear, he thought to himself as they inserted the needle into Harry's forearm, explaining that it would help to keep Harry from going into shock again. A female paramedic mistook Snape's revulsion at their methods for concern for Harry and told him sympathetically that Harry was in very good hands. Harry felt nothing, but Snape did look concerned, and very green. Suddenly, Harry convulsed again, feeling his chest explode, as his eyes rolled back in his head. Desist. Snape had pointed his wand at the Muggles, but of course the act was lost on them, not knowing what a wand was. Snape, not knowing what a defibrillator was, thought Harry was being attacked. Tyler sprang up, grabbing Snape's wand arm down, and telling him that they were only trying to save Harry. They had to restart Harry's heart. Wham! Snape watched in horror as Harry's entire body jerked from the jolt of electricity the paramedics had just coursed into his heart. Harry's breaths were painful. He felt burnt. He struggled to speak. Why were they torturing him? Snape seemed shocked into inaction. He was listening to the beeps from the machine recording Harry's heartbeat, ignoring all else. Harry was now straining to hear a conversation between his Muggle rescuers. He distinctly heard the words, "double amputation," followed by, "no other way," and, "probably couldn't be saved even if performed at a hospital." Snape was jarred back out of his silent panic by the increase in beeps from the machine. Harry was panicking. They were going to cut his legs off. "Sir, we need a word," said a worried paramedic, leading Snape by the arm gently a little away from Harry's hearing range. Harry turned his head to see Snape sign a form and go to the edge of the woods to vomit. He was not a healer like Madame Pomfrey, he just did what he had to do. "Tyler." Harry ripped off the oxygen mask. "I'm here, Harry," Tyler soothed with tears running down his face. "Save me, please, Tyler. I know what you did to the animals at the clinic. Please don't let them take my legs." Harry knew wizarding medicine could regrow bones, but not entire limbs once they were severed from the body. He thought of Mad-Eye Moody's wooden stump. At least Mad-Eye had one leg. "Please, Tyler, just do whatever you did for that hurt fox." "Harry, my healing was only just enough to save your life and keep your heart beating as best I could. I've never been able to heal more than a scratch on a human before, but with you it was different. I reached your heart. Your heart's like a lion's heart. That's the only reason I could help at all, but you're mostly human. I just can't help you as much for some reason. It's not like anything else I've done. It's like you're part animal. But not enough for me to reach you fully. I tried, Harry. You've got to believe me. I tried," Tyler explained in a pained voice, desperately trying to make Harry understand, as Harry hysterically began ripping the patches off his chest, gasping for breath and pleading desperately with someone to tell him what was going on. "Tell me the truth, Tyler, please. They're not gonna take my legs, are they?" Harry struggled with the paramedics as much as he could, knowing what they were about to do to him. "Oh, Harry, they've gotta do it. I can't fix them all. I tried. All your main arteries in your legs are crushed. They can't get you out without cutting. I know you're wizards now," Tyler said, indicating Snape and himself. "You shouldn't be so hard on him." Tyler meant Snape. "He's telling the truth. I saw it in his mind. He's not a healer. He would save them if he could, but he can't remove that log from off your legs. It's the only thing keeping you from bleeding to death. He's a potions master, Harry. He really doesn't know how to save them. But I want to play Quidditch. Harry was just a frightened child now, not a wizard, not a grown-up. As if giving Harry's dad time with his son, the doctor cleared his throat, indicating that he was ready. Contact had been made with the hospital and the flight doctor was in contact with a vascular surgeon, ready to begin the gruesome task. Give us another minute. Snape sounded raspy and faint. He seemed to want to say something. Look, Harry, I know I've been hard on you. He sounded almost apologetic, even remorseful. You have endured it and everything else that has been thrown at you. You will play Quidditch. You will walk. Somehow. Yeah, like Mad Eye. My jaw's broken too, said Harry, only now just realizing this as yet a different mask was placed over his mouth, causing blinding pain to engulf his face. Are you going to sign a form to have my face cut off too? Snape, who usually flew into a rage at even the first signs of cheek from a student, squeezed Harry's hand. Believe me, if there were any other way, Snape told him desperately, getting ready for the inevitable. Death Eater liar. Harry was shaking and sobbing uncontrollably. Snape looked like he wanted to comfort him, but had no idea what to say, so as to instill a little more fight in Harry, he leaned down and whispered in Harry's ear. Potter, don't you dare let the headmaster down. You have no idea what we've all had to do. I promise you, if you give up and allow yourself to die. Quote, as if he had any choice in the matter. I will make the remaining Hogwarts years of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger more excruciating than you can imagine, and I'll be happy to tell them that you thought of yourself only, to curl up and die like the coward you are. Like your father. Harry knew with this statement that Snape was just goading him into fighting for his life, for even the Heartless Potions Master knew that Harry's father had died trying to save Harry from the Dark Lord. Harry wanted to retort, but he was now restrained firmly and a fog was enveloping his senses. Harry sank back now, giving up. He heard Tyler trying to give medical instructions to the doctor and the paramedics, who were patronizing him, but paying no attention. They advanced on Harry with their surgical masks on and Harry likened them to Death Eaters. One of them told him he would be fine, which Harry was sure they had told many of their dead patients. Now just try to relax. He could not believe they said this. Harry was struggling desperately now. Trying to buy himself more time, he pulled out his intravenous lines. The medics summoned Snape to try to calm him, while they once again hooked up the IV. For a Death Eater, Snape was very squeamish, and he did not look while this procedure was done. His oxygen mask was replaced by a new one with a curious smell. Harry could just see the label on the canister. They were anesthetizing him. Harry, just let go. Count backwards from 10. Harry tried to hold his breath, but he inhaled involuntarily when someone jabbed him with yet another syringe and he thought he heard Snape say, "Is that entirely necessary? Please stop." No. 765F. Harry fell into nothingness, then dreams took him, first to evil places from his past, then to one place he'd called home. People were pointing and staring at him, just like they had Mad Eye Moody. His legs from the knees down were pegs like Mad Eye Moody. Madame Pomfrey was talking to Ron as though Harry wasn't there. Of course, if he'd been brought to me first. This was the same thing she had said after Professor Lockhart had made the bones in his arm disappear in a bungled attempt to heal Harry's broken arm in his 3rd year. He thought he'd put in a bad night that night. Madame Pomfrey continued much in the same manner. Those barbarians had even wired his jaw shut. I managed to mend that, but his face will be disfigured for a while. Harry, at 16, was a typical teenage boy, worried about even a breakout of acne. Catching his reflection in the mirror, he shattered it with his wand. The dream continued. Harry was sitting in the Great Hall. The Weird Sisters were singing. Ron and Hermione were dancing, leaving Harry, who hadn't mastered his peg legs, alone, watching. Ginny looked at him sympathetically as she danced by with Neville. Now Harry was angry with Neville. This could have been you if he'd chosen you. He screamed to Neville, regarding the fact that Neville had come close to being the one of whom the prophecy spoke, the one who would be forced to kill Voldemort or be killed himself. The prophecy had spoken of 2 boys, born at the end of July, whose parents had 3 times thwarted the Dark Lord. 2 boys had fit this description and Voldemort had marked Harry as his equal, making the prophecy Harry's own. Harry had pounded his thighs in his anger, causing his pegs to fall off, at which point the three Slytherins, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, took advantage of the opportunity to antagonize him. They playfully limped around him, mocking him. Ginny tried to stop them, but Harry yelled at her that he didn't need her pity and she turned away crying. One dream faded to another. It was summer now. He was at the Dursleys'. Here, he wore prosthetic limbs. Aunt Petunia couldn't stand any stares of curiosity, even if they were from a sympathetic neighbor who had just learned of his accident. Aunt Petunia had told everyone who would listen that Harry had crashed a car while taking a driving lesson at school. Aunt Marge, on the other hand, had been told that Harry had crashed a stolen car while trying to escape from St. Brutus's secure school for incurably criminal boys. "What are you supposed to do with him now?" Aunt Marge had written. "He's not even good for chores now." He left that dream, not very much surprised at the way things had worked out at number 4 Privet Drive. Now, Harry was at a job interview, slightly older than he was now. "I'm sorry, son. Your grades are outstanding. You received more OWLS and NEWTS than even Hermione Granger, but to be an Auror." Harry knew what was coming next. "Well, it's a very physical job and with your obvious." He indicated Harry's missing legs. Harry didn't know where the dreams ended and reality began, but his eyelids felt like lead. His whole body hurt like someone had thrashed him to within an inch of his life, and for all he knew, they had. With a thrill of horror, he realized he could not open his eyes. They were taped shut. He heard whispered voices, but could not speak as he now felt a tube down his throat. He couldn't feel his legs. Someone was moving him. He thought he'd heard the word apparate, but no, he was on a stretcher. He could hear the helicopter's whirling blades and felt the choppy winds. Harry had never been a fan of anything that flew that didn't have magic in it. In perfect health, this flight would have made him extremely nervous. Now, however, still under severe sedation, he just tried to hear the conversation over the loud chopper blades. He felt he had entered yet another dream. Dumbledore was here. The strange bits of conversation he could pick up started as follows, with Dumbledore addressing Snape. "I agree Harry needs to go immediately, but there is the problem with his having been treated by Muggles. People in such serious condition generally have a higher percentage of survival when left to Muggle medicine than if we try to switch them over to Wizarding medicine. If only we'd gotten here sooner, they would not have had to." What? Harry screamed desperately to himself. Would not have what? But Headmaster, he will surely die left to these. Harry could almost picture Snape glaring at the Muggles. "People. As dire as his condition is, Severus the First would normally have to agree with you that the medical care should change to Wizarding methods. Right now the switch from Muggle means to Wizarding methods is almost worth taking the risk." However, Dumbledore paused, and Harry could not believe that he would consider making Harry endure Muggle procedures rather than risk taking him off all these machines and simply getting a Metawizard to patch him up. Well, what was left of him anyway? Dumbledore should know I would survive the reversal of care methods, Harry thought angrily. However, Dumbledore continued after the long pause, Voldemort now knows that Harry only just clings to life. He can feel the weakness, feel his life leaving him. He will no doubt have put sensory charms all around Street Mungos. He will be looking for any unusual activity or stir-up of activity around any Wizarding medical facility, and he will sense it. There is still the connection. Dumbledore sighed as what he said next went against any bonds he had with Harry. Therefore, Harry will be treated in the normal Muggle fashion. The gavel had fallen. Harry felt like Dumbledore had just sentenced him to death. He gained what hope was rationed out with the next statement. Was Snape showing off for Dumbledore, or had he just come up with a brilliant scheme? "Headmaster, might I suggest that Mr. Potter be brought to St. Mungo's in case the worst should happen with the Muggle medicine? A concealment charm could be placed around a certain portion of the building, so as to throw off anyone searching for the boy. We could spell a wing of St. Mungo's into a Muggle facility. This is not what he would be looking for." Snape said this with the amount of knowledge in his voice to convince Dumbledore that he of course would know what Voldemort would be searching for. Voldemort would of course expect nothing but the best for Harry Potter, and that meant wizard care. "Agreed, Professor." Harry had assumed that Dumbledore and Snape had been talking in a silencing spell so as not to agitate the Muggles. He now listened as the two wizards placed memory charms on the medics and the doctors so they would remember nothing of this night, and Harry too fell into nothingness. Earlier, at Grimmauld Place, before any news of the attack had reached the Order's headquarters, an argument had broken out among Fred and George and Mr. Weasley. "We're of age," George insisted in angry frustration, though his tone still held a measure of deep respect for his father. He was right. He and his twin brother Fred were out of school and of legal age to join the Order of the Phoenix. The only thing in the world holding them back from this honor was Mrs. Weasley. "Look, boys, I know you're anxious to join the Order, and I technically don't have the right to ask you not to join, but I'm asking you for me." "For your mother," Mr. Weasley corrected, but in essence, if they agreed to wait one more year to join, it would make Mr. Weasley's life a whole lot easier. Mrs. Weasley tried, but failed, not to nag or intrude, but the twins felt like their wings had been clipped. They had looked forward to two things after school: owning their own joke shop, which they had accomplished, and joining the Order of the Phoenix. "I know it seems unreasonable to you now, boys," Mr. Weasley sighed, "but believe me, you will understand when you have children of your own." "Except for one thing. We're not children anymore," Fred stated firmly. "No, I suppose not," Mr. Weasley said, as if seeing them properly for the first time in a very long time. Still, the Jokers, his sons, had grown up. Bill and Charlie were one thing, but when did this happen? 9 months, boys, that's all I'm asking. It'll give your mother time to deal with Percy, time to get prepared a little more for what's to come. She's already having kittens over yours and Ron's and Hermione's pledge to Harry. She's mad at everyone, especially Dumbledore, for allowing such a pledge ceremony to take place in the first place. Of course, Ron and Hermione will have already had such a pledge in their hearts anyway. They've been through so much with him, it's almost all ceremonial in nature. Deep down, your mother knows that, but to be a full-fledged member of the Order means that you could be sent directly into the line of fire. The pledge to Harry personally is different, in that it only takes effect if they are actually with Harry at the time of a life-threatening crisis, and in that case, could not escape danger anyway. They are not old enough to be sent to his side otherwise, like a real Order member. "But we are," Fred said again. "Look, Fred, George, that is to say, your mother has done the math. We have a family of 9. In a war, how many do you think are going to come out of it at the end? To put it into perspective, we've lost 4 Order members since last year," Mr. Weasley said, rubbing his forehead. "So, she wants to practically adopt Harry, but she doesn't want us to join the Order to protect him." "Explain the logic in that to me," George insisted. They had lived with Harry. Their parents had only brief glimpses into his life. Mr. Weasley could see the truth in this when Fred added, "And then there's Ron to consider. He's always with Harry. What happens to one will likely happen to the other. We'd be protecting him too, and Harry has no brothers to look after him. Voldemort saw to that by snuffing out his parents, and besides, we're more his age. We'd be around him more." "Oh, I get it. That's why she doesn't want us joining," George said, in sudden comprehension. "You've got it all wrong, boys. Harry is like our family now, swelling our number to 10. He is in terrible danger. We don't have to tell you that. Then there's Charlie. His work is as dangerous as it could be with all those dragons he works with so far away from home." The twins could tell now that it wasn't just their mother who worried for them. "And Bill, a curse breaker for Gringotts. What is it with you boys? You sniff out danger wherever you can find it. Look at Ron." The twins stared open-mouthed at their father. He hadn't meant to say it as it had been taken, but no doubt was in their minds that he meant Ron's friendship with Harry was the most dangerous path any of the Weasleys had taken yet. Fred and George would never tell Ron this to his face, but they had long admired Ron's bravery in this. Ron tried not to think about the fact that Harry always seemed to attract danger. Mrs. Weasley entered the room. "Well?" she asked, bracing for the answer. Fred looked at George like there was still some debate going on. They looked at her, but for being the smart-mouthed, outspoken ones in the family, they relented in relative silence, not however letting their displeasure at being talked out of joining the order go unnoticed. "We're joining on April 1st, our 19th birthday. We'll concentrate on the shop for now, but we want you to know if things go off before then in a big way, we won't sit idle." "No, of course not, you're Weasleys." She hugged them very tightly. They needed to get some air. "I wonder sometimes about her," George mused. "If we weren't a matching set, if she'd let one of us join." Actually, this was a valid question. Fred and George had always been very close. Where one was, the other usually wasn't far away, and it had been that way all their lives. It therefore stood to reason that, like Ron and Harry, if either of them was killed, the other wouldn't be far behind. It was a mathematical certainty that the Weasleys would lose more family members because of the size of their family. At least they could take comfort that they had been asked to refrain from joining for emotional reasons, rather than practical ones. Mrs. Weasley had never really taken much stock in their life's ambition to own a joke shop, but they knew she loved them, despite all the lost nights of sleep she'd endured over them for everything from their experiments to their grades at school. At least the twins had been enlisted to research products that the Order may find useful, and this at least gave them a sense of duty. The most left out was Ginny. She had been the one person whom Harry had personally rescued, who wasn't allowed even the smallest of sworn services to him. She had cried, begged and pleaded, to her parents to let her take the oath that Ron and Hermione and the others had taken, but she had been turned down flat. She, like Fred and George, made a promise to herself that she would pay Harry back. She had been so scared that Harry would die right then and there in the Chamber of Secrets, all because of her, that she had been obsessed with protecting him ever since. There was something else, something she would never admit, that by 15, her feelings for him hadn't changed. She didn't know whether it was just a crush, pity, hero worship as Ron had put it, or something else, something real. Either way, she vowed not to worry him about it. He had his plate full. No one at Grimmauld Place knew yet what ominous things had transpired in London. A head emerged from the fire, summoning all available Order members, and they all knew the only thing this could mean was that the blood protection afforded to Harry during his time with his relatives had failed. Everyone was incredulous that Grimmauld Place hadn't been the first contact in the emergency, but now, there was a desperate scramble to apparate out. "Stay here," Mrs. Weasley ordered the ashen-faced Weasleys, "and take care of everyone," she said to the twins, with a pop as she and Arthur apparated away. Harry woke not knowing how much time had passed. His throat was raw and he didn't seem to be breathing on his own. He was too groggy to wonder at this. He had stopped moving, so he knew the helicopter was gone, but where was he? Harry heard a door open, and heard Snape telling Dumbledore that Harry was heavily sedated. He then told Dumbledore that he would resume his guard duty. Somehow, though his eyes were still taped shut, Harry could tell what was going on. He heard Professor Snape sit down heavily and sigh, like he was exhausted and disappointed. "You did all anyone in the Order could have done, Severus. You should be proud. Harry did not lose his life. You did what you had to do." Here Dumbledore was consoling Snape while he was laying here with no legs, no future. "Severus, you are flesh and blood. You will leave here to rest. You will do him no good if you are too tired. I know you feel responsible, but you cannot just sit by his bedside. If it is meant to be, he will live, if not." "Yes, Headmaster." Harry heard Snape's robes swishing out the door. Harry surmised he had been here, wherever here was, for about a day. He still could not communicate and wondered if he ever would again. He wondered why he was still in so much pain. Madame Pomfrey had always been able to at least get the pain down to a dull roar. Fear gripped him as people entered his room, lots of them. "Trainees," began a voice, but he was greeted with gasps of horror and astonishment. "What is this?" Harry felt someone poke his forearm and he heard a thud. "Miss Ketchel has fainted. Remove her. You have been brought here to witness Muggle procedure. You must consider yourselves fortunate in that you attend a teaching hospital. Most fully qualified healers have only seen this in ancient healing texts. It's cruel to keep him like this." Apparently, Miss Ketchel had recovered, and was voicing her horror at the sight him. "I assure you, Miss Ketchel, we do not keep him like this for display purposes. You have all no doubt studied the effects of magical removal of these devices. Many people have died this way, we do not know why. Perhaps they are already in such weakened states. In any case, more research is needed, and indeed is already underway. A host of healthy volunteers at the Academy of Medical Ethics is trying methods now. They did try, bless them. We can administer some pain management medication, not in the traditional way however. This device is inserted into this tube which feeds directly into his veins. Ms. Ketchel, please. Harry heard another thud. The sudden cessation of pain made Harry pass out again with relief, as felt something cold flow into his forearm. Harry came to upon hearing someone apparently reading the meaning of the word coma from a dictionary. Harry was conscious as far as he could tell, if indeed, this part at least was not yet another dream. He was conscious on a level not perceptible by muggles or wizards. Come on, Ron, you'll have to face him sometime. What if he doesn't make it? Don't you want to even say goodbye? Hermione's voice sounded small and scared. Hermione, he's not going to die. Only Mom said he really looks really bad. Maybe I should just remember him as he was. Ron swallowed hard and opened the door after greeting Professor Lupin, who was on door watch. Hermione, who had been strong in the corridor, now burst into tears, seeing Harry for the first time in over a month. Ron's jaw dropped. He was speechless. It's okay, Ron. Harry heard them move closer. These things are normal. Hermione, he exploded. This is barbaric. He took out his wand ready to extricate Harry from the contraptions. No, Ron. You can't. Even the healers can't. We just have to wait. Wait for what, Hermione? Wait for them to bleed him with leeches. Hermione, being Muggle-born, had seen these devices before. She tried to make Ron understand. She took Harry's hand and squeezed it gently. It was the first time someone had touched him just for the sense of communication and not to just treat him medically, or to take his pulse. He felt her warmth and pictured her face, but he needed Ron to say something. It was important to him that he could hear acceptance in Ron's voice. Would he feel the same about him without legs? Then something happened Harry told himself couldn't be possible. What are those white clay things on his legs, Hermione? Legs. Did he say legs? Harry thought frantically before the damn machine started beeping faster in his excitement. He wanted to yell to Ron, but he still couldn't move or talk. An alarm sounded and he heard Medawizards entering the room, ordering Ron and Hermione out into the hall. Fearing something drastically wrong was going with Harry, Hermione fell into Ron's arms sobbing. Harry felt another jab and fell away as he felt his heart slow down forcefully. He had wanted to hear, what was it about his legs? Had he just been dreaming? He couldn't feel them. The next voice he heard, he thought was Stephanie's. It was. What was she doing here? You have consented to memory charms when you have finished your stay with us, correct? Asked the same head Medawizard that Harry had heard earlier. Whatever they had given him to slow his heart, had also slowed his already dulled senses. Yes, sir. Apparently Stephanie had consented to be a consultant in Harry's care. Please explain to us your theory. Clearly Stephanie felt inadequate next to healers like these. She had had a tour of the facility, marveling at what she had seen these people could do, from charming cataracts off eyes to healing large gashes which would have taken hundreds of stitches to close if performed by Muggle doctors. I'm an animal doctor. She began, feeling nervous. No nobler profession, he reassured in return. Okay. You feel how cold his feet are? Stephanie asked the Medawizard. Feet. I have feet. Harry thought frantically. There was that damn alarm again. The Medawizard made to jab his arm again. He could feel his grip and could hear the bottle being filled. Wait please, sir. Harry dear, can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Please hear me back. Harry pleaded to himself. He felt his eyelids fill blindingly with light as tape was removed from his eyes. The machine beeped furiously. Harry, calm down. We're here. Everything's fine. It's Steph. Harry, don't struggle. Let the machine do the work. It's breathing for you. Your lungs are damaged. You're going to be okay. They're gonna fix you soon. You're all right for now. Harry tried to calm down, but couldn't. Harry, you'll get better faster if you listen to us. This is not an ideal situation, but you will come out of it fine. Harry understood only bits and pieces of what Stephanie was saying to him. He fought to gain control of himself. The beeping slowed, but was still abnormally fast. "That's right, Harry. Just relax," Steph was reassuring. Harry heard Tyler come to his bedside. "Can I try, Mom, please?" They said it wouldn't hurt him. "Yes, go ahead, Tyler, but he's not an animal, it may not work." Apparently Tyler had not told anyone about what had taken place in the woods. Tyler tried to reach Harry's mind, but Harry was too groggy to reach out in this manner, and without Snape it just wasn't working, but he felt a peaceful calm fall on him that didn't feel like death for the first time since all this happened. The sleep he got this time strengthened him more than any yet. Harry could see the shadow of light as the next day arrived. Ron and Hermione were there. His spine was swollen, he could hear Hermione explain to Ron. The medicine the Muggle healer gave him took it down. His feet are warm. That Stephanie is wonderful. It was her idea that it had been what had been wrong all along. Ron still felt very anxious about the fact that Harry was not being treated with the finest wizarding medicine available. First they thought his back was broken. I don't know why they couldn't use magic to at least have a peek inside him. They had to get one of those X-ray machines. Primitive really, he grumbled on Harry's behalf, not impressed in the least. X-ray, Hermione corrected him. At least Harry had someone out there with him when it happened. Ron looked somewhat upset that it hadn't been him. "Ron, you know we couldn't be there," but she too had a pang of shame in her voice. "Have you met that Tyler yet?" Ron asked. "No, but Dumbledore seems to really like him, doesn't he?" Harry didn't care about anything. He had legs. They hurt and he couldn't move them, but they were there. This time a larger hand gripped his hand, and squeezed. "Harry, we know you'll pull through. Gryffindor wouldn't be the same without you." Harry had been so afraid, that he had forgotten that other people cared for him. They must have been going through a lot too. Harry forced his eyes open and squeezed Ron's hand back. "Hermione, he's awake." Ron nearly pulled his hand off the bed in his surprise. "Maybe we should call someone." "No, let's keep him to ourselves for a minute." It took them only seconds to establish the blink once for yes and twice for no. "Harry, should we call someone?" 2 blinks for no. Harry was just grateful to see them here and unharmed. For having wanting to communicate with Harry face to face since they had left Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione were strangely silent. They looked at one another, then at Harry. "Does it hurt, Harry?" Ron asked, indicating the ventilator. Harry wanted to lie, but Ron would be able to tell. He always could. 1 blink, yes. "I'm so sorry we couldn't be there for you," Ron told Harry, holding his mostly unresponsive hand. "When we heard what had happened, the entire order, the ones that weren't already on active duty, left at once. We were forbidden by Professor McGonagall to leave. We would have saved you, Harry, but we couldn't leave and no one would tell us where you were or what was happening." It had been an ordeal, order members as well as Harry's friends. Harry had never wished they were there during his ordeal. The thought that they might be safe somehow had helped him. He didn't feel angry, he just felt grateful to see them again. He thought he'd never talk to them again. His eyes were unfocused somewhat from the darkness they had been exposed to. He could see tears on both their faces. He felt tears in his own eyes. They actually felt good, they had been very dry. His body felt so heavy. His right arm was taped to a board, his left was impeded by a large cuff around it. Ron grabbed a tissue and wiped Harry's eyes. Harry was grateful. He didn't want anyone to see him cry, but having to be looked after was a very uncomfortable feeling. Ron immediately started talking about Quidditch and Harry was grateful for the manly speech. There was no point asking Harry what had happened, he could only answer yes or no. Harry forced himself to remain calm. He didn't want anyone rushing in and calling off the visit. He gathered his courage and dared to look down. It hadn't been a dream, his legs were still there. Still looking down, Harry's brow furrowed as he tried to move them. His eyes grew wide with fear when he found he could not. The machine started beeping again and Harry was furious with himself for not staying calm. In rushed the Medi-Wizards followed by Stephanie. "He's awake," exclaimed one of the trainee Medi-Wizards and stared at Harry as though he'd just found a live dinosaur. Hermione and Ron exchanged resigned glances. They shot a sympathetic look and prepared to be shooed out. Stephanie just asked them to stand back a bit while she spoke with Harry. Welcome back, Harry. She smiled down at him, being the only medical personnel to refer to him by anything else but the patient, or worse. Oh my stars, did you see that? Hermione, who for the first time had no advice to give on the subject of Harry's care, told Stephanie, we've established blink once for yes and twice for no. A Medawizard who looked positively ancient scolded Hermione and Ron. You should have informed us immediately when he regained consciousness. Oh, I don't think it'll make any difference, Stephanie assured them back. Now turning her attention back to Harry, she told him to calm down a little more forcefully. She gave him something for the pain and the result was almost instantaneous. She went to end of the bed as she saw Harry stare down at his legs. She uncovered his toes and pricked his feet with a clean syringe. Ron winced just watching this, but Harry gave no indication that he had felt anything at all. Harry hadn't seen the pin. He thought she had merely looked at his feet. Okay, she said, though her voice didn't sound the same. Can you feel your feet at all, Harry? He looked uncertain for a minute before answering yes. His feet felt cold to him. Stephanie asked him to perform simple tasks with his arms and hands, such as squeezing her hands. His arms felt like clumsy weights, but they worked. She looked immensely pleased. Harry looked at her pleadingly for answers. Harry, you're doing fine, but there was a hesitation in her voice as though if the situation were not so grave she would have asked, do you want the good news or the bad news? Harry dear, you've suffered a great trauma to most of your body. You've just begun to heal. We need to wait until some more of the swelling goes down to find out if. She stopped there. You're going to be fine. I'm sure you are, but when she left she was in discussion with the ancient Medawizard about letting some fluid off. Harry spent the next half hour tuning out Ron and Hermione's reassurances. He was concentrating so hard on moving his feet, he had broken out in a sweat. His friends left only when he fell asleep almost 2 hours later. On the fourth day of what Harry thought of as his incarceration, Hagrid arrived, apparently not quite understanding or believing what Muggle medicine involved. He had brought his usual get-well-soon assortment of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Whizbees and chocolate frogs and his specially homemade rock cakes. His eyes fell on the ventilator and intravenous and the casts on Harry's legs. When he looked down at him, Harry felt like a small child as he had in the woods. He had been somewhat composed until Hagrid got there and then felt like a child who had fallen from his tricycle and was fine until his parents rushed over to say, "They're there," and then cried profusely for comfort. Hagrid looked like he wanted to pick Harry up and he squeezed his hand so hard that Harry felt he might break one of the few remaining unbroken bones he had left. Harry had seen Hagrid the night he had been sent to Azkaban prison for a crime he hadn't committed, and he had seen him after his many battles from trying to tame his giant brother Groppy. Tonight, he looked worse. His eyes were swollen. He had plainly been crying and losing sleep. Somehow Hagrid had always looked timeless to Harry. Now he was beginning to show his age. Ah, Harry, I should have been there to protect ye. Harry felt guilty for putting him through this. Hagrid had always felt somewhat responsible for Harry. After all, it had been he who had plucked him from his ruined house 15 years ago. After the initial shock of seeing Harry like this, a peaceful silence fell between them. Then Hagrid, who had been searching for something to say during the awkward one-sided conversation, and who wasn't the best at keeping a secret, said, "So, Fang seems to like his new companion. Max seems like he'll work out just fine. Been learnin' how to chase gnomes out o' me pickle orchard." Harry was amused as he pictured Hagrid putting a charm on his cucumbers to make them grow into pickles without all the manual labor. "Course ye can visit, I am any time you like and when done NEWTS. Oh course, yours." Trust Hagrid to bring him the news which would cheer him up more than anything had yet. Suddenly the fact that he couldn't eat the goodies that Hagrid had brought didn't bother him so much anymore. Max was safe. Hagrid did not leave until Harry was asleep. On the way out he talked to Professor Lupin, who had stopped in to ask him how things were going with arrangements for Harry's return to Hogwarts or the Burrow. Hagrid answered with a sad shrug. "Well, with all this Muggle medicine catastrophe, he won't be goin' nowhere, will he? Dumbledore says it's likely he'll be here all ruddy summer, poor lad. And has Dumbledore found a way to extend a Muggle building facade on yet?" Tonks had to fight off 2 Dementors that made it past the front desk already on her first night shift last night. Yeah, he's come with a kind of extension of the wards from Privet Drive. Them Dursleys, Hagrid said with contempt, will be arriving tomorrow at noon. Dumbledore feels that Volume You-Know-Who won't be looking for him in a Muggle facility, and in order for Harry's blood protection from his aunt to be valid, Harry has to have a certain amount of contact with them, especially with their homestead being gone and all. Then there's the fact that his relatives would never agree to the visit if they thought they had to come to a wizard hospital. Hagrid shook his shaggy head as he continued. They don't care about I am, only they've been threatened. No one had prepared Harry for his first visitors of the day. He thought the medicine was making him loopy when he saw Professor Moody dressed as a Muggle cleaning person, pretending to polish the floor outside his room. All of the trainee Medawizards were now sporting white coats with stethoscopes tied around their wrists. Clearly, they had no idea what these contraptions were for. Stephanie did a quick demonstration of the proper wear of the device. Harry was taking all this in quietly, but was greatly disheartened when someone came in and magically removed the sky-reflective ceiling. It had been just like the one in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, a get-well gift from Dumbledore himself. It was replaced with a simple white tile ceiling, and a window appeared, letting in a dull light through closed blinds. Professor Moody peeked his head in the door, looking at Harry's bewildered expression. "Don't worry, laddie, we'll put it to rights soon as they're gone. Believe me, I've spent some time in this place and anything to cheer the place up." Quote. Of course, thought Harry, with all of Professor Moody's obvious lasting bodily damage, he had endured many months of hospitalization as well. Harry couldn't help but think that the Medawizard had done Professor Moody a disservice in that his leg was missing as well as one of his eyes, which had been replaced with a magical glass one that could see out the back of his head. He wondered if he would come out of here any better than Mad-Eye Moody, as he had been called since his injuries. Stephanie approached his bed, telling him that Professor Dumbledore had asked him to endure this visit for reasons which he knew very well. As the soft lights of the torches were extinguished and replaced with the cold fluorescent bulbs, the room began to resemble a regular Muggle hospital room, as Harry heard familiar terse voices somewhere out in the hall. "Well, here we are, room 3, ward 4. It was Aunt Petunia's voice. "Can't I just wait in the cafeteria?" Dudley could be heard saying lazily. "No, that person said we 3 must visit twice and then he can go back to that school of his and leave us in peace for another few seasons." A few seasons, Harry thought. If Dumbledore thinks I'm going back there one more time, he's got another thing coming. Harry forced himself to be calm, not wanting to give the Dursleys the satisfaction of seeing him in this weakened state. It was apparent that Uncle Vernon had just learned that this was a private ward. "I'm not paying for this. He should be in shared ward." Harry could hear the hatred in his uncle's voice. "Vernon, please don't make a scene," Aunt Petunia could be heard begging. She pointed to the nearby nurses at the ward desk. "People will think we haven't the means to pay for a private hospital." Indeed, Dumbledore had seen to it personally that the Dursleys had received a very large bill for services rendered to Harry. It was all part of his concealment plan for Harry. Of course, the money was to go to Muggle charities, particularly a fund to pay for more search and rescue helicopters like the one that had responded to give emergency medical treatment to Harry. The Dursleys had not been prepared for just how extensive Harry's injuries were. They fell silent as they all surveyed him. Stephanie, having the most Muggle medicine knowledge, volunteered to act as liaison between the hospital and the Dursleys. She stood by ready to answer questions, though she had been warned that likely Harry's relatives would show little concern. "Oh," stammered Aunt Petunia, clearly disconcerted. "Is he going to die?" whispered Dudley, staring at Harry, who was pretending to be asleep. "He's not out of the woods yet," Stephanie answered quite truthfully. "How much is all this gong cuz, ouch," began Uncle Vernon, getting a kick in the shins from Aunt Petunia. He tried another avenue to get his point across. "How badly injured is he?" He had changed his voice to one of concern, seeing Stephanie's hands on her hips. "His ribs are broken, back and front. His right lung has been punctured by a bone fragment. Clearly, Stephanie believed Harry was sleeping as well, as no one else had told him the extent of his injuries, nor did they want him to know at this point. "We've got him on a ventilator to keep them inflated, and we've been suctioning off fluid buildup continuously." Now Harry knew what the gross beeping noises had been. I see." Uncle Vernon sounded anxious. This sounded expensive. Stephanie looked at Harry to make sure he was still asleep before continuing. "His legs have been broken in several places. He's suffered a broken jaw, cracked skull, obviously concussion, and," she actually thought she had to prepare the Dursleys for the worst news kindly. "The worst damage has been to his spine. The spinal cord itself hasn't been severed, but there are fragments of bone causing pressure on it, which has led to what we hope is only temporary paralysis. We won't know the extent of permanent damage until he is stable enough for more surgery." Now Harry opened his eyes as everyone was staring him. Not wanting to speak to Harry, Uncle Vernon stammered, "He's awake, shouldn't you sedate him or something?" Clearly they thought Harry would magically pop up completely healed and curse them all for their ultimate betrayal, which had led to all of this. When he did not, something seemed to change about Dudley's demeanor. When Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had left, muttering their sympathies, Dudley lingered behind, asking for a moment alone from Stephanie. She glanced out the door to Professor Moody, seeking permission to consent to this unusual request. Mad Eye nodded his approval, making sure the door was open a crack to allow his magical eye to keep an eye on Harry. Now, beyond being left alone with Dudley, Harry was shocked at the revelation that Dumbledore, or whoever was supposed to be looking after him, was actually going to let someone operate on him. He was more than willing to take his chances on dying while being switched to wizarding medicine, even thought the odds were not in his favor. He had no idea how important it was that he appear Muggle in every way. Harry was sure that Dudley, his worst tormentor next to Draco Malfoy, was up to no good, and now he had no defense at all. "Harry, listen," said Dudley, looking him right in the eyes, something he had never done before. "Some guy, wizard I guess, came by and told Mom that now that our house was restored, all of your personal effects have to be stored there." He took a deep breath as if he was about to confess something. "Before we left to come see you, I took your wand. I was going to tease you with it. I didn't realize how hurt you really were. I mean, we're always getting reports from your Madame Pomfrey at your school about things like your arm bones and stuff. They always just popped you back together. Dad always just smirked about it at least being free, and you know Mom, unless it was me." Dudley looked truly ashamed. "Look, Harry, I saw a side of Mom and Dad this year. I know they were never good to you, and I was no better. I could use the excuse that I didn't know better when we were younger, and I swear I didn't." Harry. He reached out and to touch Harry's hand, but drew it back when Harry's eyes narrowed and he withdrew his hand under his covers. One pity trip wasn't going to make up for a lifetime of misery. "I know you hate me. You have every right to, but like I said, I got your wand to torment you, but, well, here it is." He thrust the wand into Harry's hand. "Maybe you can heal yourself with it," he suggested, clearly not knowing anything about wands or magic. Harry gripped his wand like a teddy bear given to a child for comfort. He defiantly felt safer with it. If those nutters came near him to take him for Muggle surgery, he could fend them off. Dudley gazed at Harry and left without another word. Harry didn't know what he would have said to Dudley if he could have spoken now, whether he would thank him or yell at him, but at least a small part of him believed his cousin had been sincere for the first time in his life. "I'll just take that then," growled Mad Eye Moody, entering Harry's room, janitor uniform and all. Harry had the will to hang on to the wand, but not the strength. Now he hated Mad Eye as he felt the wand slip from his grasp. Moody left to send the wand back to number 4 Privet Drive, explaining that when he felt better, even in another week, he might have it back. "Harry, I once tried to heal myself out in the field," he indicated, pointing to his magical eye that at the moment lolled in its socket, looking at Harry with sternness but also sympathy and understanding. "So that's what happened," thought Harry, making a mental note to tell Ron and Hermione about this new revelation. Apparently, Professor McGonagall had night shift guard duty for the weekend. She arrived early Saturday morning with an assortment of books for Harry which would hover and turn pages with the blink of an eye. Harry groaned inwardly. Even on death's door she wants me to study, he mused. But the books were nothing of the sort. There were popular music magazines with pictures of the Weird Sisters on the cover, and there were Quidditch Today magazines, and yes, it was inevitable with Professor McGonagall, one entitled, Wizarding Careers in Modern Times, Volume 1 by Lacey Velvet. Harry rolled his eyes at this one, but it made him somewhat more reassured that he was going to live long enough to choose a career, at least in her eyes anyway. Harry, she started. She usually called him Mr. Potter, warmly, but rather formally. Now all formality disappeared as she bent next to him and actually kissed his cheek. He would have expected this from Mrs. Weasley, and now he'd thought of it, where had she been during all of this? She had always fussed heavily over any bumps or bruises. "Are you in much pain, dear?" she asked, sounding rather guilty, knowing that Harry had found out that no one could be permitted to perform a relief spell, or risk breaking the one cloak of protection surrounding Harry. Harry didn't like lying, but he couldn't hurt Professor McGonagall. He blinked. No, and she seemed much more at ease. Professor McGonagall didn't usually give out much personal information, but as the conversation was one-sided, more came out than she'd intended. "I've heard your prognosis, Harry, and given your penchant for figuring things out, I guess you know too." She looked down at him, her glasses on her nose, like she knew he had already heard what he was not supposed to know. Harry cast his glance towards his feet, admitting he knew everything all too well. "Harry, wizarding medicine isn't perfect. If I thought Poppy could transfer you safely from these machines to quicker, more pain-free treatment, believe me, I would have done all that was in my power to have it done, but I must agree with the Medawizards here. There is no other way. If only it were not for the extreme security concerns, to hide you in Muggle fashion. Even so, I dare say that being left in the woods for so long didn't help your prospects, and even if they had risked the transfer, you would still have faced a long recovery, albeit a more comfortable one. Why, I myself spent over a month in St. Mungo's with wizarding medicine at their disposal. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that you have the heart of a lion, and I will not lose my favorite Quidditch player. You must not let me down." Professor McGonagall's mention of the fact that she doubted that even Madame Pomfrey could save him now didn't make him feel any better. After all, she had regrown bones, depetrified people with help from Professor Sprout's Mandrake potion, and had mended nearly every student at Hogwarts at one time or another. Harry hated Snape even more after Professor McGonagall had mentioned that the delay in treatment had contributed to his ineligibility for wizarding care. He felt hot wrath rise in his chest. Why was Dumbledore always defending Snape still? As Harry thought over the conversation, it was the reference to the heart of a lion that Professor McGonagall had mentioned on top of what Tyler had said about him in the woods, that stood out especially in his mind. He knew that people used this as an expression all the time, but Tyler had mentioned it as though it were not merely a popular saying, but an actual resemblance in Harry of a lion. "I knew I always belonged in Gryffindor," he reassured himself, picturing the Gryffindor house symbol, a griffin, half bird, half lion. Harry still harbored the fear that the Sorting Hat had instilled in him, that he might do well in Slytherin with Snape and Malfoy. He drifted off to sleep thinking of the Gryffindor flag flying in breeze during a Quidditch match, while the head of his house from Hogwarts watched over him. Harry also dreamed he was in a hot climate, lying in the warm sun on a sandy ground. His senses were keen. He could smell the very air and the approaching rain. He could see and hear every creature stirring in his strange environment, and he took off running just for the sheer joy of it. He was so fast on all fours. All fours, he thought. He was having one those dreams where you can keep a dialogue with yourself while still dreaming. Wow, I must be dreaming. This is neat. Harry awoke just as Professor McGonagall's day shift was over. He wished she could have stayed. Nights were when Harry felt most scared and vulnerable, but he gave no indication that he wanted her to stay. He knew she needed her rest, having only just been released from hospital herself recently, after sustaining 4 stunning spells to the chest in a row. Harry also knew that she had spent a sleepless night as part of a search party for him during the Great Storms. "Hello, Harry," Professor Lupin said warmly, entering his room. Harry was glad it was Lupin. He was in no mood for more sleep just now, and Lupin had been a great teacher and friend to him. Professor Lupin had resigned from his post as teacher of defense against the dark arts, when it had come to the attention of parents of students at Hogwarts that he was in fact a werewolf, something that would not be tolerated. But Harry had the greatest admiration for the man who had been friends with his father and his godfather when they had all been at school together. It had been Professor Lupin who had saved Harry's life many times over, by teaching him to produce a Patronus to defend himself from the soul-beeping Dementors. Harry felt that Lupin's differences didn't make him dangerous, just different. Harry noticed that Lupin, who was usually very pale and shabbily dressed, just as Sirius had been, looked a lot healthier and better dressed than he had ever seen him. Feeling Harry taking him in with his eyes, he replied, "Professor Snape's potions have only been getting better and better lately. I feel like a new man. I still retreat every full moon as a precaution, but as the treatments become more successful, I may even be cured someday." Harry, who could see plainly, the hope and anticipation on his face, did not indicate his displeasure with the praise for the man he considered largely responsible for his current state. Even Professor Lupin was expressing his apologies for not reaching Harry in time to save him. "You know, everyone was searching for you while blasting those infernal funnel clouds. We were worried sick. Why, poor Molly." He paused and looked at the floor. "What?" thought Harry desperately. "What about Mrs. Weasley?" He raised his eyebrows, indicating for Lupin to go on. He was getting quite used to commanding with his eyes. "Well, Harry, Molly, Mrs. Weasley's been through so much with her husband almost getting killed to that boggart showing her worst fears, namely her sons and you, Harry, getting killed. ... He paused as though thinking that the boggart hadn't been far off the mark, and then there's Percy's promotion to assistant to the head of the Ministry's information office. Percy will be conducting interviews with people, Muggle and Wizard alike, to form an excuse as to the reason for the sudden change in the Ministry's stance on whether Voldemort is back or not. No doubt, he'll be wanting an interview with you, Harry." Harry now remembered how it had stung him to his heart that Percy, in a letter to Ron, had advised Ron to refrain from keeping company with Harry as he was both a liar and probably insane as well. Ron had not taken the advice from his stuck-up, ladder-climbing brother, and Harry had been relieved. He vowed that no such interview would ever take place. Harry had stated his proof for all to hear, and those that did not believe would do so at their own peril. Mrs. Weasley had spent the whole previous summer trying to persuade, cajole and even beg Percy to return home and stop all his self-promotion and gold-seeking way of life. Mr. Weasley had in the meantime been demoted, no doubt thanks to Percy pointing out any tardiness or slight discrepancy on his father's part at the Ministry for Magic. Mr. Weasley, who had done a good job in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, had been demoted to Centaur Liaison Office, which everyone knows as a non-entity, due to the fact that centaurs do not communicate with humans. It was the last stop before the door of employment with the Ministry for Magic shuts for the last time. As distressing as all this was, it was exciting to be with his old mentor again. Professor Lupin had opened his eyes to so many possibilities. If he could talk, Harry felt sure he would have told Professor Lupin about his lion dreams. He knew he didn't have to be shy or ashamed to tell this man anything. He had seen Lupin at brief intervals last year, but never got much chance to tell him all of the things that had transpired over the last few years since he had left Hogwarts. He longed for the tea breaks in Professor Lupin's office when everyone but he was allowed to visit Hogsmeade. He remembered hearing all about Lupin's many adventures and learning about creatures he had never seen before. Professor Lupin had reminded Harry of what having a real uncle would be like. Someone to rough around with, and tell stories, true or not, didn't matter most of the time. True to his nature, Lupin entertained Harry with stories of his adventures until he fell asleep at about 10:30. Harry awoke as Professor Lupin was leaving at 7 in the morning on Sunday. It was the first time he had not awakened in the night in pain and confused as to his whereabouts. Lupin had put him at ease somehow for the whole night. Now, however, he hurt badly. He clenched his fists. His chest was on fire. He felt pressure so intense in his whole upper body that his back arched involuntarily. His hands, which had felt so heavy, now flew to clutch his chest. He felt his lungs constricting. "Get someone, quickly," croaked Professor McGonagall to Lupin, and the Medawizards rushed in, followed quickly by Stephanie. Stephanie suctioned Harry's breathing tube and Professor McGonagall, who could take no more, took out her wand and was just about to shout, "Enervate." When the dose of adrenaline Harry had been given kicked in and he fell back into a prone position, hands still clutching his chest. Such relief fell upon him that he closed his eyes and blacked out. It was night again before Harry came. Room swam before him as he felt someone take his hands on either side. Apparently, Professor McGonagall had brought Ron and Hermione as a surprise for him, though he was only vaguely aware of their presence. Ron and Hermione were asleep on the plush chairs on either side of him. Professor Lupin stared at him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully and a little sadly. When he saw Harry was awake, he tried to smile. "You gave us another scare, Harry. These two wouldn't leave you, even with every order and threat from every Medawizard here to go home. I feared a duel at one point." He smiled weakly. Hermione and Ron awoke to find Harry staring at them. "Harry, I swear I'll thrash you for that when you're well." Ron yawned and Harry noticed how stressed he looked. "Oh, Harry, it's going to be okay tomorrow, it really will be. They do things like this all the time." Hermione knew Harry wouldn't have a clue what she was talking about, but she knew he would soon learn. Things like what exactly? Harry wanted to know, but couldn't ask. He had heard all kinds of talk about draining fluid and removing bone fragments, but now it came to it, he wasn't ready. They were going to operate tomorrow after all, he realized with a thrill of horror. "We're staying right till it's all over. We'll be here when you go to sleep and we'll be here when you wake up." Hermione was trying to be reassuring. Ron was nodding to everything she said. Professor Lupin had nothing to offer, except the same reassurances and agreements with Hermione. It was Lupin who had taught Harry to make a Patronus. It was Lupin who had given him the confidence to pursue his education to the fullest. Now even he could not help. There was not a Patronus equivalent to ward off what Harry was facing. The surgery was scheduled for 11:30 the next morning. It was now 3:30 a.m. The magical clock at the Weasleys' household, which didn't tell time, but gave locations of family members instead, moved Harry's picture from hospital to mortal peril again. The hands had been dodging between the two all week. "Harry, you should rest, you need your strength," Ron told him. Harry shot him a look that said, "Dying doesn't take a whole lot of strength." Harry had known this was going to happen, but he hadn't prepared. He figured they moved up the surgery because of what happened with the pain in his chest earlier, but he still could not fathom why they didn't just heal him wizard fashion. Professor McGonagall, who had not left after Harry's relapse, entered the room with a cup of tea for everyone. She hadn't expected Harry to be awake. Before she looked at him, she told Ron, Hermione and Professor Lupin that security would be tight during the procedure. Nearly the whole Order of the Phoenix would be involved in securing the building and surrounding area. Stephanie, with connections to Muggle doctors, friends from university, had been able to persuade some of them to perform the surgery. First, after calling her nuts, they were given a tour of St. Mungo's, then they consented to having their memories of this after the surgery obliterated. Dumbledore had instructed Snape to provide these doctors with simple potion ingredient lists to take with them when they left. Simple potions like Madame Pomfrey's Pepper Up potion would help the Muggles finally cure the common cold and flu, and would serve as a goodwill gesture to the Muggles for their help in this matter. Everything seemed in its place, except Harry. No one asked Harry what he wanted, not that he had a choice, and when everyone he knew came to visit him, it seemed more like a goodbye at a funeral procession than a get-well greeting. Ron and Hermione didn't leave during all the visits. Harry was glad. If this was his last day, he wanted to be with them, his friends through thick and thin, this being the thinnest ever. The visitor that caught him most off guard was Dudley alone. He had brought his new mini-color television, battery-operated with remote control and headset, and his new game system. Not waiting for Harry's friends to retaliate, he simply said, "Please," to Ron and Hermione, who sat back down, but did not take their eyes off him. "I know you're a wizard, but you grew up Muggle is it?" he went on, "and I know you like games. I caught you playing it when you thought I wasn't home. I never said anything, most of the time." This bit of news startled Harry. He had been sneaking a go at the game system every time he could get his hands on it. Anyway, I know you'll pull through. I lived after having that tail removed," he smiled. "Anyway," he said again, "when you're feeling better, you might get bored, they're yours." He left again, leaving everyone except Ron speechless. That git is up to something. But Hermione could sense that at the sentimental state Harry was in at this point, he needed to believe that this was a genuine gesture of support. At 5 o'clock in the morning, someone came in to take a blood sample. Harry was painfully reminded of the blood Wormtail had taken from him a year previous when he had used it to return Voldemort to full power. As soon as the Medawizard had left with the blood, Snape arrived, early, for his day shift of security. "Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to tell you he will be here shortly before your surgery." Harry wanted to ask him if he had smelled his blood and been drawn into the room like a vampire. "Harry, Headmaster Dumbledore has consented to let me give this potion before your surgery. I've modified it so it can be used in this primitive contraption." Snape studied the intravenous from bag to needle with a look of sheer revulsion on his face. He prepared a syringe and made ready to inject him. "The closest Muggle equivalent doesn't work as well as this. I've made variations of it for Madame Pomfrey on many occasions." He seized Harry's arm. "Would no one stop him?" "Very kind, Severus," said Lupin approvingly. "Your potions have improved greatly as of late. Extra courses in advanced brewing?" "No, I've just been traveling a lot. Business for the headmaster." "Well, it worked wonders for me," came praise from Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. He also thought Ron and Hermione had picked a lousy time to become complacent. Harry prepared himself for the jab, but Snape had put the potion into the intravenous, to drain slowly into his veins. Snape drew an ancient pocket watch from his cloak. This should take full effect in about 6 hours' time, half an hour before the procedure. Harry glared at him and Snape asked for a few minutes with his student. Harry wanted to punch Ron in the nose and never speak to Hermione again as they complied without hesitation. "Mr. Potter, I am under the impression that you blame me for this unfortunate situation. I assure you that my wishing for your expulsion and wishing you death are two very different things. You have no idea what I have sacrificed, so your insufferable insolence will be mastered by the time you return to my classroom." Snape didn't need to say, "or else." Harry had spent many detentions experiencing firsthand the potion masters, or else. Was this Snape's twisted way of offering Harry hope that he would live to return to Hogwarts, or was he really this sadistic? Harry was apprehensive that Snape's potion would kill him. He still felt Dumbledore was making a huge mistake trusting Snape. By injecting Harry with his potion, he could very well have just killed him right in front of everyone. Then again, came Hermione's voice in his head. "If Snape had wanted to kill you, Harry, he would have done it by now." "Good luck, Potter," Snape said, in the same manner as if he were being falsely cordial before a Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. He did not stay in Harry's room with Professors Lupin and McGonagall and Ron and Hermione. He stood, arms folded across his chest outside Harry's door. When Ron and Hermione came back in, Harry closed his eyes and would not open them. He was furious with them both. Harry had been threatened with death by Snape's potions or lack of antidote before in class. He had been threatened by Snape with Veritaserum to make him tell the evil potions master things. They had all been empty threats, but nonetheless frightening. Harry felt that Hermione and Ron had stood aside and let him be attacked with that needle. "Harry, we watched him make that potion he just gave you. He started working on it the day you were brought in here. He seemed really rattled, Harry. I think he just doesn't have any people skills." All Harry could think was, "How thick are you, Hermione?" Now Harry wished with a fresh wave of panic that Madame Pomfrey was here. He never thought he'd ever wish for such things in his life. The very thought that they would operate on him, Muggle fashion, with no real confidence in his survival, was overwhelming. He wondered if Snape was enjoying his fear. After all, he could have just given up in the woods that night and been done with it. His resolve to make Snape pay for the way he had treated him all these years boiled to the surface, which in some ways did him good, because he wanted to live at least to see him suffer. "Come on, mate, talk to us. We might not have much time left," Ron pleaded. "Ron," Hermione scolded, "we have a lifetime too." Just then Mrs. Weasley's voice floated in. Harry opened his eyes and felt a rush of fear mixed with comfort, just as he had when Hagrid had come to his bedside. "Oh, Harry dear," she sobbed. "Mom, you promised," Ron reminded her. "You're right, of course," she returned, dabbing her eyes. "Just with all this Percy business and now this," she continued sobbing, taking Harry in. "Mr. Weasley was not with her and no one said why. We're going to celebrate your release from here in grand scale when you're well. I'll make all your favorites," she said, composing herself for Harry's sake. "Do you think you could handle 2 more visitors, Harry?" Harry blinked yes and was glad when Fred and George burst in, because Mrs. Weasley's grief was more than he could take right now. Fred and George were the first wizards who did not express revulsion at the Muggle apparatus hooked up to their benefactor's body. George plopped down on Harry's bedside, when everyone else had been too afraid to lay a finger on him. "Well, this is inconvenient, isn't it, Harry?" Fred simply stated. Harry liked the distraction of having them around, but soon Mrs. Weasley was scolding them. The twins had tried the stethoscopes, the blood pressure monitors and just about every other gadget that wasn't directly attached to Harry. "Harry, when you're done with these," George indicated, "can I have them? They've given me a great idea." "Never you mind," Mrs. Weasley retorted, but Harry was highly amused. Fred winked at him, joking, "Harry, we are in your will, aren't we?" Harry would have laughed if he could as Mrs. Weasley tried to usher them out, but now he had something to think about. He did have a sizable amount of Wizards' gold and assets, including real estate now that Sirius was gone, and he had not made a will. He now realized how neglectful this had been since his life had been pretty much forfeit since he had been born. He was roused out of these deep thoughts as Fred peeked his head back around the corner. "But seriously, Harry, buck up. We can't wait for you to see the shop. Right on the corner of Nocturne and Diagon Alley," he finished as a slightly evil grin spread across their faces. "Old Zonko's going nuts," George said triumphantly, nicking a bedpan and plunking himself into a wheelchair pushed by Fred. At 8 o'clock, the Muggle doctors arrived. They looked thoroughly interested in their surroundings. Harry worried that their minds would wander during surgery with so much to take in here. Stephanie looked slightly awkward. She knew that even if it was not her idea to bring the Muggle doctors here, she had played a part in it at Dumbledore's request and therefore felt guilty as well. Harry did not blame her. He knew where his anger was directed. "Hello, Harry, I've heard all about you from our Stephanie here." The doctor began with small talk, but it was of little use. Harry could barely hear him over the thumping of his heart. He had thought he'd accepted this, but now he knew he hadn't. Harry wanted to ignore them, hoping they would just go away, but they continued as though he had welcomed them. "I'm Dr. Green. This is Dr. Hubert, our anesthesiologist, and this is Dr. Francine Larkin. She's a thoracic surgeon. That means a heart specialist," he felt he should explain. "We just want to check you over, son, so try to relax." Harry knew that the doctor's arrival signaled the beginning of what he felt sure was to be his end. If the surgery did not kill him, Voldemort would get him while he was under anesthetic, and there would be nothing he could do about it. When Harry looked at Stephanie, she gave a small sad shrug and Harry looked toward the ceiling, anywhere but at the doctor's. "Okay, Harry, now this will be uncomfortable, but it's okay, I assure you. When I shut off your ventilator, I want you to try to draw a breath on your own as deeply as you can. Ready?" "No." Harry blinked furiously. "Right then. Easy does it," said Dr. Green as he pushed a button at Harry's throat. Harry started to choke and splutter immediately. He fought to inhale and succeeded, though the effort cost him all his strength. "Very good, Harry," he wrote in his clipboard after turning the ventilator back on. Turning to Stephanie and the other doctors, he said, "I don't think his lung has healed as much as it should have by now. We'll have a look while we're in there." Now what? Harry thought desperately. The Muggle doctors told him nothing but that he would be fine while they took his pulse and listened to his chest and went over him with a fine-tooth comb. At the same time as telling him he would be fine, they were saying to each other, "Ideally he should be more stable, but we can't risk waiting. One more episode like last night's and our window of opportunity may close." Why do they talk like I'm not listening? Harry wondered. He supposed that they did this kind of thing all the time, but they should realize that for Harry, this was his life they were talking about. It was his life that would be over if. They told Harry that they would check back in on him very soon, and again, they assured him that he would be fine, though they left very deep in conversation, making plans for emergency responses that may come up and such. Stephanie looked at him again before leaving. Harry, I know these people. They are the best at what they do. They will take care of you. Hagrid arrived at 10 o'clock. Harry heard a commotion in the hall. Hagrid had grabbed Snape, who was still standing, arms folded. Hagrid shook Snape by his robe collar, bellowing loudly and angrily at him. Harry could hear by the slur in Hagrid's voice that his friend was very drunk. If this boy dies, it'll be on her head. Ye've been nothing but mean to I am since the day he arrived. Snape's cold reply to this accusation was predictable. Maybe your coddling of our young Mr. Potter has made him soft. I treat him the way he can be expect to be treated for years to come. He is coming up to the biggest fight of his life, more life-threatening by an amount you cannot possibly comprehend, believe me, I know. But you of all people could have been Elpin, I am all these years. Hagrid said, choking Snape up closer to him. I have been helping the boy in the only way I know how. Do you think, Hagrid, that the Dark Lord will invite Mr. Potter in for tea and cakes? Snape spat, turning his head away from the strong smell of alcohol on Hagrid's breath. Cruel to be kind, Hagrid, cruel to be kind, Snape finished, removing Hagrid's grasp from his robes and brushing them smooth again. Hagrid was so taken aback by this analogy that Snape had time to shout, Expelliarmus. Hagrid's pink umbrella flew from the pockets of his large coat pocket into Snape's outstretched hand. You have been cleared of all charges related to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets since 3 years ago, and you have not yet mustered the courage to obtain a proper wand. This pink umbrella says something about you that no doubt you've heard behind your back on countless occasions. It's not flattering, Hagrid, something Lockhart would carry, I dare say. Do not come here to accuse me of failing the boy. You have yet to match my efforts in his safekeeping. I trust I don't have to refresh your memory. It would be a pity if you were to fall from grace in his eyes. Snape was clearly not afraid of Hagrid's threat. He tossed him back his umbrella. Hagrid knew that at least on some points, Snape had been right. Hagrid had put off obtaining a proper wand as well as taking advantage of his cleared name. It had been easier to be bumbling Hagrid, and not someone that Harry would count on, but deep down he knew that Harry had always counted on him. Snape and Hagrid still stood toe-to-toe when Dumbledore entered the ward. Is there a problem, gentlemen? Dumbledore asked as he swept up the corridor calmly to stand between the two. No, Headmaster, Snape replied obediently, but somewhat strained. Hagrid just swayed, a combination of the drunkenness and the newly surfaced guilt coming out. He couldn't let Harry see him like this. Hagrid was just leaving, sir, Snape lied, giving Hagrid a way out. Good, good, Dumbledore smiled benignly. No one doubted for a minute that Dumbledore had known what had just transpired. We are, I remind you, here on the most important task ever faced by the Order, he said, entering Harry's room. Harry looked right past him for Hagrid, though he knew he'd gone before even saying goodbye or hello for that matter. Once again entering Harry's mind, Dumbledore said, Harry, I know you are scared, but I have on many occasions praised your strengths, and Harry could hear him plainly though his mouth was not moving. You are afraid of death, but somehow think that giving up would release you from your destiny. I will therefore remind you, Harry, that your life is not your own to take, not even by merely giving up. You must fight, Harry, harder than you have ever fought in your life. Your parents did not die to save you for you to decide when your life will be over. I have no choice in this, Harry thought, but he could hear his own voice in the room and found that speech was not necessary. Harry, who felt cut off and shunned by the headmaster the previous year, was now strongly reminded of the time when Dumbledore had spent all night by his bedside after he had duelled with Voldemort over the Philosopher's Stone, suddenly felt his fondness for the old man return in full. Professor, Harry asked something that had been on his mind since his hospitalization. What if I fight as hard as I can and I can't do it? I don't want to let anyone down, I don't want to die, but I don't know if I can do this. Harry felt like he was in a room with Dumbledore by himself, where there was no pain in his body and his breaths came as easy as normal. Harry, My friend Nicholas Flamel likens death to a journey, not a bad thing, merely another plane of reality. I tend to agree. You seem to be seeking permission. As I have said, your life is not yours to give up, but nor can you keep it when your time is up. I do not feel your time has expired. Professor Snape has given you the potion already, no doubt. Yes. Harry was blinking answers once more. The pain had returned and the buzzing of all the people in his room resumed. Good, good, you should be feeling its effects directly. Just succumb to its effects, Harry, it is what is best. Somehow Dumbledore, knowing about and approving of the potion, relieved Harry greatly. True to his word, Snape's potion took effect about 45 minutes before surgery. Harry felt stronger and more confident, but with the new strength, he also felt like running away. Okay, we're going to have to ask you all to leave, Stephanie stepped in. Everyone left, giving variations of thumbs up and some planting key S on his forehead. Do not endeavor to make me look bad, Mr. Potter. Snape was clearly referring to his potion, and Harry was again reminded of his first lesson with Snape. I can help you brew glory, bottle fame, even put a stopper in death. To Harry's shame and embarrassment, he was left with only a blanket covering his body. His chest was naked. He was embarrassed when everyone came back in, especially Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Weasley and mostly Hermione, but of course this was silly. Mrs. Weasley had sons of her own. Professor McGonagall was old enough to be his grandmother, and Hermione had always been a sister to him. The things one thinks about at a time like this boggles the mind, he thought, though he still felt exposed. Okay, time to go, Harry. One of you can go with him. We've converted a treatment room to an operating room. No one seemed to know what to do until Ron indicated his mother, who was already holding Harry's hand, to go with him, and no one had any objection to this. Ron gripped Harry's hand a little more tightly than caution would have dictated, and said he'd be seeing him soon. Hermione keyed Harry silently on the cheek. Ron looked at the floor, not knowing what to do. He had been Harry's best friend all these years, and he didn't want to fail him now. Harry reached out and took Ron's hand, as he clearly had not known what to do either. Harry looked at him and released his hand, making the OK sign with his thumb and forefinger. The Metawizards came to wheel Harry down the hall. Snape's potion hadn't released him of all his fears, but he at least felt resigned to go through with it. Here we are, Harry, said Mrs. Weasley, as though she could read his mind. I've knitted you a nice new blanket for your bed when you're done. She could tell he was cold. Why is it so cold in here? She asked. It's to slow his metabolism down, so there is less bleeding, explained the doctor. Bleeding, stammered Mrs. Weasley. Harry squeezed her hand, comforting her. She had clearly not accepted this Muggle procedure as much as she had let on. Okay, we're ready, Steph. Stephanie and Mrs. Weasley left the room, glancing sympathetically one last time at Harry, who was now surrounded by people who were trying to save his life, but he couldn't help feeling that somehow their Hippocratic oath to do no harm was being violated by the fact that they knew there were less invasive magical procedures for all of this. He felt that putting him through this surgery was every bit as dangerous as the transfer to wizarding methods of healing would be. Apparently no one shared his opinion, though he heard his share of doubts for his survival either way. We're going to patch you up just fine, Harry. It was Dr. Green. You'll be back playing Quidditch. Is it? In no time. I'd love to see a game. Maybe you can arrange for that when you're on your feet again. The doctor's bedside manner made Harry feel somewhat more confident of his abilities as a surgeon. I've done this loads of times, Harry, Dr. Green assured him, though he didn't stipulate how many successes he'd had. Now, Harry, came a voice behind a mask sitting above the table he laid upon. We need you to relax and count backwards from 10. Harry began counting to himself. At least he wouldn't know anything about it if he died on the operating table, he'd be asleep. 10, 9, 8, 7. Harry fell away from his body. He was resting, sprawled, all fours dangling on either side of a log. He licked his paw lazily. Paw, 4 legs. Here, on this plane of reality, he was a winged lion again. He stalked around a jungle feeling like a king of the beasts. Harry's dream stopped as he had spotted an elk. Subconsciously, Harry didn't think that even as a lion he could catch and eat this prey, which as a human he would consider peaceful and beautiful and not a good food source. Everyone in the waiting room was either nervously pacing or pretending to flip through hideously outdated wizarding magazines. Hagrid, who had returned, drummed his large fingers on a side table until everyone glared him into silence. Snape sat, arms still folded as they had been in the hallway, apparently deep in thought. Hermione and Ron, who needed something to physically concentrate their apprehension on, went to Harry's room to hook up his television and game system. Ron proved quite useless in this endeavor as Hermione, who had been Muggle-born, showed him how it all worked. He was almost as fascinated as his father would have been. Professor McGonagall had led Mrs. Weasley to the cafeteria for a cup of tea. She had returned from seeing Harry off into the operating room quite beside herself, muttering something about Harry bleeding to death. She knew it, the boggart had known it, and on and on. Suddenly Harry snapped back to his own body. He could now look down at himself. He felt disconnected and calm. He could feel nothing but cold. His chest was exposed. The doctors were using a camera inside his chest and using other instruments, obviously trying to fix his damaged lung. The disconnected feeling left rather quickly when one of the doctors used a rib spreader to separate his ribs to get a better look inside his chest. "Drive green, his blood pressure is dropping," came the voice at the head of the table. "We're losing a pulse." Harry felt that the voice at the head of the table was entirely too calm about the situation. As he slipped away again from the disturbing sight of reality, he found himself in a place no better than that reality where he was losing his battle to stay alive. Harry hallucinated that there were Dementors leaning over the doctors. He was freezing, his happy dreams of being a lion, swept away in a panic. The Dementor at the head of the operating table retracted his cloak and leaned its putrid head toward Harry's face, using the ventilator as a straw through which it would beep Harry's soul out. Harry could feel the ventilator working against him, rather than providing the life-sustaining oxygen he couldn't take in for himself, as the Dementor's oozing mouth made contact with the tube, filling Harry's lungs with ice. "No!" Harry screamed, as he smelled the rotting breath and felt the Dementor's ice-cold decaying hands freeze his chest as the other Dementors held him down. "No pulse, doctor." Harry felt a sharp jolt of electricity coursing through his chest, just as he had in the woods when the doctors had used a defibrillator on him to restart his heart. Now he looked down at himself. He knew he was dead. He started to look around, expecting, hoping to see his parents, Sirius, Cedric. Somebody, but no one came. "Fight, Harry," came Dumbledore's voice from somewhere. Still number pulse. Wham! They hit him again. From wherever Harry thought he was, he saw the Dementor stand back, waiting for another opportunity to satisfy their craving for his soul. They would be back. 3 hours into the surgery, everyone knew things were not going well. "He can't die, can he?" Ron looked pleadingly at Professor Dumbledore, who seemed to be somewhere else at the moment. Harry saw the Dementor retract his hood again for another try, its rotting hand clutching the ventilator. He tried in vain to cry out, "Expecto Patronum," but his voice seized up. Harry remembered having dreams like this where something awful would be chasing you and your legs would be running as fast as they could, but you stood still, or else your legs didn't work at all. "Call him like you know him, not as merely just a conjured charm," came Dumbledore's voice once again into his dreams, speaking of Harry's Patronus, a stag, like his father's animagus form. "Dad, Expecto Patronum." He shouted it now, and a huge silver stag galloped out of nowhere, whereas before it had sprung from Harry's wand. The silver stag Harry had always fancied as his Patronus was the likeness of his father James Potter, who had been an animagus, a stag. The Patronus shot down on the Dementors and they vanished, and Harry felt another charge through his body. "That's it, we've lost him. I knew he was just not stable enough for this." To occupy their worried minds, Ron and Hermione had gone back to Harry's room to find something they could do for him for when he would return from surgery. "There, that's done," Hermione said, satisfied with her work. "Harry's gonna love it when he comes out," but just then Professor McGonagall came in. She had tears in her eyes. "I'm afraid Harry isn't doing as well as we'd hoped. I just thought you had the right to know, so you can prepare yourselves to say goodbye." The silver stag galloped back to Harry and put its head on Harry's shoulder. It leant down on its 2 front legs, indicating Harry should get on. Harry now knew what he'd been doing. He had been so far away from his body, he dreamed the silver stag Patronus was galloping him back to it. The stag stopped next to Harry lying on the table, white as the sheet beneath him. The stag nudged and Harry knew what he had to do, but he didn't want to leave. He climbed off the stag's back and laid down into his body once more. Beep, beep, beep. We have a pulse. Blood pressure rising. The voice sounded positively triumphant. Harry felt pain return to his body. He wondered if this was normal. They backed off his anesthesia to try to return his blood pressure to normal. Now they started their tedious procedure again. Harry fell away to dreams once more. He had been riding the silver stag through a field of green. It was warm and the wind caught his hair. He had no need for glasses, everything was crystal clear. He was happy. The ride became more bumpy and he felt himself shrink. "Say giddy up, Daddy," came a voice Harry knew instantly. He was a baby, riding on a man's back playing horsey. His father. His mother Lily was laughing, holding him on as he crawled around on a rug in a room that Harry could somehow vividly remember was home. "Giddy up, Daddy. Come on, Harry, say it." "Da-da," cooed a baby's voice, Harry realized was his own. James and Lily were so happy. "Where's the camera, James? Hold him on, I'll get it." "Say cheese," she laughed. A blinding flash hit Harry right in the eyes. He was startled. He was on his broom, it was a Quidditch match. He chased the golden snitch, which in the bright sunlight was blinding. The flash bulb had become the snitch. Malfoy was bearing down on it as if he knew he had to get it. In this game, the snitch was worth his very life, not just 150 points for a win, and Malfoy knew it. He attacked Harry with every known foul in the book. Harry dodged bludgers and curses from Malfoy's wand, which was outstretched and aimed at him without Malfoy even trying to conceal it. And Harry Potter loses another 15 minutes to Draco Malfoy. Lee Jordan was commentating. Clearly this game was for time, not points. There were no other players. Harry turned to return a bludger to Malfoy's head. It connected. Excellent 10 minutes to Harry, leaving him a deficit of only 5 minutes. Harry's done it before and we're all rooting for him now, but the stands were empty. Draco shook it off, coming up from behind Harry and slashing his wand across Harry's back. Lee Jordan was frantic. Foul, foul. Harry Potter loses 90 minutes. Foul. Harry felt a warm trickle down his back. They figure about an hour and a half more. Stephanie came to tell the Weasleys and Hermione. Somehow Harry had heard this, an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Draco was trying to kill him by prolonging the surgery in this dream. It was only a dream, but it was working. Harry returned to the pitch, weak and barely able to focus his eyes. He concentrated on the snitch. Lee's voice boomed out. "Come on, Harry, you've always done it before." Harry was exhausted. He forced his hate for Malfoy to take over. Malfoy's hand extended for the golden snitch. Harry recklessly leapt from his broom and knocking his hand out of reach with his own falling body, he reached and his fingers closed around the golden snitch. He prepared to die, hitting the ground from that great height, but instead he fell onto a soft warm place where he fell asleep immediately with Lee Jordan's exuberant voice hysterically calling, "And Harry Potter lives." Harry could hear voices. "The next 48 hours will be critical. We must guard against infection and fluid buildup. Our hospitals are sterilized by house elves," came the indignant reply from the head Medawizard. "My apologies, sir, but perhaps I should explain. Infection can be inside a person's body, not just from outside sources." Harry was pierced in the back by flying debris from the storm. "We removed shards of glass, wood and metal," Dr. Green went on. Harry was so intent on his fight with Voldemort and with trying to save everyone else, he had barely noticed that the glass raining down on him from blown-out windows was actually tearing into his flesh, and by the time he would have had chance to realize it, he had bigger problems to deal with, and these materials, not being metal, hadn't shown up on the X-rays. "Muggle medicine," he grumbled. Harry heard the door close. Clearly the 8-hour surgery was more than this Medawizard could handle. He was completely unglued by what he'd seen. "Set him up in an intensive care ward. Notify me if anything changes." "I need some coffee." "Do they have coffee?" Dr. Green asked. "This way," came Stephanie's voice. She had delivered news during the entire process. "It's 7:30. What's going on?" demanded Hermione, as Stephanie led an exhausted-looking Dr. Green, coffee cup in hand, to the waiting room. "Please, one at a time." He held up his hand to fend off the onslaught of questions. "Is he all right? Can we see him? Will he walk again?" "Harry is stable. We are cautiously optimistic. If he makes it though the next 2 days, his chances will be upgraded. You can see him. 2 people at a time, 10 minutes. The pulse in both ankles is stronger now that we have removed the bone fragments and debris that were putting pressure on his spine and causing swelling," he assured them all at once. "That is a good sign. And his lungs," came Professor McGonagall. "The puncture wound from his rib had to be sutured, sewn up," he corrected as the wizards looked at him curiously. Everyone cringed and automatically put their hand to their ribs as though actually feeling this. Harry was groggy. It was already 10 past midnight when the doctors led Ron and Hermione in. They hadn't slept or ate during all of this. "I thought they fixed him," Ron whispered, wondering why Harry still needed the ventilator and other equipment. "It's not like our medicine, it takes longer," Hermione whispered back. "He must really be in pain now," said Ron with pity in his voice. Professor Snape said the potion he gave Harry also had pain relief properties better than Muggle morphine or Demerol. "Harry should be fairly comfortable for a couple of more hours," she reassured Ron. "Yeah, but he looks really bad, doesn't he? Like he's all ready." "Ron, stop, he'll hear you." Harry wondered if he was dreaming again. Dumbledore came to him, not as a bedside visitor, but as a voice in his head. "I always said they would make great parents," he said in reference to Harry's dream. "You always loved that game." If Harry had been more aware, he would have questioned Dumbledore further, but now with everyone having already come to his bedside, he slipped into a dreamless sleep. Ginny had whispered in his ear, "Just sleep, Harry, it's what's best for you now," and for some reason, Harry had listened to that small scared voice. Ginny had sat silently during the surgery, curled up on a soft chair deep in thought and prayer. Harry wondered why he hadn't seen her before the surgery. On Tuesday morning, rain reflected on the enchanted ceiling. It couldn't have been more appropriate. Harry was sleepy and he had thought that he would wake up feeling better, not worse. Now he really could feel his legs, and they were painful. He was almost glad for it. Feeling something, even pain at this point, was better than no feeling at all. Stephanie entered his room with Tyler. He would have given anything to tell Tyler about the lion dreams he'd been having since Tyler had tried to heal him in the woods. The fear that he would never get to question him was realized when Tyler revealed that he and Stephanie were to have their memories of this whole affair wiped clear as soon as the doctors declared him stable. He had no time in the woods. He just wanted to know exactly what Tyler had meant by "heart of a lion," in his reference to his being able to help Harry, even though he wasn't an animal. Rather than to have his memory wiped clean, Harry wanted Tyler to come to Hogwarts and tell that pompous Sorting Hat that he was more Gryffindor than anyone there, but even more than that, Tyler, who was older than his years, had been Harry's first friend from his Muggle life. Sure, he had Ron and Hermione, but somehow he had always wondered if it wasn't that he was Harry Potter, whether they would have hit it off, after all. Going back all those years, Harry remembered that his whole first conversation with Ron had been about the scar, and he who must not be named. It had been kind of nice not to explain for once, the scar, and all the other details Harry had to go over every time he met someone new. "Harry," Tyler suddenly brightened, "your Professor Dumbledore asked Professor Snape to try some OCCU. Occlumency, Tyler," his mother reminded him. Now Harry felt sure he was still dreaming. It was kind of those telepathy studies that people research at universities with volunteers. It was really neat. He must be a really cool teacher. Tyler positively beamed with enthusiasm. "I heard him tell your headmaster that he'd never seen anything like it. He asked me to show him what I'd seen in you, how I helped you, and he said something about your dad, and then," he looked at his mother for the right word. "Animagus," she said, clearly not understanding what the word meant. "Mom went with me. I was a little afraid of your teacher, but he is really nice. Let me try out his wand." "Wait a minute here, back the broom up," Harry thought. This was not the information you just blurt out when no reply is possible. "Enigmus," Tyler leaving soon, Snape nice. Harry fell unconscious. He was not ready for this. He did not remember the rest of the day of his surgery. Another 24 hours Molly, Harry can do that standing on his head. It was Professor Lupin once again defending Harry's strengths, rather than pointing out his weaknesses, like some people. I know, but they said his temperature is up. It could mean infection, a major setback. Harry could hear Mrs. Weasley sobbing. If Harry did have a fever, he wasn't feeling it. He just felt so sleepy. They've had to keep him heavily sedated Molly. They don't want him to use his strength, also there's the pain. Harry had been in and out of it for hours, but had been utterly unable to show them a sign that he was aware. He hasn't woke in hours. Harry could hear all of what Hermione had said, and he wanted so much to tell her that he was okay. Trouble was, he just couldn't open his eyes. He started to dream again, and this time, it was so much more difficult to come back. Now, after having wanted to tell her that he was okay, he wasn't so sure he was all right himself. Harry's eyes snapped open wide and unblinking, as reality and dreams mixed in horror and confusion. Voldemort laughed maliciously and put the Cruciatus curse on him. His body became rigid with pain. The Dark Lord had aimed his wand at Harry's throat. Meta-wizards rushed in. He couldn't breathe, and though a part of him knew that the Dark Lord wasn't actually here, he felt his chest constrict painfully. He saw a funnel cloud aimed at him, and his chest would not rise with breath. His lung has collapsed again. Page Dr. Green stat. Harry looked down at his body, covered with sweat. It was almost like looking at someone else. He heard someone say, "Okay, we got it. We won't have to go back in, but we have to get his temperature down." Harry's body felt icy cold to him. He was shivering. In his delirium, he thought he was screaming as wet cold towels were laid on his entire body. Why were they torturing him? The fever's broken, Molly. Dr. Green feels he's stable. It was Professor McGonagall. I have sent Ron and Hermione to the visitors' dormitory. I dare say they sat on the floor outside his room for the last 4 hours. They've really been through a lot. Wouldn't have left at all if I hadn't threatened to turn them into flies after I heard Ron say, "Wish I could be a fly on Harry's wall to find out what is going on. For all they're telling us, you'd think we were kids or something." Quote. Last I looked in on them, they were fast asleep, bless them. I think we were right to slip some of that sleeping potion into their tea. They were almost overwrought, having not slept properly since, well before the surgery. They won't be any good to him if they get sick too. Just something Ron said makes me think of how long I've been teaching at Hogwarts. You'd think we were kids or something, and you know I do think they're kids, but they're really young adults now. She gazed fondly at Harry, stroking his hair back from his brow. It seems like only yesterday they walked into the Great Hall, so small, already a bond formed between two of them and Hermione to complete the trio. Almost like it was meant to be somehow. Professor McGonagall had tears in her eyes as she reminisced about old times. Minerva, you know you haven't rested through all this either. Perhaps a little rest in the dorms for you as well, Mrs. Weasley suggested. Perhaps you're right, Molly. Somehow I feel the worst is over, but I think I'll sit by him for a few more hours. I just can't seem to leave somehow. Ron and Hermione woke 8 hours later, hardly remembering having been ordered away from Harry's doorway, as tired as they had been. They were bounding down the hallway, when they almost collided with someone. It was Professor McGonagall, finally on her way to get some rest for herself. Professor McGonagall, Harry, is he? Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. She was startled by the near collision. She checked her watch to calculate how much sleep they'd had and satisfied with the 8 hours, she assured them, Harry is holding his own. You have permission to enter his room, quietly mind you. They took off running, Professor McGonagall smiling after them. She didn't mind that they had started running in the halls again. She just wished that Harry was running with them too, and that they were all safe at Hogwarts in better times. Looking around the rather impersonal dorms, she added a touch of extra comfort to them with a beautifully made-up 4-poster bed. 8 more hours had passed with no sign of consciousness from Harry. They said 48 hours, Ron said anxiously. It's not an exact science, Ron, you know, Hermione replied, though she sounded nervous as well. People came, people went, checking the machines, checking Harry, and no one told them anything. They didn't know whether to take this as a good sign or a bad sign. Raised voices could be heard in the hallway, and they feared that Hagrid had come to challenge Professor Snape again. Instead, it turned out to be a reporter from the Daily Prophet, none other than Rita Skeeter herself. "This is a private ward. Mr. Potter is not giving interviews at this time," came Snape's icy greeting. "Professor Snape, what is Harry Potter doing here at St. Mungo's? Is it some kind of a psychiatric assessment?" Apparently, the Muggle charms to make this section of St. Mungo's appear like a Muggle building from the outside had not thrown off this more than nosy reporter. Given Snape's stony silence, Rita's quick quill quotes ink flew across the page, no doubt making up a story as it went along, while no one said a word, until... "What are you doing here?" Hermione demanded. Now, Miss Granger, surely you alone know that I'm here to get the truth. Our Harry watchers and hangers-on have really missed the daily little tidbits of his comings and goings, and what with the condition of that Hagrid character, drinking himself into a stupor every night. ... Well, we naturally figured the drinking and Harry's sudden disappearance after those unfortunate tornadoes coincided somehow. He's not dead, is he? She was so excited at the prospect of a scoop on the death of Harry Potter that she could see the headlines already. Her quick quill quotes ink was splattering furiously all over everything, including Professor Snape, who looked livid. Hermione was stunned when Snape's voice boomed so loudly that the quick quill quotes writing came to an abrupt halt and clattered to the floor. Rita, looking equally as livid, stooped to retrieve her favorite writing instrument, just as Snape snapped it into small pieces under his shoe. He advanced on Rita Skeeter, who quickly backed into the wall, leaning so far away from him she looked like she was part of it. "I have not forgotten your indiscretions of years ago, Miss Skeeter. You will cease and desist, or this time it may come to what you wrote all those years ago about me. Apparently, some people have shorter memories than others. I am not one of them." He was positively threatening now. Hermione was furious with herself now. Rita Skeeter had been writing all along, despite Hermione's blanket threat that she would report Rita Skeeter for being an unregistered animus. She had been using the pen name, Morgana Mausoleum. Rita Skeeter had turned herself in to throw herself on the mercy of the courts. Apparently, she had found just that mercy in the few remaining shady characters still working for the Ministry of Magic. She had received community service as her sentence, and now Hermione knew what that service was to be. Report Harry's every move. "Professor Snape, come now," coaxed Rita Skeeter, trying to lean far enough past Snape to see what was beyond and down the corridor of St. Mungo's. "We have seen our share of brushes with the wizarding laws." She produced an old copy of the Daily Prophet and held it under his nose. Hermione couldn't see why Snape had just flinched. Everyone already knew and had largely accepted the fact that Snape had a shady past and that he had atoned and was now a respected teacher at Hogwarts. All in all, nothing to be proud of, but nothing to make you raise your wand and hiss, "You will leave now, and do not turn your filthy back on me. I am not above hawking." Hawking was a curse which caused the recipient to be swept up in the air by the back of the neck and shoulders and dropped or deposited, whichever the assailant wished. Many a witch or wizard were seriously wounded or even killed, having been too caught up in the fear of the fall to merely utter Wingardium Leviosa. It had sat before the Justice Council, who had almost made it an unforgivable curse, but was reduced to jail term offense. After all, reasoned one defense wizard in court defending his client for hawking, it was the deceased person's fault for not using a simple charm that first years know to save themselves. "The panic itself had killed my client's adversary, not my client himself." Rita Skeeter left walking clumsily backward until Snape put his wand back into his cloak. Hermione wouldn't have wanted to be Rita Skeeter for anything at that moment. If Snape had been looking at her that way, she felt sure she would have fainted or cried. Rita Skeeter had taken her leave. Hermione, who was now watching through a crack in the door, saw Snape do something she did not expect. He sat down and put his face in his hands. He looked suddenly very tired, and was that sadness in his eyes. Hermione had never seen Professor Snape look anything but cold, collected and in charge. Somehow, As was always the case with Hermione, she felt sorry for him, but at the same time, she made a mental note to visit the library as soon as they returned to Hogwarts in 2.5 weeks, to scan microcopies of the old Daily Prophets to find out what Rita Skeeter had brandished at Professor Snape to make him so angry and uneasy. Hermione, Ron nearly shouted as a Medawizard shot him a look that was unmistakably, "Shut up, you'll wake him." They had been the recipients of looks like this in the past from Hogwarts librarian, Madame Pants. "You're mad," he continued in more hushed tones. "How can you feel sorry for him? He's not a house elf. You're not gonna start knitting him hats, are you?" "Ron, I'm telling you, you don't know everything about him," she answered, letting the house elf quip go by. "We know he didn't help Harry," Ron retorted. "How can you say that? He made that metabolism reductor and the anti-pain serum useful in Muggle devices, didn't he? Without that, the doctors said Harry would have died from blood loss during surgery." "Yes, Hermione, but if Professor Dumbledore hadn't arrived in those woods exactly when he did, our friend would have been going back to Hogwarts in a coffin, or at the very least minus his legs," Ron contested. "Professor Snape is not a healer, Ron. He told everyone that. He did what he could. That boy Tyler said that Professor Snape did a really rare occlumency charm on Harry, where he transferred some of Harry's pain onto himself, until help could arrive. He said Harry was dying before he did that, but then he hung on after that." Ron had to admit that she had a good point, but he and Harry had so often been unfairly punished by Professor Snape, that he hated to admit that Hermione had a point. Sneaking a peek out into the hallway, where Professor Snape still sat, though somewhat more composed, Hermione made up her mind. "I'm going to make him some tea." It seemed strange, even to Hermione, that Professor Snape drank tea at all. It didn't seem manly enough or indeed evil enough to suit his manner. He seemed more the type to drink steaming potions or other weird concoctions from extravagant goblets. Neither Ron nor Hermione could ever remember having seen Professor Snape take even one drink of alcohol. She approached him timidly. "Professor Snape, sir." "What is it now, Miss Granger?" he asked her, just as if they were in his classroom and she, as usual, was putting up her hand to ask or answer questions too many times. "It's a long shift, sir, and well, I thought you might like some hot tea. I know you can't leave your post." She was clearly intimidated. She just put the tray down in front of him and hurried back into Harry's room without waiting for acceptance or refusal of the tea and biscuits. Hermione first had to tell Ron all about the tea room, which being Muggle-born had made more of an impression on her than it would have on Ron. First of all profits made there were to go to St. Mungo's charitable fund for research on undiscovered counter curses. The sign above the coffee and tea machine read, "Just like Muggles use, for your enjoyment." They weren't far off. On her first attempt, she deposited her coin and pressed the button for tea, getting instead a bowl of onion soup. On her second attempt, expecting styrofoam or cardboard cups to come down the chute, a bone china mug glided slowly down and filled with tea, followed by small china containers each containing milk and sugar. Following this spectacular sight, a silver tray with a single serving of biscuits landed on top of the china mug, also acting as lid to keep the contents hot for the trip back to whatever ward you were going. Hermione was very amused. Ron and Hermione peeked out a minute later to see a somewhat puzzled Professor Snape decide at last that he would take some tea. They were surprised when he indulged in 2 packets of sugar for his tea. They had felt that anyone that sour had never even tasted sugar. Snape ate all the biscuits slowly, deep in thought as Hermione closed the gap in the door. "Hermione, he's awake," Ron said ecstatically. Hermione began to cry. The first 48 hours had passed and had been followed by 3 more days of uncertainty. "Harry, you made it. I knew you would." Harry simply blinked, yes, and was asleep again. "Well, at least he knows we're here," Ron added, somewhat disappointed. The doctors, after examining Harry, predicted that he would wake for longer periods each time and reassured them that Harry had gained significant ground in the past 2 days. His heart was regular and even his lungs were clearing. They were healing remarkably. No one said anything about his legs, although they had spent the most time examining them and his feet than anywhere else. Ron and Hermione stared at Harry so intensely over the next 2 hours, that they felt they knew every pore in his face. Every time he twitched or moved, they would lean closer and stare even harder, trying to detect even the slightest sign that he might soon awaken. His hand had just moved and they had stared at it for so long that they finally fell asleep, feeling like they'd waited for a volcano to erupt or something. They woke an hour later when they heard a tapping sound. The attending Medawizard had stepped out for a few minutes to get some more intravenous fluid for Harry. They first looked around the room to see what it was, then at Harry, who was tapping his bedrail quietly, trying to get their attention. "That's more like it, mate. We're sleeping on the job," Ron said in a mock-apologetic tone, while smiling from ear to ear. They couldn't see Harry's mouth for the tubes, but they could tell from his eyes that he would have smiled if he could. He was still pale and strained, but his eyes, though drowsy, looked more this time like Harry's eyes. Like he was here now, not stuck in two places like he'd seemed the last couple times he had opened his eyes. "Harry, does it hurt still?" Ron wanted to know. Hermione gave Ron a look that said, "Of course it does, dummy." Harry blinked. Yes, and they didn't know what to say. They both had his hands in theirs, and this time, Harry was able to grip back. He was so glad they were there. He had been on his own most of his life, and now, as vulnerable as was, he realized that Ron and Hermione were not just his friends, they were his family. At this point, despite the pain, Harry could only focus on the positive. The things he had, not things he didn't. The Weasleys, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid and Dumbledore, just to name a few. The obvious deficits were still in his mind, as they always would be, but Harry resolved, "I'm not going to die. I'm going to live, at least this time. Let the duel come when it comes, but live to fight another day." While Harry contemplated his assets in his groggy, confused state, he had felt himself smile inside despite the pain when he thought of Ginny in particular, but he had no idea why this was. Harry was trying to tell them something or ask them something, which with only yes or no was hard to do. He mimicked holding something. Hermione, who was brilliant at charades, got it in one. "He wants a quill. Quick, get one, and some parchment from my bag." She was giving orders to Ron in her excitement, who ordinarily would have been offended. They put the quill into Harry's right hand, realizing at once that this would never work, as it was strapped to a padded board because of the intravenous lines. "Try your left, mate. Your handwriting's so atrocious, how much worse could it be?" Ron suggested. Once again being scolded by Hermione for putting Harry down, but Harry was amused. At least Ron wasn't acting strangely around him. Ouch. Harry wrote first in primary school print, which was all he could manage in this position. "I know, Harry." Ron's tone had become sympathetic and a little sad. "Time. Day." Harry scrawled next. "It's Wednesday, Harry. 9:30 at night." Harry looked up his enchanted ceiling. It was a clear, warm August night, with a lot of stars and a nearly half moon. In anticipation of Harry's next question, Hermione answered, "A week and a half, Harry." His eyes moved to the ceiling again, as if trying to reckon the time that had elapsed. The Medawizard reappeared and called the doctor. Several people came in, including Stephanie, for which Harry was grateful. Dr. Green ran a fingernail over Harry's toes and he flinched. He was asked to wiggle his toes, which, although very stiff, were compliant with Harry's efforts. The doctor listened to Harry's chest and tapped his chest in several areas, causing him great discomfort. Chest is almost clear and pulse in both legs as strong. Dr. Green seemed relieved, like he really cared, not at all the monster Harry had made him out to be before the surgery. "It's going to be rough, but you're on your way, lad, you're on your way. I'll look in you in a couple of hours. Rest," he ordered Harry, looking at Ron and Hermione to make sure he complied. Stephanie, who was feeling largely responsible for the outcome of the surgery, since she had picked the surgical team, was the most relieved. She reissued the rest order, after keying Harry on his forehead. Harry thought it was absolutely mad, that after all the anxious waiting to see if he'd ever wake again, they gave him a shot to put him back to sleep. The quill slipped from his hand, after he'd simply written, "Thanks," with a happy face after it. Ron and Hermione both agreed that this time, Harry looked truly asleep, not. They couldn't even say it aloud. At midnight, Snape, who had been replaced by Tonks at the end of his shift, reapparated at St. Mungo's. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. I am to see you too. He broke off as they clued in. Grimmauld Place, secret headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, and former homestead of Harry's late godfather, Sirius Black. Not wanting to leave Harry alone, but thrilled to even be called to Grimmauld Place, where they might learn something of the investigation into Harry's ordeal, they were grateful when Fred and George apparated right outside Harry's room. Now Harry needed not just security, but friends when he awoke. Ron gave Harry's hand one more squeeze and Hermione keyed him gently. They told Fred and George to tell Harry they'd be back first thing in the morning. Tonks, who was sporting long flowing platinum hair today, reminded the twins of Avila. She eyed their unusually large knapsacks with suspicion. No funny business, you two, she warned, though as neither Fred nor George were listed as security risks, at least not directly anyhow, she didn't detain them further. Oh come on, Tonks, George called to her, sounding offended. You know we wouldn't do anything shady in a hospital. He winked at her as they entered Harry's room. Don't touch anything, admonished the Medawizard, shaking her index finger at them disapprovingly. She had been present the last time the twins had visited, leaving with a wheelchair and a bedpan, for which, at least, she had to hand it to them. They paid for the next day, along with a sizable donation to St. Mungo's. They were going to leave the donation in Harry's name, but thought better of the security restrictions, and instead made it out in Neville Longbottom's name, whose parents were permanent residents of St. Mungo's, courtesy of Bellatrix Lestrange, Death Eater. Fred pulled a large thermos bottle and some biscuits from the knapsack. He and George began to sip noisily on hot chocolate, loudly savoring every sip. Fred did a simple wafting spell and the smell of the warm chocolate permeated the whole room, smelling wonderful. Would you care for some? Lois, isn't it? Fred squinted, trying to make out the identification badge from across the room. No, I couldn't possibly. I'm on duty, it's not professional, she answered, sniffing in a large waft of the delicious aroma. Oh come on, miss, George coaxed soothingly, trying to appeal to her with the compliment of being called Miss, when she was well past this title. You've been run off your feet with all this muggle madness, he added, pointing to the tubes and wires all over Harry's body. This is above and beyond the call of healer, and besides, we won't say anything. We're hard workers as well. We know what it's like mid-shift, no break in sight. Miss Lois checked her watch and seemed to struggle internally. Well, maybe just one small cup, she conceded. After only 4 sips, she fell asleep. Fred and George advanced on Harry, who had slept through the whole thing. Hermione and Ron arrived at Grimmauld Place with Professor Snape a short time later. Ron, Hermione, please come sit. The meeting's about to start, dears. Came Mrs. Weasley, voice from the kitchen doorway. They had never been invited to sit in on a meeting before. On the contrary, they had always been expressly forbidden to even ask about the meetings before this unprecedented invitation. Nearly everyone was present, excepting those on guard duty at St. Mungo's or elsewhere. They were especially surprised to see Professor Dumbledore, sitting at the head of the table, hands folded, looking thoughtfully back at them. The meeting began at once, with no time for hellos to members they hadn't seen in a long time. What we have to discuss concerns you all, Dumbledore said, getting right to the point. Therefore I will tell you what has already been decided. Hogwarts is as safe a place as anywhere else, probably more so. We have therefore decided that on September the 1st, the first term will begin as usual as it has for over 1,000 years. The possibility that Hogwarts may remain closed due to Voldemort's return had not occurred to them with everything else going on this summer. Dumbledore had their attention now more than ever. There will be obvious changes everywhere. For example, some of our teachers have been sent to a training facility to brush up on their defensive charms and the like. Those who do not pass the required standards set forth by the new teaching aptitude scale will not return to their teaching position on September the 1st. Now Ron was thoroughly excited. Imagine being able to tell Harry that old Snape had been fired or even Professor Trelawney. He tuned out for a minute, a look of sheer pleasure marking his pale face. Mr. Weasley, if you're quite finished daydreaming. Ron came back to his sense of reality with a thud at the sound of Professor Snape's low menacing voice hissing in his ear, as though he had read his mind. Clearly, Harry hadn't told Ron and Hermione about Professor Trelawney's prophecy. We will also be placing a number of our own order members in key positions at the school. Mr. Potter and indeed the whole student and staff bodies will be at risk in this dark time. A poll of parents suggests that they feel as comfortable with their children in the care of the school as they would at home, given Voldemort's general attack in parts of London in particular, and on that point, I am pleased and relieved to report no fatalities occurred during this attack. Dumbledore paused as if thinking, if Harry makes it our main security focus, he continued, meaning Harry, was compromised by the Muggle security now in place out of necessity. On the night of the attack, some security was diverted to funnel cloud diffusion. Congratulations are in order to those fine witches and wizards for a job well done, and as you all here know, many thanks are in order for the fine Muggle medical team, who valiantly braved these storms to come to the aid of Mr. Potter. Glasses were raised to the Muggles in tribute, though they would never know of this meeting of course. Ron and Hermione looked around. The Order of the Phoenix had grown immensely. Some of the members were so old, they held hearing horns to their ears to catch Dumbledore's speech. Now it was Hermione's turn to wander in thought. Muggles had hearing aids. Why did these wizards not take advantage of the technology? Or, better yet she thought, use an amplifying charm. Ron thought their attendance was almost comical, wondering what they could possibly do to help in the fight against the Dark Lord, but he quickly changed his mind when he saw the determination in their wrinkled faces. Some of their wands looked older than the ancient forests themselves. Middle-aged newcomers were few and far between. The newer young ones looked hardly older than Ron and Hermione, who thought they looked snobbish and elite. The teaching appointments are as follows, read Dumbledore, snapping them all back to the present. Professor Lupin, we have discussed your return to Hogwarts in the position of teacher in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. Ron coughed loudly and stole a glimpse of Professor Snape, who merely nodded, apparently having accepted the fact that he would never fill his dream position of teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes ever. Then something that Ron and Hermione could never have predicted happened. This brings us to our next order of business. As a companion study to Defense Against the Dark Arts, Potions classes with Professor Snape will now include mandatory field trips to collect ingredients not generally available from Professor Sprout, who, as I see on my list, returns to us as head of herbology and of course Hufflepuff House. Arabella Figg, who has a history with Mr. Potter, will replace Professor Beechin, who unfortunately, was unable to meet the necessary teaching requirements as set out in the new standards. She will be joining us in the capacity of Muggle Studies Professor. Professor Beechin has been offered additional training. It appears that all heads of houses will return with exemplary reports from our new teaching academy. Ron, who had expected sweeping changes, was disappointed. It seemed Professor Dumbledore had already appointed top-notch teachers. Alistair Moody will be joining us as a guidance counselor, helping our 5th and 6th year students choose courses geared to their career choice, and also for obvious security reasons, his services will prove invaluable. Dumbledore's eyes now moved sadly down the list. Finally, position for teacher of care of magical creatures and gamekeeper at Hogwarts is as yet unfilled. Ron and Hermione started talking at once. Where's Hagrid? What's going on? They demanded in unison. It's not fair to make him write exams, Professor Dumbledore. He was denied the opportunity to finish his education at Hogwarts through no fault of his own. He's ill-equipped that way, but he'd die for Harry, please Professor. Hermione sounded like a defense attorney at a court trial. Miss Granger, Dumbledore addressed Hermione calmly. Hagrid is more than up to writing and partaking in skills demonstration exams. His testament to Hagrid's abilities only made them more apprehensive. A panic seized them that perhaps Hagrid had been injured or killed. It's just that at this time, Hagrid has declined to take the tests. There are no exceptions. At this time, we are interviewing suitable candidates. I dare say, it will take 2 people to perform Hagrid's duties at the school, Dumbledore finished sadly. Ron and Hermione were dumbstruck. They had forgotten themselves and almost left to look for Hagrid without further addition to the subject of Hagrid's apparent resignation. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has always been founded on the principle of passing down not only an education, but quality ethics in our students. We have, in the past, accepted purebloods and non-purebloods alike, but this year, a situation has arisen that enables us to educate an as yet unspecified student. He is neither muggle, squib or wizard. He is as yet unclassified. We have held meetings with the Minister for Magical Education and, given our unusual circumstances, she has granted us permission to accept this student for a few probationary months. Now Dumbledore's voice became one of impatience. We faced many who felt that their children would catch something from this new student. However, they were the same misguided ones who felt that anyone who was not a pureblood should be denied entry. I dare say, Hogwarts would cease to exist if such a policy were allowed to gain popularity. Therefore, a wizarding education will be provided to this student free of charge, in lieu of services to the school which will provided to the school, by the student's mother, who will be a temporary assistant to Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape. Mrs. Stephanie Golden and her son Tyler will be joining us on September the 1st as staff and student respectively. Excuse me, Professor, Hermione had shot up her hand to ask. I thought they were to have their memories altered. Yes, well, as to that, Miss Granger, our ministry has tried several memory removal charms right up to and including Obliviate, but apparently were unable to wipe Tyler's slate clean. Professor Snape agreed to test the child and deemed him capable of coping if not excelling at our school, and since his mother's services to Mr. Potter have proved invaluable, it seems like a win-win situation. Professor Snape, who usually objected to anything even remotely resembling this highly unusual situation, looked unsurprised and even keen at the new prospect. And now to our pressing dilemma. What to do with our young Mr. Potter? He must be protected at all costs, especially until he is well again. The prophecy will take place no matter what interventions are undertaken on his behalf, but we must afford him all the recuperative time we can to become stronger. The more time he has before this ultimate battle for gaining strength and knowledge, the more we will be able to depend upon him for our very way of life. We here have sworn to die in his defense so that future generations will be saved from beepry and slaughter at the hands of Voldemort and his supporters. Ron and Hermione were awestruck by the fact that no one in the room so much as flinched at the Dark Lord's name. Dumbledore's mention of the prophecy as if he knew exactly what it had been, puzzled Ron and Hermione. Surely, Harry would have told them if he knew the details of the prophecy if he had known. The truth was that Harry had known what the prophecy was. He had just not had the chance or even the heart to tell his two best friends something so seemingly far-fetched and dramatic, because although Dumbledore himself had heard the prophecy from its original source, Ron and especially Hermione didn't hold much, if any, faith in Professor Trelawney's predictions. After all, she hadn't even been able to save her own job last year, by merely making an accurate prediction for Professor Umbridge. Harry knew the prophecy between he and Voldemort, though made by Professor Trelawney, was only too true. He just could not bring himself to say it aloud to his friends. It would make it even more real and impending. By the time the meeting came to an end, Ron and Hermione, who were now leaning on their elbows, made to return to St. Mungo's. Absolutely not, came Mrs. Weasley's voice. I've made you your first home-cooked meal in almost 2 weeks. You will eat and then off to bed with need your rest too. But Mom, we can't leave Harry all alone. I know it's the middle of the night, but his internal clock is all screwed up. He wakes up whenever he can. He's scared, Mom. Not to worry, dear. Fred and George have agreed to keep their shop closed for the first time since the grand opening, so they can sit with Harry tonight. He won't be alone. Harry's very fond of them. For some reason, she smiled. Now that it came to it, it would be nice to have a break from the noise and stress at St. Mungo's. Each one of them had a small pang of guilt. Here they were, uninjured, healthy people, and they were utterly exhausted from their experiences of the last 11 days, and they at least could leave to rest. Harry, on the other hand, couldn't just simply decide he'd had enough and leave. Professor McGonagall arrived early Thursday morning to find Fred and George stuffing what looked suspiciously like a Muggle tape recorder into their knapsack, not to mention countless expensively bound books on memory charms and what she felt looked like a self-hypnosis book by Hugh Vildozat. The twins looked supremely confident upon their departure. Professor McGonagall warned them that they had just until the end of the following week to register for classes at Hogwarts, given that they had technically dropped out of school the previous year due to the reign of Professor Umbridge. They had not technically received their NEWTS, nor had they or any other 7th year been trained properly under her running of the school. Many of last year's 7th years were returning to receive proper training, although Dumbledore had offered equivalency examinations for them. Since Fred and George had not attended school until year's end, this offer had not been extended to them. Had it not been for the oppressive conditions under which Fred and George had left the school, they would have had to write readmission tests. After their first night shift sitting with Harry, the twins still went to their shop as usual for another business day. Mrs. Weasley had stopped by to speak with them after fussing over Ron and Hermione. She had no idea how much gold her twin sons were taking in, and even if she did have any idea of how successful they were becoming, she still pleaded with them to stay in school. Then she played the guilt card. Your father and I have sacrificed all these years so we could send you to the best wizarding school in the world. Quote. No, they'd heard that speech too many times with different variations. This line of strategy had stopped working when Fred and George had turned 14. Now she pulled out the big guns. Well, how do you think Ron and Hermione will be able to look after Harry all by themselves? Now Fred and George looked at one another, knowing they were doomed, their guilt realized. You're Harry's Quidditch teammates. Who better to provide security during practices and matches? And what with Ginny so upset about not being old enough to take the same pledge Ron and Hermione took, there's no telling what lengths she'll go to be involved in protecting Harry. She's always been very bold when it comes to defending him. I've tried to convince her that Harry doesn't expect to pay back for saving her from the Chamber of Secrets, but I'm afraid, and don't forget, your only sister will likely be on the Quidditch team this year as well. Well, there's only one thing wrong with that theory, Mom. Neither we or Harry are on the Quidditch team anymore. We'd have to try out again, and I wouldn't be mentioning Quidditch to Harry just now, it's bound to be a sore spot. He may never be able to play again for all we know. George said, only now just contemplating this. Quidditch is a very physical sport, and Harry may never be the same after all this, and as for Ginny, I don't think there would be anything we could say or do to deter her from trying just as hard as we do to protect Harry. You know what I mean. Harry's had a hand in your success. Yes, I know all about it, she confessed. Ron had to finally tell Mrs. Weasley about Harry giving the twins his Triwizard winnings. He hadn't wanted to tell, not wanting Harry to be blamed for Fred and George's having left school, but when Mr. and Mrs. Weasley became alarmed that the money they had used to launch their joke shop had been ill-gotten gain, Ron hadn't had a choice. Besides, it got him out of having to explain himself out of something he would have gotten trouble for, by distracting his parents to Fred and George's exploits. We do owe it all to you, Harry, said Fred, holding up his glass in the direction of St. Mungo's. But who will run the shop? Well, you're already entrepreneurs. Now maybe you can be credited with creating jobs, Mrs. Weasley suggested, sounding immensely proud speaking of their mysterious endeavors of recent times. Mrs. Weasley now looked around the joke shop for the first time. She had left Grimmauld Place only after making sure that Ron and Hermione had gone to sleep. Although the twins had spent the night with Harry, they were very devoted to their business and still reported bright and early to open. Fred and George hadn't realized just how good this praise would make them feel. They hung a "Help Wanted" sign in their window as they put out their "Open" sign. Now that Mrs. Weasley thought about it from the hurdle of success having been jumped, she suddenly realized that Fred and George had always thrown themselves into something they'd wanted 100%. Unfortunately, most of it had been being up to no good, but now, here they were with one of the most successful business ventures to hit Diagon Alley in over 100 years. It's funny how things change, Mrs. Weasley mused over a hot cup of tea that Fred had just handed her. Oh boys, I'm so sorry, she dabbed her eyes. I've made a point of writing you about your number of OWLS, your untidy rooms, your inventions, and here you are. I could have ruined all of this. Mrs. Weasley just couldn't take the pressure anymore. She was at the breaking point. Fred and George, natural-born comics, had lumps in their throats. They were speechless. Mrs. Weasley continued, I've been comparing you to Percy. Percy's a prefect, Percy's head boy, why can't you be more like Percy? I just didn't want you to be as budgeted as we were. She went on, looking fondly at them. But you two never cared about those things. Never complained about the shortening robes as you grew taller before we could afford to replace them. Quote. She saw her twins in a whole new light now. Sure, she had always loved them equally, but it's sometimes hard to recognize a different path as a good one. After all, some of the most brilliant wizards of our time had been denied a full education, but Mrs. Weasley was quick to point out that given a chance, these people would have opted for a superior education at Hogwarts. Now she sounded like a recruitment magazine for famous wizarding schools. Now for the first time since they had been small children, Fred and George fully appreciated how much they had been loved, even though admittedly they had been a pain since before they could even walk, ×2. Fred cleared his throat, and they both hugged her tightly. Percy'll come around, Mom. He's just gotten a taste of ladder climbing fever. I praised him too much. I didn't keep him grounded. I pushed him into lofty goals. Stop it, Mom. It's not your fault, or Dad's. It's Percy's fault. He broke bread with Harry and he knows Harry and he still went along for self-promotion, even when the Minister of Magic was saying awful things about Harry, about Dad. George stammered, that Percy knows are not true. I swear, if anything happens to Dad because of Percy's hand in his demotion to Centaur Liaison, there will be hell to pay. Fred's eyes flashed angrily. When I heard from your father last, over a week ago, she remembered nervously, he blamed only Cornelius Fudge. He didn't hold Percy completely innocent for his actions, but he is our son. She looked at them for support on at least this point. And he's our brother and blood is thicker than water, but Mom, we consider Harry blood too. Our brother, Ron's brother, and if it comes to a choice. They both seemed to share the same sentiment. I just want to see him come home, to see them both come home. To have all 10 of us around the table like old times. By saying 10, they knew that their mother had considered Harry a member of the family from the time when Ron had first brought him home from the Dursleys 4 years ago. Harry's picture had been added to the family clock and had hovered between hospital and mortal peril for nearly 2 weeks, for this clock told not the time, but the location of each Weasley on any given day. Percy's clock hand stood at work for almost 6 months straight and Mr. Weasley's simply read, traveling. Mrs. Weasley, who had been living between the Burrow and Grimmauld Place the past summer, wondered if the clock would place all of them in the home position ever again. Professor Dumbledore told us years ago that if we stand united we have a better chance at beating Voldemort. He told us his main strength is through conquer and divide strategy. Percy's smarter than that. He'll figure it out, or we'll just have to beat the lust for power out of him, Fred promised. Mrs. Weasley smiled at them. You really think he'll come home then? Yeah, I do, George said quietly. Secretly, he wished he could show Percy just how much turmoil he'd caused and punish him straight away, then accept him back into the fold. Fred and George, who had been planning to rent themselves a fancy bachelor flat, now resigned themselves to the return to the school's dorms, less than glamorous reward for all their hard work. They had been picturing their own rooms, automatic snack boxes, maybe even a maid. Oh well, cheer up mate, look at the bright side. At least we won't get spoiled, the downfall of many successful businessmen. The constant aggravation of school will keep our creative juices flowing. Now they were giving themselves speeches. Besides, there's always next year. It'll give us more time for market research, and the economy always booms after a war. Fred stopped. If the outcome is right. Mom's right, George. We have to help Harry. You really are good boys, Mrs. Weasley said proudly. Your shop has everything it needs for success. She looked about to tear up again, so finishing her tea, she informed them that she was going back to Grimmauld Place to prepare a proper breakfast for Ron and Hermione and then take them back to St. Mungo's. They were to be escorted by a qualified witch or wizard for their security as well as Harry's. Everyone had been informed that Harry wouldn't be able to receive visitors until noon this day, as he would be undergoing tests and bandage changes. Hermione, who had had her share of cuts and bruises when she was younger, all healed by Muggle means of course, cringed at the thought of poor Harry all alone, hurting and scared. I want to be hanging on the door when Harry is allowed visitors, Ron. We have to find Hagrid quickly." When Mrs. Weasley had been satisfied that Ron and Hermione had eaten a hearty breakfast, she reluctantly gave them permission to go to Diagon Alley in search of Hagrid. They left so quickly that Mrs. Weasley wondered even more if ever they would just sit together, enjoying the simple pleasures of life, like a shared meal. Ron and Hermione arrived in Diagon Alley and felt it a pretty safe bet that they would find Hagrid in the pub called the Leaky Cauldron, where sure enough, there he was, empty mead tankard in his large hand, snoring loudly, face down on the table. "Hagrid, Hagrid," Ron called him, with a mixture of pity and disgust at their friend's more ragged than usual appearance. "Ron, Hermione, how's Harry?" He slurred stupidly. "What do you care, Hagrid? You haven't come to see him in days. Harry could be dead and buried for all you'd know," Hermione scolded coldly. "Hermione." Ron sounded half angry, half impressed. Clearly Hermione was preparing to use the Muggle version of good cop, bad cop. "What, Ron? It's true. I just wanted to let Hagrid know that we knew he'd cop out, that's all." Always professing to care for Harry, but not enough apparently Hagrid, to stay with him through the worst time he's faced in his life. As long as Hagrid could just bumble along, pretending to be a slow, lowly gamekeeper, as long as no one expects anything from you when push comes to shoves, right Hagrid? Harry stood by you Hagrid, when nobody else believed in you. He had you acquitted of a crime that you didn't commit, but instead of repaying loyalty with loyalty, you fell into, poor Hagrid, no education, no money. I've never complained, no such thing. Hagrid defended himself from the most unlikely attack he would have thought possible, not to mention the most unlikely attacker. Ron, who had stood with his mouth wide open in surprise at Hermione's tactics, finally cottoned on. "Yeah, it's too bad security's going to be so lax at Hogwarts this year. Of course, Hagrid wouldn't be able to provide any support with that pink umbrella of his anyway." Hagrid now strained to focus more attention on them despite his drunken stupor. He hadn't realized in all these years how many people knew that his umbrella contained the broken halves of his wand that had been snapped in two upon his expulsion from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. "I can't, I am, Hermione. You just don't understand." "What's to understand, Hagrid? That Harry's all alone. He's lost his parents, his godfather, now he could be losing his life. He's dying." Hagrid seemed suddenly sober. The news didn't surprise him much. I knew it. "You have to go to him, Hagrid," Hermione coaxed. She knew that she had laid it on a bit thick, but she had told the truth. Until Harry could breathe on his own, the doctors said it could still go either way, even with the critical 2 days after surgery being hurdled already. Harry, of course, had not been informed of this. Hagrid gathered his pink umbrella and unseasonably large warm coat and they left the Leaky Cauldron for St. Mungo's. Hagrid had alligator tears falling gently down his cheeks, pooling in his beard as he fought bellowing out loud, which was his usual release of profound grief. He just stared ahead as they climbed the stairs to Harry's ward. Ron and Hermione, who had been embellishing the details of Harry's condition, now wished they hadn't. They felt they had been somewhat bad luck for Harry. Harry had had to be heavily sedated for a test procedure in which the doctors looked at his lungs through a camera placed in his trachea. His lungs were simply not strong enough yet to work on their own, and Dr. Green informed them that it would be 1 more week before they could attempt to remove the ventilator. They now had their worst fears confirmed by Dr. Green. Harry's lungs hadn't improved as much as they'd hoped, but they knew Harry was a fighter. They wanted to rush in to comfort Harry, but they stuck to their plan. Let Hagrid, who had not heard the doctor, having left to make himself presentable, think that Harry was on his deathbed, and hope beyond hope that it wasn't true. "Hagrid, you look awful." Professor McGonagall appraised the former Hogwarts teacher. Ron and Hermione were surprised that the bad news about Harry's lungs had not caused Professor McGonagall any more concern than that which she already carried. They wondered about this, but did not speak of it, keeping their game faces on. They ushered Hagrid into Harry's room all by himself, and they could see Harry was still sedated. What happened next made them realize how much they hadn't known about Hagrid without actually considering it on a personal level. The attending Medawizard had stepped out to obtain supplies for Harry. Since Hagrid had believed that Harry was dying, he felt he could do him no harm by gently raising Harry's head with one enormous hand, while being careful not to interfere with the ventilator. His other massive hand stroked Harry's cheek and forehead, as he, like everyone else who'd visited, except the Dursleys of course, brushed Harry's long dark hair from his eyes. "I'm sorry I've not been here all along, Harry. It's just. When I picked you up for the first time when you was only a babe, I loved ye from that moment on. I only had ye for a few hours to myself, but you know how I get attached to things, lose me head completely after a few hours. I fed ye, and burped ye and even changed ye and ye fell asleep in me arms, like ye trusted me to protect ye, and I had to let you go to them Dursleys. I'd hev kept ye meself if I'd been allowed." Ron and Hermione listened to the account of the night Harry's parents had been killed from a whole new perspective. "I followed life through listenin' to Dumbledore, great man still, and gettin' tidbits here and there. When I heard you was comin' to Hogwarts, I went straight to Professor Dumbledore and I says, 'Professor Dumbledore, sir, I'd like permission to fetch, I am myself.' I was only bold enough to ask, because I couldn't wait to see you again." Hagrid shook his shaggy head as though feeling regretful. "Later I felt guilty bein' the one to have brought you back to us, because at the same time, I was bringin' ye back to Voldemort." There, he'd said it, for the first time. The Dark Lord's name. "I knew ye'd have to face it someday, Harry. Only I wish I hadn't been the one to bring ye back into a life of turmoil. Dumbledore said I was blamin' myself for no reason. Someone would have had to come bring you back anyway, and either way, Voldemort would've been after ye." Now Hagrid was rambling. He always found a way to make everything his fault. He'd had a guilty conscience ever since he was falsely accused of setting a monster loose at Hogwarts in his youth, and only Dumbledore had stood by him until Harry, Ron and Hermione came along. "Look, I should have been here to see you through this, but Harry like a son to me and I lost me mom when I was only a baby and me dad died when I was just a wee one." Hagrid referring to himself as a wee one would have been highly amusing if he hadn't been pouring out his heart to his supposedly dying much-loved one. "Ye see Harry, me and you ain't so different. We both lost everyone we cared about. I just couldn't face ye dyin' on me. And after you lost Sirius, I didn't think I could watch your heart bleed anymore. I'm a coward, Harry, a ruddy coward." Ron and Hermione and indeed Professor McGonagall had taken this all in. It had never occurred to them that Hagrid, who had demonstrated immediate reckless affection for most living creatures, had usually lost the object of his affection one way or the other. There had been his parents and baby Norbert, his beloved pet dragon, which had been sent to an Dragon Center in Romania, and Buckbeak his hippogriff that had been saved just barely from the executioner's axe for his attack on Draco Malfoy. Buckbeak had been set free to aid Sirius Black from execution at the hands of the Dementors from Azkaban. And now Harry. Hermione now felt supremely guilty and ashamed. Just because Hagrid was half giant and strong and large, didn't mean that he didn't carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. For inside Hagrid beat the most gentle heart Hogwarts had seen in a long time. He found room in his tiny cabin for wounded animals and nursed them back to health. He was always there when they needed him, and now to see this profound display of sadness, Ron and Hermione wished they had taken the time to walk a mile in their friend Hagrid's very large and very delicate shoes, before they pounced on him like a pack of jackals. "Hagrid, we're so sorry." Hermione sobbed as she opened Harry's door wider to reveal that they had witnessed this emotional confession to Harry. "We knew all of this, Hagrid. Trouble is we just didn't get it." Ron fell silent, looking at the floor. Hermione helped Hagrid place Harry's head gently back onto the pillows, while Ron watched for signs of trouble. Harry didn't seem to suffer further damage from Hagrid's overzealous actions. "Hagrid, you're not alone in being afraid of losing Harry. We've all been worried, but we haven't lost anyone before like you and Harry have." Hermione piped in and added, "There's a Muggle saying that I've been partial to ever since I met Harry. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. That's the way it is for anyone who cares for Harry as much as we do." She had been so poetic, that they had all dissolved into a minute of grief, until Ron snapped around when he looked at Harry, who was looking right back at him. He wondered how much of this Harry had heard. Fortunately, Harry had heard nothing of substance from Hagrid's tearful conversation with him. He had awakened upon hearing Hagrid blow his nose loudly on a large tissue, trying to conceal his remorse from Ron and Hermione. Even after they had handed him his quill, Harry didn't know what to write. They all looked so sad, so he just wrote, "Hi," to prompt someone to say something, anything. The silence was deafening. Harry broke it by scrawling, "Who died?" This snapped them all to attention. "Harry, I do love ye," Hagrid said so emphatically that Harry had to wonder if he was going to die after all. Before anyone could stop him, Hagrid had lifted an extremely startled Harry's whole headboard up off the floor and was holding it like a cradle. Harry, who was not injured by this, looked at Hermione and Ron wide-eyed, as a Medowitch came back into the room. "What is the meaning of this?" the Medawizard demanded, highly agitated. "Unhand him at once." She had her wand trained on Hagrid. Professor McGonagall managed to calm the Medowitch, who nonetheless kicked Hermione, Ron and Hagrid out and placed an urgent call to Dr. Green, who came rushing in expecting a catastrophe of some sort. After a complete checkup, Dr. Green was able to convince the frazzled Medowitch that Harry had suffered no further harm at Hagrid's hands. Now that Harry was awake, Hagrid felt he couldn't face him. He was ashamed of himself for even having thought for a moment of giving up trying to protect Harry, especially after having told Harry to never give up and face things as they came. Hagrid resolved that he would be the one to see Harry from cradle to grave if necessary. I am I'm gonna do something I should have done a long time ago. When Harry sees me next, it'll be as it should be. I know now that Sirius is gone, Harry'll look to me more than before, and I won. I am down." That said, Hagrid stalked heavily down the hallway and out of sight. Hagrid had no idea that Professor McGonagall had witnessed everything and had wondered how Hermione and Ron had been able to make such a change in Hagrid that even Dumbledore had failed to do. Ron and Hermione felt bad when they re-entered Harry's room and he looked past them to see Hagrid, who was no longer there. "Hagrid, where?" wrote Harry, clearly confused by all that had taken place. Hagrid had pleaded with Ron and Hermione not to tell Harry about his lapse in courage, which of course it had never been, or about his resignation from Hogwarts. Harry knew they were lying when their simplistic answer of Hagrid suddenly having been called away was given. For one thing, Hermione always bit her lower lip when she was lying, and besides, Hagrid had never been called away suddenly on business, especially not without saying goodbye. Harry had shared so much trust with his two best friends, he decided to let them away with their apparent deception. Everyone was being patronizing and talking to Harry like he was made of thin glass, and he had to admit to himself, sometimes he felt like he was. Ron fell back into his usual tap dance number of talking about Quidditch, namely his favorite team, the Chudley Cannons. Anything to avoid talking about what had just taken place. "Lame," Harry wrote in response to the Chudley Cannons, who usually choked at a critical point in all of their games for years out of count. "If you weren't already in that bed, mate," Ron threatened, jokingly shaking his fist at Harry. "Oh Harry, it's ever so exiting." Hermione was trying her best to make Harry forget Hagrid's mysterious sudden departure from St. Mungo's. Our Hogwarts letters said we're to have a family week, complete with overnight accommodations for the guests, for the entire last week of October to November the 2nd. Muggle parents are even included. She sounded completely enthusiastic and proud. "Yeah, we'll be having Quidditch demonstrations for the Muggle parents and a party for Halloween and everything." Even Ron couldn't hide his anticipation. Something to make Hogwarts feel safe, like a home away from home. Professor Dumbledore says given the anticipated problems, people are really re-evaluating their priorities, and family is really important now. Hogwarts letter. Mine. Where? Harry had scratched this so impatiently that it was almost illegible. "Oh, now out of the fire, and into the frying pan, Hermione," groaned Ron into Hermione's ear. Neither of them had considered that Harry hadn't received his Hogwarts letter yet. Hedwig had always delivered Harry's Hogwarts letters. Harry suddenly became completely panic-stricken. He had been in such rough shape he hadn't even had the wits to think about Hedwig. He could remember throwing her out of the upstairs window at the Dursleys, but in his haste to get out of Privet Drive, he had given her no instructions and the storms had been really raging. Hedwig. he wrote in capital letters. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. They hadn't considered Hedwig either, out of concern for Harry. No one had heard from Hedwig in over 2 weeks, and Harry could tell by the look on their faces that they had no idea where his owl was. Suddenly, Harry didn't care about his Hogwarts letter, which had always arrived right along the same time as his friends had. Get it off me, I need to look for Hedwig. He dropped his quill and reached for the ventilator with the clear intent to remove it himself if he had to. The Medawizard was just outside the door and hadn't noticed the commotion yet. Ron grabbed Harry's hands forcefully. Harry had a lot of strength in his panic. Listen to me, Harry. Ron felt a horrible jolt in the pit of his stomach, having to restrain Harry this way as Harry's face went red in the struggle and Ron could feel his own eyes filling with tears. Harry, it doesn't mean anything. Hedwig's been gone this long before, hasn't she? No, blinked Harry furiously. This wasn't entirely true, but Harry had pretty much been able to predict her return. His strength diminished very quickly in the struggle, but Ron still gripped his hands in fear that he would seriously harm himself. Harry's eyes flashed coldly at Ron, who looked away, but could still feel them boring into him. Ron finally swallowed the lump in his throat. They had done nothing but lie to Harry ever since this all began, and now, they hadn't even taken care of Harry's cherished pet and companion. They both felt terrible. Harry felt worse. Harry turned his head to the side and stared out the window as if expecting Hedwig to suddenly fly in. Ron, with a voice more like a parent, was harsh with Harry, though it hurt him to his heart. Can I let you go now, or are you going to try and kill yourself again? He demanded roughly. He felt Harry's shoulders relax in his grip. Yes, Harry blinked angrily. Yes, what, Harry? Yes, let you go, or yes, you're going to do that again. Now it was apparent how tired Ron was, how stressed out they'd all become. This was the breaking point. Ron loosened his grip and Harry pulled his arm away, rubbing his wrist with his taped-up right arm, causing blood to flow back up into the intravenous tubing. We're so sorry, Harry, Hermione whimpered. We'll find her, promise. We were just so worried about you, we never thought. In reality, it was Harry who felt guilty. He should be out there looking for her. Now he felt even worse, having transferred his own guilt onto the people who cared about him more than anyone else in the world. Irrational in his compromised state, he felt he had blown the friendship for good. Ron had done serious Quidditch training that had taken less strength out of him. You don't just attack your best friend, but he just didn't know what else to do. They just sat in silence. Ron seemed in shock. Look, Harry, I promise I'll find her. Ron tried to soothe him. Me too, Hermione promised again. Harry requested his quill. Sorry, I'm so sorry. His handwriting was more messy than ever. Clearly his wrist hurt where Ron had gripped them so tightly. Harry looked at them for the forgiveness he needed, fearing that in his haste to escape the Dursleys, he had thrown his beloved owl out into the storms and to her death. Don't, Harry. It's not your fault, only you've got to accept that this is the way it is right now, Ron told him, pointing to the medical equipment. You have to wait. You'll be out of here in no time, he promised. Harry could see no end in sight. Please look for Hedwig, and don't keep things from me, Harry wrote, pinning their lying on them with this statement. They promised they would tell him the truth, no matter what the outcome. Harry knew they were being truthful, they wouldn't keep secrets from him anymore. But in bargain for this, he had to promise to stay put, without trying anything to get up again. Leaving was awkward after all that had taken place, but the Medawizard had given Harry his pain medication and he fell into an uneasy sleep. Ron and Hermione slipped out at 7 that evening, feeling as exhausted as Harry. They didn't know where to begin. Somehow the world seemed bigger to them as their task loomed ahead of them, and yet the inevitable future seemed so close at hand. Ron and Hermione stopped into Fred and George's shop, just as the twins were totaling up the day's receipts and tidying up. Here, they received some puzzling news. Fred and George had taken no particular notice of Hedwig as she had flown into an open window at Grimmauld Place on the very night that Harry had been hurt. At the time, not knowing of the dire situation Harry was in, this had been an insignificant event. Fred and George had just assumed that Hedwig had been there to deliver a letter from Harry to Ron or Hermione, so they had paid no particular attention when Hedwig flew out with a bunch of papers in her beak. They figured that Ron had forgotten to tie the message onto her leg as was the usual method. Ron, Hedwig must have gotten those letters all by herself. I wonder what they were though, Hermione mused. But what papers and why? Ron rubbed his chin, bidding goodnight to his brothers, who promised to help in any way they could. Just as they were about to open the door to leave, George suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. As soon we got word that Harry was in trouble, I went to the closet to get my cloak and broom, and that nasty house elf of Sirius's was in there binding a bleeding hand and ear. Almost felt sorry for the little git until he said to me, "Filthy blood traitor, you and the other one like you, twins, unnatural that is." Now I think about it, maybe those were owl bites that the creepy little thing was nursing. We all know Hedwig has a nasty bite when she wants something. Ron and Hermione instinctively looked at their scars from Hedwig, who had been instructed to bite until they wrote something of substance back to Harry last year. This startling revelation shed a whole new light on Hedwig's absence. No one wanted to voice that they suspected foul play, but Kreacher was an evil creeping sneak, and that was no secret. Ron and Hermione hurried off to Grimmauld Place to question Kreacher. They climbed the steps to the dwelling and made their way to Kreacher's room, if one could call it that, for Kreacher lived behind the furnace among a filthy bed he had made for himself on the floor. The bandages apparently hadn't been changed since having been applied the night of the great storms. They were filthy, and the smell that usually arose from this sight was more evident now. Ron, who was expecting that Hermione would become indignant on Kreacher's behalf, tried to be tactful. Excuse us, Kreacher, have you seen Harry's owl, Hedwig, lately? She's missing. They heard a distinct spitting noise. Ron began to count to 10 to keep his composure, but before he could get to 7, Hermione exploded into a nasty tirade. "Kreacher, we're going to ask once nicely, get it?" she yelled at the house elf. "Kreacher doesn't have to tell you nothing, filth." "Oh yes you will, or we'll see to it that everything you've got hidden, all the belongings of your old mistress, will be blown to bits." And she meant it, too. She aimed her wand to a pile of items all covered up with a moldy old blanket. "Kreacher won't say nothing. Kreacher won't have to. He won't survive. Kreacher will be free to leave here and serve his rightful family." Ron and Hermione knew that Kreacher had been told of Sirius's death, not that he hadn't been instrumental in bringing it about, but they did not know what he was talking about when he said, "He won't survive." "He means Harry, Hermione," Ron exclaimed. "He means Harry won't survive." Ron spat furiously, no longer able to count to 10, but knowing they needed answers. Now everything was finally dawning on them. With Sirius gone, Kreacher's future would lie with his family. They finally realized what those papers had been. A will. Sirius's will. To will a house elf to someone was a time-sensitive matter. The will had to be notarized within 8 weeks of the death of the original owner. Hedwig had been on a private mission of her own. Kreacher had caught the owl stealing papers that he had hidden behind the furnace. Clearly there was something that Kreacher didn't want to be seen in those papers. "Talk now, Kreacher. What have you done to Hedwig?" Hermione was as angry as Ron had ever seen her. "Kreacher won't say nothing. Doesn't have to. He won't survive. No, he won't survive." He kept muttering, but every time he said it, he banged his head on the furnace. Hermione would usually have tried to stop this destructive behavior, but didn't seem too concerned with it just now. In fact, she seemed to be egging him on. "Oh yes, Kreacher, he will survive," she told him, guessing rightly that Kreacher meant Harry. Now she started to lie so well that Ron couldn't believe he was standing next to the founding member of SPEW, the House Elf Rights Group. "Harry's coming home tomorrow. Here, Kreacher. This is my mistress's manor, not that filthy murderer's home." They were not surprised when Kreacher erupted into some self-abuse upon saying such things. Alas, if Kreacher's fate is so cruelly made, Kreacher will join his mistress and his family on the wall. Ew. Ron choked, thinking back on the horrible wall in the manor where hung the heads of all the deceased house elves who had served the Black family. "Kreacher will not serve filthy scum and his friends," he spat. Now everything came into focus. Kreacher had been willed to Harry by Sirius. They now knew why he had banged his head on something every time he had insulted Harry, his new master. House elves instinctively punished themselves whenever they spoke or thought poorly of their masters. Ron started in on Kreacher now in the same vein as Hermione had begun. Well, when Harry comes home tomorrow, he's going to want his owl, and we know you saw her. If we have to go tell him that you did something to his owl, he's going to punish you severely. Kreacher does not fear death now that his mistress is gone, said Kreacher miserably. Oh no, Kreacher. Harry'd never kill you, and he'd forbid you to kill yourself, Hermione added, sensing Kreacher's next thoughts. No, he'd take you to Hogwarts where you could serve all the students, you know, the mudbloods, blood traitors, and yes, Kreacher, muggles and squibs. Kreacher went into a tirade about his poor mistress, betrayed by her no-heart son, Sirius. And Kreacher, if your new master gets his owl back, he may consent to hang your head on the wall beside your family's heads. Kreacher looked at her defiantly, but thoughtfully. Kreacher does not answer to you. He spat. Well, you will answer to Harry, and he's really, really mad, Kreacher. Where is Hedwig? Kreacher does not answer to you. He said again resolutely. They threatened Kreacher with everything from embezzlement at Hogwarts, to torture, which of course they would never do, but if Harry didn't have Hedwig back by the time he got out of the hospital, there would be hell to pay. Hermione got an idea. House elves knew instinctively their master's handwriting. They were magical creatures in their own right. Kreacher knew that Harry was his new master, and he had been commanded to obey him, once the papers had been notarized. It took a lot of pleading to convince Mrs. Weasley to let them back out this time of night, but given the hard time Harry had been having recently, she consented. They left before she could change her mind. Professor Snape was standing outside Harry's room. Visiting hours are over, Miss Granger. Well, sir, we just wanted a few minutes to say goodnight. Snape eyed them suspiciously, but nonetheless stepped aside. Harry was staring out into the night. He looked at them expectantly. Ron prepared to belt out the whole mess of information. He stopped short when Harry had reached up to brush the hair out of his face, revealing the famous scar that he usually hid from strangers whenever he could. Ron gaped at the large black and blue bruises on his wrists, which were evidence of their earlier struggle. Ron felt like he was going to be sick. He must have used too much force to restrain him. Ron felt if they all survived this ordeal to its conclusion, friendship still intact, it would be a miracle. Ron couldn't take his eyes off Harry's wrists, so Hermione began. Hedwig must have made it at least through some of the storms. She flew to Sirius's place. Grimmauld Place, she corrected, hoping that she hadn't hurt Harry's feelings further by mentioning Sirius. She left with some papers in her beak. Harry wanted his quill, though he was dopey from medicine. Ron put the quill in his hand and Harry winced as he began to write. Ron knew he'd really hurt him. Must have taken papers herself. He scrawled. Yes, Harry, they weren't tied to her leg, only there's so much more we have to tell you, it's just hard to begin. Harry just looked like he wanted to hear something, anything at this point. Hermione blurted it all out. I think Hedwig went to get Sirius's papers and Kreacher had hidden them. We think she found them and Kreacher tried to stop her, because Kreacher is sporting some of the worst owl bites I've ever seen. She told him quickly. Did Kreacher hurt Hedwig? Harry was shaking and his quill showed it. We don't know, Harry, but she did make it out of Grimmauld Place with the papers. What papers? Harry scrawled, wincing with every letter he wrote. I think, maybe a deed to Kreacher, Harry, Ron said. To me, Harry wrote, underlining the word, me. What for? Think, Harry, if Kreacher was freed by Sirius's death, he would be free to leave Grimmauld Place and blab all the information he knows about the Order of the Phoenix. They could hear Harry sigh above the regular noise of the breathing apparatus. Does Kreacher know where Hedwig is? Harry wrote. He said he doesn't have to answer to us, Harry, and he referred, we think, to you in saying that he won't survive. If I do, but Harry stopped writing then and the quill fell from his hand as he rubbed his left wrist gingerly. Ron was looking at the floor, guilt-ridden. Harry retrieved his quill and wrote, Don't, Ron, you had to. It's fine. But Harry, look at your hands, they're all bruised. The only parts of you that weren't hurt to begin with. I could have used my wand, but I just reacted. I was worried you'd really hurt yourself. You really were popping a clog. Sorry, Harry wrote. Ron still looked awful. Harry wrote, explaining, "You didn't do it. It only bruised because I lost so much blood, and the doctors thinned it so I wouldn't get a clot in my lungs, gross EH. Thanks Harry," Ron said, feeling only somewhat relieved. Now they had to tell him their idea. "Harry, we think you should write to Kreacher and announce yourself as his new master. In a note, you could order him to tell you where Hedwig is if he knows." Feeling that it was at least worth a shot, Harry scrawled a note that made his stomach feel heavy though he had eaten nothing in weeks. Hermione dictated what she thought he should write. It took a long time with Harry's not only left-handed writing, but the added discomfort of the bruises. As they were leaving with a declaration of Harry, claiming his ownership of Kreacher, Fred and George apparated outside the door of Harry's room. They were suspicious when the twins were not turned away by Snape, who actually followed them into Harry's room. They knew that a schedule had been made for Harry to have company, especially when his guard was someone whom Harry was not social with. Ron and Hermione now noticed that Fred and George had volunteered for every night shift until Harry would be released. "How do you like that? Snape didn't even kick them out." They strained to hear bits of the conversation between the twins and Snape, even though they were anxious to get back and question Kreacher. They couldn't believe the conversation, which included phrases such as, subconscious learning, repetition is the key, and other things they couldn't decipher. It struck them all as suspicious, and Harry worried somewhat that they might just be testing their products on him while he slept, but Fred and George had always been relatively harmless up until now. Harry figured that the worst that could happen would be that he'd wake up with no eyebrows or something. Ron and Hermione both knew that if Snape was involved, Harry wouldn't like it. Brushing past Mrs. Weasley with a quick hello, Ron and Hermione went to find Kreacher immediately. They had just arrived in time. Kreacher had made a sack on a pole like a hobo, which they could tell by the outline of the bulk in the sack, that it contained his most precious property, pictures and small old belongings of his former mistress. "Going somewhere, Kreacher," Hermione goaded, sounding very mean. "Kreacher will not answer to you." "Well, maybe you will answer to this then," Ron said, thrusting Harry's note into Kreacher's old hands. The house elf's eyes goggled in disbelief. In the note, Harry had declared himself, supposedly on Sirius's orders, Kreacher's new master. The note demanded to know what Hedwig had taken and had ordered the house elf to tell him if he had injured the owl. For extra precaution, Hermione had also instructed Harry to order Kreacher to stay put in Grimmauld Place. "Kreacher does not answer to you." They were stumped now. "Well, you do have to answer your new master, Kreacher, you know that." The house elf used his own brand of magic to verify the letter as his new master's and was destroyed by the fact that it was genuine. "If Harry has to come and ask you in person, or whatever you are, he'll likely torture you, you know," Hermione lied outright. The house elf had clearly been raised on hate of Harry Potter and had no doubt been told outright lies about him. After all, Kreacher's masters were the Blacks and had been Voldemort's supporters. Kreacher now considered this a real threat. Someone who could survive an attack by the Dark Lord himself, being only a baby at the time, must have considerable powers. Ron and Hermione could see the internal struggle going on within the house elf's eyes. Should he betray his mistress's memory to save his own skin? Kreacher will not serve Harry Potter, no matter what the filthy blood traitor wrote, giving poor Kreacher away, lamented the house elf angrily. "Kreacher, you didn't even serve Sirius. You let this house fall into ruin," protested Hermione, angry at the remark against Sirius and Harry. Just as Kreacher fell into a tirade, crying about his poor dead mistress, in reference to Sirius's deceased mother, also an avowed anti-non-pure blood, Ron and Hermione feared they were getting nowhere. Suddenly standing as straight as he could, Kreacher began a confession. Kreacher has made a last stand for his mistress. It was bad enough that her treacherous son lived in this house with all his filthy friends, always plotting, always trying to erase her memory. Kreacher will not see one so despised in his mistress's eyes take up residency in her house. Kreacher will destroy the house before this happens. Kreacher was positively mad. Kreacher spoke to his mistress and she agrees it is for the best that the house be burned, rather than to fall into blood traitors' hands who will use it for their rebellious purposes. It was all poor Kreacher due to promise to do this, after Kreacher failed his mistress so miserably. Faugh! Creature began to do himself bodily harm, smashing himself headfirst into the furnace repeatedly. Ron and Hermione were not keen to stop him, but they needed information. "How did you fail the old battle axe?" Ron demanded. If Creature wasn't forbidden to do magic, Creature would be presenting his mistress with a new feather hat right now. He would, Creature said dreamily, as if picturing himself presenting Mrs. Black with a new hat, made from Hedwig's feathers. "What did you do to Hedwig?" Ron demanded, aiming his wand at Creature. "Poor Creature is the victim. Evil, foul-tempered, nasty, snow-cold bird," Creature spat. Creature hid Master's papers. Creature knows the business of the manor. Master signed nasty, cold-hearted papers the night he was sent to the Ministry of Magic. Knew he wasn't to darken the doorstep of my mistress's house again, he did. "Creature, what did you do?" Hermione demanded. Creature hid the papers. The evil bird was going through my mistress's private things. Creature drew the items he was hiding in the sack closer to himself. "The bird is a thief. She stole the papers. She hurt Creature with her cruel talons and beak. I hit her with a broom when she flew to my mistress's beautiful portrait and put her nasty droppings all down the front of it. How my mistress cried in humiliation. Creature sent a spell after the foul animal, but she flew out the door. If Creature could have caught her." Once again that evil dream-like state overtook him as he thought of what he could have done to Hedwig. Ron and Hermione now knew what the papers had been. Sirius's will, at least where it concerned Creature. The Order had been very worried about this issue after Sirius's untimely death, for if freed by Sirius's death, Creature would no doubt have left to serve the Malfoy family, who was tied to the Blacks through marriage. Narcissa, Draco Malfoy's mother, was a Black. Creature would then have been free to tell his new masters everything he had learned while skulking around the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, which would have spelled disaster. Apparently Sirius hadn't been as reckless as some made him out to be. He had protected the Order to the last by willing Creature to Harry. This did not, however, answer their question. Where was Hedwig? They knew now that they had extracted all the information they were likely to obtain from Creature, and Hermione felt quite brilliant for having Harry tax himself long enough to add to his note that Creature was to remain in Grimmauld Place. They now knew that Sirius had put similar orders on the house elf. Now they needed to inform the Order members to be on guard for any suspicious behavior from Creature. They warned Creature that he was to do no harm to the premises. It now struck them that they had passed Mrs. Black's portrait without it being covered up, and she had not screamed incessantly at them. Hedwig's droppings no doubt had made her run for cover for the time being. Ron and Hermione entered the sitting room where Mrs. Weasley had been talking to Professor McGonagall about a new potion Professor Snape had made. She stopped talking immediately when she saw them. Tonks stepped past them with a quick hello and a pot of tea for the ladies in the room. They both started talking at once about Creature and Hedwig and Harry's distress about her absence. The adults too now felt guilty for never having considered the owl's absence. Mrs. Weasley put in an alert through the Flow Powder network, and people were dispatched to look for Hedwig and inquire as to her whereabouts everywhere. If those were legal documents, Percy would have been the perfect one to ask, as he works at the Ministry and no doubt would know someone in the House Elf Registry office. If Hedwig took those papers to be notarized, that's where she would have gone. If Arthur wasn't away, she sighed at this point, raising her brows in a furrow of sadness. 5 minutes later, after sitting anxiously, Kingsley Shacklebolt's head appeared in the fire. He complimented Ron and Hermione for their excellent work, which made Ron, who wanted to be an Auror like Shacklebolt, beam. The house elf who had belonged to the Black family, now belonged legally to Mr. Harry Potter. The wizarding world at large knew nothing of Harry's condition, and therefore the documents had not raised any suspicion or caused any red flags, other than the state of the owl who had waited for the documents to be registered, which, as the clerk recalled, was poor. She said she'd had a mind to call someone from the Department for the Care and Control of Magical Creatures to report an abuse, but the owl was gone before the inspector arrived. Apparently, a letter of concern had been sent to Privet Drive, Harry's last known address, to state that he would be liable for inspection if his owl of any other pet was found to be in that sorry state ever again. This would explain why no one in the wizarding world knew about the situation with Hedwig before now. Well, at least we know she's alive, or was anyhow on Wednesday. They had to take this small consolation, because that's all they were going to get for now. Mrs. Weasley, although terribly concerned for Hedwig and Harry's state should something happen to his beloved owl, forbid them to go out looking for the owl at this late hour. "There is a team of Aurors on it, dear. No one better," she assured them, but she looked anxious too. Creature hadn't known it, but a tracing charm had been placed on him the moment the miserable little creature found out about Sirius's death. He could not have left undetected. Ron and Hermione felt better knowing this. In order to shift the conversation for a little while they waited for news on Hedwig, Ron asked, "What potion were you talking about when we arrived, Mom?" "Well," said Mrs. Weasley, glancing at Professor McGonagall as though asking permission to tell them something. Professor McGonagall nodded her approval. Mrs. Weasley positively beamed. "Professor Snape has concocted a healing potion which targets respiratory weaknesses or abnormalities, which can be administered by Muggle methods. Dr. Green has said it will, at least, cause no harm, so even if it doesn't work, nothing ventured, nothing gained." Mrs. Weasley swelled with pride as she told them that Professor Snape had gotten the idea from Fred and George's self-blowing bubblegum recipe. Now here was an eye-opener if ever there was one. What on earth was Snape doing conferring with Fred and George? He'd always given them mediocre marks and had ridden them about as much as Ron and any other Weasley. An alliance seemed unlikely, if not improbable. Friday morning dawned clear and bright. Ron and Hermione were going to go to see Harry before Snape administered the lung-healing potion and before sneaking off to look for Hedwig. They wondered if Harry had been told about it, but supposed he hadn't so as not to get his hopes up, or scare him, being it was made by Snape. They met in the kitchen. The room was empty, except for Tonks, who was yawning widely, while munching a bit of toast and what looked like very strong coffee. They knew she must be very tired, because her usual hair color change hadn't taken place. In fact, the same platinum hair she had sported for over a week, had simply been tied into an unruly ponytail, similar to how Hermione kept hers when she was extremely busy or just too tired to bother with it. "Pour you some more coffee, Tonks?" Hermione asked, seeing Tonks drain her last drop of coffee and look at the fresh steaming pot of coffee across the room on the buffet table as if it might as well be miles away. "Please," she said gratefully. "Triple shift, last one tonight, then I'm gonna sleep for a week." "What's with all the extra shifts?" Ron asked. "Well, not shifts exactly. On top of my regular shifts, I was subpoenaed to report to the Ministry of Magic's Information Branch, regarding the Dementors outside of Harry's room the first night he was admitted in secrecy. So it's all out now, about Harry. Well, we kept it secret as long as we could, I guess," Hermione said, feeling sorry for Harry. The last thing he needed now was more pressure. They said they'd be sending someone down to interview Harry, complete with subpoena for him to cooperate fully in their investigation of the storms and the attacks in London. "But Harry can't even talk yet," Ron said indignantly. "There's nothing even Dumbledore can do," Tonks said sadly. "They have ordered security to let the interview take place privately. They have stated that they feel Harry will not be put at risk by this. That's what the Minister for Information said. They're going in to see Harry today." "When, Tonks?" Hermione was quickly grabbing some toast to travel with. "They said they'd be there right around staff changeover time." "Oh, Harry'll be furious," Ron said, grabbing some toast and running out the door with a quick goodbye to his mother before she would have chance to question them. The last Harry's heard from those gits at the ministry, they were calling him unbalanced and glory-seeking. Now they want to talk to him. Ron was angry on Harry's behalf. Ron seemed even more concerned than Hermione now. Percy now worked as assistant to the Minister for Information. Yeah, Harry would be furious. Maybe it won't be so bad. I mean, they can see how hurt he is. They'll likely just reschedule, once they see for themselves how bad off he is. Hermione said, always the optimist. They left for St. Mungo's, hoping to see Harry before the interview would take place. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.